It's a beautiful day in London. That's right, in front of the Copper Box Arena, we have got fans piling in for what might be the most historic day in ALGS history. A three-peat on the rise potentially for Dark Zero, TSM trying to find revenge, and maybe someone else that we don't expect will hoist the trophy for the very first time. All the anticipation lining up there outside, and I can't wait to see what's in store. It's Championship Sunday. It's Match Point Finals.
Well, this is what separates the good teams from the great teams.
We're talking about the top of the top. It is make or break, and everything is on the line.
We have our ALGS champions.
Esports is here to be made. History could be made.
What's the crack? Everything is on the line now for these teams.
This is absolute carnage.
They need that type of performance.
They needed to perform, and they're doing just that.
Are you kidding me?
And so it begins.
Have you said your goodbyes?
What is up, London? We are here in the Copper Box Arena with some of the best fans in esports in the world. Make some noise if you are here in the crowd. We got Ascend fans. We got Mama and Papa Kashira over here. Will EMEA make a statement today? Will North America raise the trophy, or will Dark Zero go back to back to back? Man, 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 what a day it is going to be. And in fact, what a time it has been. 6 months before someone in the ALGS has been able to call themselves a champion. That will change tonight. The question is, who is it going to be? And what makes a champion? Well, I don't know. But I'll tell you one thing. When it comes to the ALGS, we got one rule. It's either win or we go again. It's Championship Sunday. It's Match Point Finals. Copper Box, make some noise. And let's make some history. The crowd is wild. The scene is set. And I've got 4 people on the desk, including myself, but 3 of the best analysts in the world, Monsoon, Spider Tiff, and Genome. Welcome to the show, my friends. Monsoon, what a moment we have. It's Championship Sunday.
Absolutely, it is a pleasure. This is peak Apex Legends right here, right now. You can't get any better than this, so I'm super excited.
Look, I mean, this is what all of the players are here for. This is their livelihood, their work on the line, everything that they have spent hours upon hours, VOD reviewing, playing, working with coaches, trying to get better. This is where they get to bring it out and show what they've done.
It's a battle royale, Apex Legends. There's just so much chaos. 20 teams with one of the best formats in esports. Match Point format is going to put on the best show you guys have ever seen.
That's right. Win or go home. There's something special about day 4 in the ALGS. The teams have gone through so much to get here, in fact, but they're playing for so much as well. When we talk about prizes, we didn't even mention it off the top. $1 million is on the line today. Not a bad prize, right, Copper Box? I mean, $300,000 for the winner, second just for getting the most points after that, Monsoon. So much on the line here.
It is a lot. Like, once again, like you said, or like they said, 6 months ago we had champs, but now this is it. It's $1 million on the line. I know these players are feeling it, but they're ready. They've been preparing, so let's see it.
And you know what? This is a great segue to what happened to get them to this moment. The road to the ALGS Split 1 playoffs has not been easy. In fact, we actually have teams earning points throughout all of these playoffs, Split 1 and Split 2. Our top 30 teams are going to get some points for this. Obviously, we'll have $1 million winner, but all of these will tally so that when we find out later in the year, probably towards the summer, someone will be able to truly call themselves a champion, Tiff, and that is something you can never take away.
I mean, no, like, there's only so many people that can do that. You think back, TSM took home Poland, Dark Zero, they've got Sweden, they've got Rally, the champs. You have all of that, and you're like, look, that just shows you I'm the best at winning match point. It's really tough to do, and that's where I think a lot of teams might actually struggle here.
The top 7 teams will qualify automatically for championships. So not only playing for money, if the team you're rooting for is in top 7, you know you will be seeing them at the big show later on in the year. Dark Zero, Genome, how can we not talk about them just a little bit? The chance to go back to back, it would cement them as a dynasty, maybe one of, if not the best team ever in the ALGS history.
Yeah, definitely a couple of fans in the crowd. These guys hailing from APAC South, they made the move to NA though this year. And look, it's been a little tough at times. They obviously, you know, it's a much more difficult region and they struggle to get through here to the LAN. But now that they're in the finals, who knows what could happen?
This is the question. Everyone counts them out until they somehow find themselves on that stage behind us. We will talk about what we think and some predictions from all of us or on talent, or in our talent behind the scenes as well, getting ready to go. But how about we talk about our teams? You guys ready to introduce the squads that'll be playing this evening? Let's go. Make some noise, London, because we've got our teams sitting in the booth and we're kicking it off with Alliance. That's right. If you're an Alliance fan, you like the moments Yuki's been putting together. Hockey's as well, and the sub of Mandy somehow making this happen. What a journey they have been. Fun. 1, 2, 3 in the booth right next to them as well, joining them as a participant. We're gonna run through all of these, even though the camera is keeping it big for us. Interforce 36, make some noise to them. That's right. Team Singularity from South America. How about Luminosity Gaming? Viva Mexico, we're saying. And then let's go down to the bottom floor. What about NRG? Any NRG fans here? Yeah, that's a story. You know them. They're trying to prove something. Fnatic, how about Fnatic fans in the house? What about Moist Esports? And how about this? I just saw Papa and Mama Kashira up there. Ascend! What a story. Kashira trying to take his team to LAN, hoist a trophy in front of his dad. We'll see if he can make that dream a reality. What about Element 6? I see this crowd right here. Whoa. They are ready to go, guys. What a great first half of it. I want to get your thoughts just a little bit. This next team I'm going to introduce got the most fans in the world. Can you even guess who it's going to be?
I'm gonna guess
letters.
TSM. Is it TSM?
TSM. We got some TSM fans in here.
Ooh, they're loud too.
Hal, Reps, Big E, Verholz trying to get back on that stage. Next to them is Space Station Gaming. All right, little love for SSG. Next to them as well, APAC South, Exo Clan. And then one of the, I think, cutest celebrations we've seen with the hearts right there. Dreamfire. Roy, you gotta love it. What about some love for APAC North? Ganbare o Tucson. And show some love for Onyx Esports. And now maybe, just maybe, a chance at history. I know a lot of people want to see it happen. A lot of people don't. It's Dark Zero. And newly joining as an org, but an old-time crew who has been dominant. Can they finally get the trophy? X-Set.
Yeah.
And the Young Guns. I like to call Phony a villain, but I think he could be a hero today. Esports Arena. Make some noise for ESA. Maybe an underdog. They're going to prove that, though, and maybe the best zone team in this entire group. We missed them. We're going to go to them. We're going to cheer for them. The Guard. You know, it's just a great time to be here, and I want to say, Monsoon, of all the teams we mentioned, who stands out to you?
Obviously, everybody is insane, and I love all of them. But I gotta go with X-Set. I gotta go with the boys over there.
All
X-Set,
right.
absolutely.
That's some love right there. Is there somebody that I mentioned that, Tiff, in your mind, you just kind of, you felt the energy, you've been thinking this could be their day?
Look, I mean, you'll see it later when I look at my talent predictions and that goes up on the screen, but I picked Alliance. Look, they have been so consistent, and I want to give a big shout out to Effect, who is also on Alliance, who is unable to be here today. I feel like they have a lot on the line right now to compete and do it for them.
Yeah, I mean, what they did yesterday, that was pretty impressive as well. We also saw some moments with E6. Talk to me a little bit, Gino, about who you've got your eye on. I'm
looking all the way over there at NRG. I don't think there was anyone that was more impressive yesterday than those guys, with Sweet and Nathan just leading from the front, dominating the rest of the competition. And you can see some of it here. Sweet always has been known as one of those smooth talkers in Apex, right? The way he commands his army is, envied by a lot of people. He's known as being very heavy on the micromanagement. He loves to almost like place his team's feet in every single position that they are walking over to. And look, you would let him do that when you see the results that these guys pick up. Considering how well they did in winner's bracket, it feels like there's almost no chance that they are going to have a rough day today. I think no matter how it goes, and look, match point, we have to keep saying it, it's unpredictable. That's part of the fun of it. Yeah. I think these guys are going to be top 5, no questions.
And NRG has so much to prove. This is kind of the thing that the last thing they've got to do to say we are the best. We know Sweet's considered the best IGL, but he's got to hoist that trophy, Tiff.
Yeah, that's the thing. You talk about being the best IGL in the world, but you have to do it on the stage. I feel like you can't say, I did it on the worldwide stage, I've got a playoffs, I've won champs. You need that land trophy to say you're the best IGL in the world.
Currently stays with 0 right now because he's won twice.
Yeah, I mean, the IGL question is a little bit tricky. I might actually give that one over to 0. But as a team at the moment, I think NRG definitely have the lead. I mean, they picked up Guild, obviously, from the old Team Liquid roster, and I think that's been a massive pickup for them. He was one of the freshest, most exciting, most explosive players on the scene. And to add him to Sweet and Nathan, insane lineup.
Great pickup. It worked well for Xset, and it worked well for NRG. One of the things I find that's amazing is not all of these teams have been sitting and waiting in the winner's bracket. Some have to grind up from the bottom through yesterday's grueling elimination brackets 1 and 2, and sometimes just 2, which is scary. Luminosity Gaming, though, they turned up the heat to not 11, it was 25, it was 100 as you saw them pop off a massive game, one of the biggest we've seen at LAN, 35 points. Let's talk a little bit about Luminosity Gaming.
Yeah, obviously going through the losers bracket finals isn't exactly what they wanted, to have to play another set. But they made the comp swap, and they're going confident into today as well. That is valuable momentum for them. We saw them, they had quite a few big games as well, so I'm excited to see how they do today. That's for sure.
I mean, one of the things I've been impressed is the 19-year-old Yanya. We talked about $40,000 in earnings already as a 19-year-old. That should show you that they've been successful. This is a team who's kind of ridden under the radar, Tiff, and I think that's where, again, this stage is proving themselves finally to the world.
Yeah, it's really crazy to think that Luminosity, this team that they picked up, is underrated because they constantly perform well. They just haven't done it on a stage in front of a large crowd to give them that momentum, that kind of like that following that some of the larger organizations like TSM and NRG have. And I feel as if they show out here behind us tonight, everyone's gonna know.
Absolutely. What a moment it is. Match Point Sunday. I like to say it, you either win or go home. You either win or we keep going. For those unfamiliar with this format, we will not leave here until someone crosses 50 points, and then that team after that wins a game. It could go a while, but we will, throughout, of course, the entirety of the day, probably have some amazing moments. We had some amazing moments yesterday as well, Tiff. I mean, E6, Alliance going at it, that K-Swinny Kraber shot, I expect that we'll have more of that this afternoon.
Yeah, it was really cool to see that. As soon as he hit the no-scope on the hipfire, I was like, okay. I got to watch it backstage. I was like, man, it's sick. Anytime you hit a Kraber shot, I mean, he had 2 bullets in the chamber, and one goes directly into him, and then follows it up with some insane damage. Like, he is so fun to watch. Throughout group stages, they were changing their legend compositions based on what Wig's chat was voting. And he literally tweeted this morning, he was like, who should I play today? Who should he play?
Yeah, they are fantastic. Talk about clutch moment right there for Swinny with the Kraber too. They have some big games, and I'm excited to see how big their games can be today. Obviously, they deserve to be here. They've played well throughout the entire season, so let's see what they've got.
maybe some young guns, I think, have kind of risen to stars in this. I think Alliance Yuki might be one of the most popular players in all of the ALGS right now. Not just for how he looks. I mean, he's a handsome guy, Gino. But at the end of the day, he's been popping off in more clutch situations than we have seen any other player do.
Yeah, not just for that, absolutely. On the server, he is a monster. That clutch he had against Hal, I mean, it was almost a battle of wills at one point, right? You know, who had the trigger discipline? Just a couple of bullets left in the chamber for each. He's taken left, right, and he still came out on top against one of the best players, and honestly, one of the you know, one of the players with the best mental, like someone else you'd expect to pop off in that clutch situation, right? So for Yuki to come out on top there, that says so much about him.
Earned a lot of respect over the course of the season. Alliance have only been getting better. We're told they like to finish strong at the end. Well, there's no more time after this, so we'll see how they do today. Let's take a look, though, at how you can participate in choosing, whether it's Yuki, whether it's K-Swinny, whether it's someone like LG Yanya as your MVP today. If you go into the Twitch chat, if you're watching even in the Copper Box Arena, we're going to show a graphic for you that details how it will go. On Twitter, on Twitch, go hashtag and the player's name. You can see them on screen if you're worried about how it looks for the player you want to vote. Hashtag, say their name, whether it's Twitch, whether it's Twitter. We will count that up at the end of the day, and we might have ourselves a monster MVP at the end that you yourself have voted for based on their performance. A lot of great names on this list, Monsoon. It's hard to pick one.
It is hard to pick one. Obviously, all these players can be the MVP in-game as well, but I think I have to go through with Nocturnal as the ALGS Monster MVP, 100%.
All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, we've also got a couple of very important things to let you know if you are watching at home. By the way, hi, chat. Hi, everybody in chat. Say hi back. We miss you. We love you. And we know that next time you'll try to be here. We want to let you know that there are Twitch drops available while you are watching this. So if you are even in the Copper Box, like I said, you might have internet, you might not. Throw open that phone, watch. You will earn some unique cosmetics, some unique things that mean that you were here in this moment watching the Apex Legends Global Series. Tiff, you know, ain't a bad day of watching Apex hitting free stuff.
I mean, I love like collecting my drops for sure. I would definitely go for the Volt skin. I have a really, really sick Volt skin, I'm not gonna lie. But I mean, anytime I can black out my guns, that's what I would like to do.
All right, let's get into it. We're about to kick things off. I do want to mention that the talent had a discussion backstage, and we wanted to see who we thought was going to win. Sometimes this is about stats. Sometimes it is just about heart and feeling and gut. We never know who's going to do it. I guarantee only a few people have picked Dark Zero twice. Did anyone pick him for 3 times? Let's go to our talent predictions and see what we voted for. I've got TSM. I don't know why. I just think it might happen. I think Dark Zero could do it. I think we might see it from NRG. Monsoon, we don't have you up there. Tiff?
I told you, it's Alliance.
Okay.
They have that clutch factor in Yuki. They've got motivation. They have power. They have drive. Plus, we're in Europe right now. They've got the EMEA buff.
That's
I'm
right.
sure they've got a ton of fans in the crowd here. We know Mandy's been popping off. We've seen him on the desk, literally. So, yeah, of course.
Do you know?
You're like, I might have to check the rest of the talent's eyes because I don't know what they were watching yesterday if they didn't pick NRG.
That's right.
These guys are just crazy. And the other thing we know about them is they're well rested.
Yeah.
Right?
That's true.
You know, didn't scrim too much coming into this. So they were just saving their energy for the stage.
Monsoon, I know you didn't get in here, but who do you have as your pick? What's your talent prediction?
Oh, man.
Go with your gut.
It's so difficult, especially being a player. It can go anybody's way. I'd have to go with Xset. I think they can do it.
Wow,
you know, they started
right.
off rough in the winner's bracket yesterday, but they ended it really strong as well, and I know that they have the capabilities. But other than that, Guard's looking really good as well. Alliance, like you said, all these teams, phenomenal.
So many players, so many stories. We couldn't possibly tell you all that has happened in the last 6 months, which has been the last time that someone has been able to call themselves a champion up until now. But we do know 2 guys who are ready to tell you as much as they possibly can within one game. They're 2 of the best in the business, 2 of my very good friends. Let's get ready to send it up to your casters. You guys ready to start game number 1 of the finals? Let's go! It's the Split 1 playoffs, baby. We're in London. It doesn't get better than this. Match point. And to take you off, it is Onset and Gasket.
Thank you so much, Rain Day. I mean, what a moment this is, Dan. It's been 3 days of action. Teams from all over the globe have been battling for a chance to be here on Championship Sunday, and now we have our 20-team set, and we have that beautiful match point format.
This is crunch time. This is when it matters. This is when you need to turn up.
at LAN against the biggest, the best in the world. And we start things off on the home. It's World's Edge. Everyone knows it, and I'm very excited.
World's Edge is where we start, and I tell you what, I don't know how long it's going to take us today to crown a champion. We've seen 5-game match point finals. We've seen 15-game match point finals. And I tell you what, it might come down to endurance when we get through these games, Dan. Who can keep that level of consistency at their highest for the longest?
And I'm very excited to see who performs here on World's Edge. A lot of our statistics suggest that this lobby is full of big World's Edge teams, right? We have squads that have performed okay on Stormpoint, but amazing on World's Edge. I'm talking 75% differences at times. So who's going to pop off here in match number 1?
Well, I mean, it's a heck of a zone for NRG by the looks of things. And speaking of NRG, they are the team who come into this lobby, Dan, first place from that winners finals, and that means they get an advantage with points. Match point, of course, if you are watching match point for the first time, you have to hit 50 points in total before then you have to become a champion.
Yeah, NRG have the advantage of 10, then you've got Ascend on 9, E6 on 8, and then we go all the way down, and of course it's 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Now we can see the circle on our screen. Looks like we're going to be going slightly southwest, could be far west. So the likes of NRG at staging, they've got beacon information. This is great because this could end up staging. We've seen a lot of circles around this area, and it'll be down to NRG on how they want to play this one.
Very interested to see how Alliance play this one as well. Are they going to look to quick rotate, or are they going to take a little bit of time? But we'll speak about Alliance in a moment because we have to focus on the #1 team from that winners final coming in here, Dan. NRG. Like you mentioned, perfect start for them. They've got a great zone, they've got a beacon to play with as well. This could be a big game for them.
It could be a massive game for them, but do you want to try and put yourself in a position to convert a victory? Do you want to look for a good points total here? Remember the NRG we saw at the end of yesterday? Ruthless aggression, always pushing in, looking to get those extra kills, looking to punish the lobby. Or are we going to see today maybe a more strategical NRG, just ones who want to maybe secure those points via placement? They've got a lot of kills so far this tournament, and I think they have the benefit of being able to play either way.
Well, now we see Gambare Otasan making their rotation as well. Good priority for them to get towards zone, but there's a lot of teams already making their way to the other side of staging at the moment into that choke, and this is what I've kind of coined, in my opinion, the NRG zone. We saw them win multiple tournaments from around that beacon, and we're going to have to see if that's going to be the case again. We do have beacon information on our screens as well, and that looks like exactly where we're headed down.
And our two best performing teams, thank you very much, production, we have Guard and we have NRG. They have dominated World's Edge. Guard is actually our most winningest team at this tournament. It's maybe unexpected from some, but if you would have spoken to these guys coming into the tournament, they were as confident as ever. Rambo believed that this was the team that could win this tournament, and if they keep on winning games in a match point format, maybe they could be.
Well, it looks like the Guard have got the high ground, they've got this ridge to play from. Great to hold out teams and stop rotations coming in behind you, but look at this fight going down already. We've got Dark Zero, the back-to-back LAN champions who had a little bit of extra work to do yesterday coming through that elimination bracket, Dan, but they're here, they're set up, and this is where they want to hold down.
Yeah, it's going to be their chance now just to hold out a lot of these teams that are rotating from the north. They have beaten to the pulp when it comes to actually getting all the way down towards the kind of thermal staging area, so instead they could hold that western side, and it is going to be Fun 1, 2, 3 who are going to be potentially pushing them, but here comes all of the teams. Everyone wants to get into thermal. We're seeing so many heavy rotates here, so this is going to be pulling a little bit more southwest.
I mean, the craziest thing here, look how many, like you say, teams are already stacked up in and around thermal, in and around staging, and you're seeing the difference in delaying a Skyward dive by just a matter of minute seconds, Dan. You lose that position that you wanted to be your priority to hold. A team takes that one, then you have to adjust on the fly.
Compositions are going to matter, of course, in every single engagement here, but also how you strategize, how you rotate. This is still going on, by the way, between Dark Zero and Fun. Fun are trying to just pummel their way through, but it hasn't quite worked out just yet.
Look at what's going down in the kill feed. It looks like the Guard are in a little bit of trouble here, and it's Exo Clan who are going to be pushing them, and we have our first elimination of the day. The Guard will fall down. The team who had the most wins yesterday, now they're out of the tournament. They're not out of the tournament, they're out of this game. The first squad is eliminated, and that's a team who hit that fast rotate, so it looks like people are happy to pressurize those God spots.
Honestly, considering how many points Guard have picked up on World's Edge this tournament, it's very unexpected to see them eliminated this early on, but that's how you can be punished sometimes with rotations, with these zones, and you are just sometimes at the wits of the zones, and you can have to just react to it in any way. And if the rotation doesn't go well, you might find yourself just watching for the remaining. Elsewhere, we are going to see a lot of these teams who started on the northern side of World's Edge having to now rotate through the map and fight their way through. There's going to be about 6 or 7 teams that are still moving from north to south.
One of those teams is going to be E6, and guess who they're chasing? E36 is who they're going to be chasing at the moment, and we can see a little bit of Revtain on our screens as well. It's going to be Swinney who's got the charge rifle in his hand, just poking and prodding for a little bit of damage, trying to force the team away. But E6 yesterday, I have to say, in my opinion, the surprise package, they were playing some lights out Apex Legends.
I loved the aggression we saw from E6, the confidence in the final circles. They were always making sure they could just push their advantages, making sure they could get any of those extra kills. They weren't necessarily picking up the W's, but right now, you don't need wins, you need points, and that's why this Revtain combo could actually work.
Very interesting one to watch for sure. One thing to also keep our eyes on as we see progression on World's Edge is the battle between Element 6 on our screens and Exet. Both of them landing over at Trials and Skyhook, and that's been a little fight that's gone down for quite some time. So we're going to have to see if it's going to be a gentlemanly agreement on who's going to take what, or if we are going to see a little bit of a combustible situation at one point.
We have such a variance when it comes to legend selection throughout this lobby. Everyone trying to work out what is the best method to pick up points here in match point format. Remember, we start on World's Edge, we play 2, then we go over to Storm Point, and it's back and forth until we find a winner. So if you find yourself on match point, it's suddenly what map are you playing? We definitely have teams who are better at Storm Point in this lobby, and we have teams who are far better at World's Edge, and we'll have to see how that can impact things.
Well, Dark Zero, who were under pressure from Fun 1-2-3, like we saw a little bit earlier, have managed to hold down their positions. They've got the Watson fences down, they've got the Gen down as well to keep them being able to manage those resources in a way that they will need to. The drone's out as well, and this is smart positioning from the drone as well. Just getting the lay of the land, not just from what they can see, but the eye in the sky is going to let them know maybe if there's third-party opportunities to pounce onto.
And surely, you know, 3 lands in a row, it's not possible for Dark Zero, right? Surely they're not able to continue this incredible form when it comes to a live environment, but there's always that kind of thought in the back of your head of, well, they could do it. Sure, they're starting on 0 points, but we've seen before, even when you think Dark Zero are down and out, they find a way to break back into things. Anyway, there is the map. You can see the beacon information, the extra beacon information that we've got means we are heading even further southwest, pulling away from staging, down in towards Thermal Station. That's why we've seen so many teams make that heavy zone push into the southwest of the map.
It's interesting as well. I think zone is something that's really going to influence this lobby as well, because we have so many teams in this lobby who are hard rotate teams. That means priority positions are going to be at a premium. Trying to get there in a lesser lobby, maybe in a pro league group stage, for example, you're going to have an opportunity maybe to just outpace people because you've got that timing down in your head. But everybody knows the quickest possible route to get to a zone. So prio positions might be taken. It's plan B, C. What are you going to hold if it's not there? How are you going to work if you're one of those zone teams and you can't get into the position that you want?
And as the latest meta has developed, zoning has been far better than playing edge. I don't think that is anything we have to try and avoid now. We know that zone players and zone teams have had more success. The statistics don't lie. We have more zone teams in this final. A lot of our edge teams and coincidentally, a lot of our Storm Point teams were eliminated already in this tournament. And we are going to have games like this throughout today where we've got so many teams. Sometimes we might have 15 plus teams in zone 4, zone 5, and that is going to be so difficult to manage. And a lot of that then is going to come down to the IGLs. How do you assess the situation? Where are you going to go? What's the next step? Who do you have to kill? Who do you have to avoid?
One team who's got a tough rotation to make is Exet. Like I mentioned, landing over at Skyhook. They're going to go all the way down south, and they're certainly going to have to take some battles. Looking across the armors, you've got Funny sat on blue at the moment. Six and Nocturnal are going to be sat on purples. Sykes, excuse me. And trying to level those up so when they do have those engagements in and around the edge of zone, they're going to be able to have a little bit better chance of being more successful. But a little bit of a poke and a prod and a introduction of neighbors here inside of these two houses just outside of Thermal Station. That's NRG and Onyx. So you have North America and APAC South just saying hello through the windows, having a little prod and seeing if they can pick up a little knock.
And of course, amazing to see the region representation in these finals as well. We were a bit worried that maybe we would see a region or some regions not quite have as much representation, but I am glad to see a good spread across the board. And we're still seeing, by the way, the same battle happening on that west side. You remember earlier when Dark Zero were holding out Fun?
still happening because we haven't seen the zone close to force Fun into them just yet. So Dark Zero have been naturally able to wait and hold. Moist at the moment, you can see in the bottom left-hand side of your screen, are being pressured by multiple teams. They are between so much fire, it's going to be so difficult for them to stay alive.
Darkstar starting to fly in as well at Moist. You can see the missile swarms are coming in from NRG. It is a tough spot to be in, but for now, they're able to survive. It looks like they're trying desperately to stabilize, but the question is, how long are you going to hold this position? Getting a gen down in this situation, very, very difficult, Dan, because of the line of sights that so many teams have. Yes, you're thinking, Watson, great, we can get that interception pylon down, but with teams, so many teams in the surrounding area, it's just going to be a matter of seconds before it's destroyed.
And Moist doing so well to make it here into the finals today. It was that last gasp kill that got them into the grand finals from the winners bracket. They just needed that one and they were able to achieve it. Dark Zero on the other side, of course, leaving the region, now a NA team technically. I think Genome is still trying to claim them as an APAC team, but I think that I'm sure North Americans, if we see Dark Zero win again, will claim them as their own, as a North American champion. But Dark Zero have been able to dominate this west-hand side, and I'm really worried about any team that's going to have to force themselves through that choke because there's now too many teams. So all of our late rotators, this is when things start to get interesting because this is when you need to plan how you are going to beat those who are supposedly going to gatekeep you.
We see Ro in our screen right now. A lot of love in the crowd, and I'm sure a lot of love at home for some of the things that he's been doing, not just on screen, but obviously in-game as well. A lot of love being shown to Dreamfire, and they're one of the teams who are one of the later rotators towards this party. Just to give you a little bit of a map overhead on what's going on at the moment, these are on the east side of World's Edge at the moment, one of the furthest teams out, but there's one team who is super, super deep in zone, right just outside of Countdown at the moment. They're hitting a skyward dive to try and get a bit closer to zone, but E36 have been lingering in zone for quite some time.
Yeah, there's a lot of teams that have committed to kind of the very farthest point you could get down into Thermal Station. One of those is also Luminosity Gaming. Now remember yesterday, they were breaking records. We saw a 35-point game from them on World's Edge, even though they were really a Storm Point team throughout regular season. They seem to have changed composition, they found a playstyle that fits them on World's Edge, and it seems to have come into fruition at the perfect time. And that's what LAN is all about. It's about finding your form at the right place, in the right games, but then it can all change very quickly when you get into finals. Because you've got to remember, these lobbies now are going to be a very different experience than what it may have been in that elimination bracket.
Fnatic still holding down this ridge, which is just outside of Thermal Station, trying to look over anyone who might be trying to rotate behind them, just making sure their backs are clear, but they will have to move when that zone does start to close. So what is the next step for them? Fun 1, 2, 3. We saw them engaging a little bit earlier on with Dreamfire, but now they're looking to engage a little bit more, and look at all the damage that's coming out here from Karen P. This was absolutely huge. Gets that armor leveled up, now he's going to get swung on, but this is a Revenant push coming in, and this is going to be surely E6.
Yeah, it's a Rev push. It means that Fun can stop the initial push, but it's whether E6 look to re-engage here. They've got the Octane, so they can do it quickly, but they have been pushed back. The reset now comes through for both teams, so the Rev push does not work out for them. Now, this game has been a slow burner, a slow roast, as Nasky might say, but it is going to start getting very heated in the next 20 seconds because we have 6 teams outside of this circle who now all have to try and make their way in.
Very interesting that a lot was expended there from E6 to try and do damage to Fun 1, 2, 3 to push them back. They used that Death Totem to try and push forward with the Revenant, used the jump pad from Octane as well. So now resources-wise, not in a great position for this fight, nor geographically are they in a great position. They're going to be forced to make this play.
And they're going to have to go for a push here, E6, but you got to remember, Dark Zero on the other side of this mountain as well, so whoever wins this fight just runs into another.
On 1, 2, 3, they're going to lose the first player. Big shot coming in for the Peacekeeper now. K-Swinny is down. Amphi tries to fly in. Now it all falls up to Slayers. He's got 2 people to deal with though, and that Peacekeeper is hitting something special. E6 eliminated. Fun 1, 2, 3 hold.
But they've done the damage against Fun. Fun have a 2. Are they going to be able to get up to a full 3 before Dark Zero try and push this one? Look, they're pushing into Watson fences. They are pushing into danger. Fun 1, 2, 3 may naturally be the next team to go down here.
Dark Zero did such a good job earlier on of holding out that push, like you said, and now they might be able to pick up the scraps. Inside the Thermal Station, though, we have Space Station Gaming trying just to survive, trying to force their way in from the burn of that zone. Drox is going to have to pop a battery, and Zenoyo has gone down, so SSG finding it extremely difficult to get inside the zone at the moment, and it's Ascend on the other side holding them out.
Ascend say we need to hold this ground, we need to hold this space, otherwise we're going to be forced out by so many other teams. Fun 1, 2, 3 do get eliminated. TSM now getting involved in the action as well.
Ascend trying to stabilize, a little push coming in though. Post skills down to barely any health whatsoever. Kashera's going to go down, and Ascend with this hold are not going to be able to do so. They get third-partied. Space Station actually survive as well. Dropped is still here. and dropped his dropping bodies as Space Station finally go down alongside Ascent.
So difficult when the third parties happen. You're all inevitably going to get shot by someone else, and suddenly we're down to 13 squads. We just lost, what, 6 squads just like that in a snap of a finger, but now Esports Arena, they've got the height advantage, but they need to be careful. Don't overstep your presence here. You've got 58 seconds before you have to make a move.
58 seconds might seem like quite some time, but I tell you that's going to evaporate in front of these teams' eyes extremely quickly. Fnatic trying to reset here. They did have one player knocked, so Esports Arena certainly with the upper hand in this fight.
And this circle is moving west of Thermal Station ever so slightly, over towards the Donut Building. Actually, Alliance are in arguably one of the best spots right now. We'll check in with them later, but NRG, Sweet is using that charge rifle from a distance to get involved and maybe get some KP for NRG.
ESA trying to hold out for now, 25 seconds. Like I said, that time disappears quicker than you think sometimes. Fnatic still down on this low ground, thinking about maybe having to be forced down to the low. Yuka's gonna be taken down to 1 HP, just about survive. One player alive here for Fnatic, but not looking good for them.
And this is why playing early zone is so good, because if you can get one of these positions in Thermal where you can oversee all of these teams desperately trying to get into the next zone, you can pick up free KP, you can get those extra points while also gaining placement, because of course, you're sitting pretty.
Fnatic eliminated, unfortunately. Yuka wasn't able to survive long enough to scrape a few placement points. Esports Arena now taken to the skies to try and find a spot to call home for just a few moments. They're going to go deep into this zone. They might be able to land on the roof here. The question is, how much damage are they going to take on the way down? It looks like they find somewhere to call home. Somehow this is open.
Insane that they've been able to find this. Is there someone below them? Is there someone that can contest them? Alliance, actually, I think, are right below them here. And now you've just got to try and survive if you're Esports Arena. Elsewhere, still a fight happening. Singularity against Moist. And Moist are doing pretty well in this engagement.
While all this is going down as well, speaking of APAC South, Dark Zero were eliminated. Singularity trying to clean up the pieces, but Moist holds strong! Moist holds strong!
Incredible from Moist, really. That was such a difficult push down onto this side, but now they have to try and survive. Remember, they were between about 4 teams earlier and somehow still are living. NRG watching over them, fences are down, and they're trying to protect themselves, but by eliminating that closest team in Singularity, it gives them that extra little bit of breathing room.
And you can see NRG as well. You can see on your map overhead here, using Loba's Black Market to steal away resources as well, and I'm sure there's a lot of grenades being picked up right now, because grenades in this endgame, Dan, frags, arc stars, thermites, whatever it is, cause so much disruption when 2 teams are trying to engage.
So we're down to 10 squads. We lost a lot in the last 2 zones. And Moist Esport, you can see, they need to think about their next movement, because as this zone closes, everyone's heading back towards Thermal, that donut building that you can see in the top left-hand side of your screen as well. And right now for Moist, it's just about presence. They are applying pressure to NRG. They are trying to keep them back as long as they can before they make their move.
And I talked about how a tough rotation this game was going to be for Exet. Exet's still alive inside this top 10. Once again, Nocturnal has managed to maneuver his team in a position to contest for this endgame. Elsewhere, TSM, they're involved in Thermal Station. You can see Exo Clan inside of the donut building as well, but this is the building where all the action's about to break out, Dan. You have Alliance, you have LG, you have Moist, everybody is stacked up here.
And they've all got to move as well, because the circle's gone away from them. They thought maybe it would pull towards them, but no, we're going more east. Now Esports Arena looking to try and make their move out.
Oh, they're going to swing and Alliance get eliminated. That will be Alliance out of the game. ESA swing on the damage that was done by the team just outside of them. And now look to move forward themselves. Skyward Dive going to be in front of them as well. You can see Exet also in that kill feed. NRG starting to lose a few players as well, but TSM still alive, and Verholz with that wingman is getting some knocks.
TSM, Exo, and Geo all in fantastic positions, but now here comes everyone. They're going to surround this donut building. They all want a bite of it, but are you going to be able to survive? Do you go low? Do you go high? This is carnage in this circle.
This is a layer cake inside of the donut at the moment. LG, though, what a performance we saw from them yesterday in that elimination bracket. Staying alive, Exit eliminated, while Esports Arena have found the outside of this building to play down.
Esports Arena just keep going, just keep shredding, and now they move in, and they are still a full 3. The shield swaps around, you've got to push together.
Rainday calls in the villain, and he might feel like that to some of the teams inside of this building at the moment. ESA are kind of going crazy inside of this donut building.
Exo gone, Onyx gone, Moist are losing players, Geo are losing players, but all the meanwhile, Esports Arena are full, healthy 3. So are TSM, so are LG. These are 3 teams that can compete for this game. Nathan still alive as well for NRG.
TSM take to the skies, Imperial House some good shots, and Verholz going to clean them up as well. That's the end of Moist. And look at this position from TSM. Everybody else stacked up inside of this donut building. TSM have views on it. NRG going to be taken out. Luminosity eliminated as well. Gambare Otasan down to just 2. As we have 3 squads now remaining.
So ESA want to eliminate Geo quickly, try and get this fight done before TSM get involved. But TSM will be watching this kill feed, and as soon as they see a knock, they're going to push it.
Just throws an arc star to the skies, hoping maybe it's going to do a huge amount of damage, but as a 2, you're going to hope. But you see the respawn was just called in there momentarily, so maybe a player falling from the sky is going to have an influence on this. There's Young Hee rejoining the battle at just the right time for Geo, plus all the death boxes down. He's going to be able to find some guns to fight.
But look at this positioning from TSM. They have high ground, they can overwatch this. Reps did not get up though. That could be important, but really, TSM want to force this fight between ESA and Geo, and then just wait, just pick up the pieces. It is just strategy at its very best. We've seen it so many times already this tournament. They just wait for the zone to do its job and force these 2 teams out.
He desperately trying to pick up some guns so he can do some damage off that respawn. Has managed to do so. Geo going to have to leave. Playing underneath now. ESA going to be forced out all that while. TSM sat up on top of this spike, waiting. Deep breaths for them to see if anyone pokes where they can clean up the pieces.
And you'd have to ask, looking at this, how did TSM throw this one away with such an incredible position? The answer would be if both teams in this donut would then focus TSM. That's a big hit. That can make things a little bit worrying. ESA have spotted TSM, and maybe TSM were going to have to drop before these 2 teams come out of the donut. That's when things get scary.
TSM having to share some resources as well. Do get back up to full health. What's the next play, though? Do they have the black hole available on Horizon? Maybe to really cause some carnage. How's going to go up to the skies with a gravitational lift, so is the rest of TSM. Grenades in the hand. TSM ascend to the high ground.
TSM take high ground again. They will take the high, and now we're going to see one team down low, but TSM doing a lot of damage, but they've lost reps.
How's still alive. Verhos takes to the skies as well to try and survive. All the carnage breaking out below him. It's all on Big E here for TSM fans to try and survive, but it's Gambare Otasan! Off the back of a respawn, right in that endgame, who managed to close out game number 1.
And it was actually the low ground which was the most powerful position because they were able to force the 2 teams above them into the fight. It may have looked like TSM were in such a good spot because high ground usually wins games, but unfortunately because TSM had to move and the ESA had to focus them, Geo just waited, they watched, and then they push in to get that final killer blow. An intense game to kick us off here at the Split 1 playoffs.
Yeah, just that respawn, absolutely huge to them. You have to question, do Geo win that game as a duo? Probably not in that situation, just to the lack of gunpowder, but getting that player back into the game at right to the death, last breath, has an influence, manages to loot a couple of those boxes after the carnage that had ensued in front of them, and it's Geo who closed things out.
However, the points that TSM were able to get will keep them at first place, and as we know, they've got to get as close as they can to 50 to try and get on match point.
That's game 1 done and dusted. A lot to talk about, and I can't think of many better people in the world to do it. So we're going to send it down to the desk. Rainday, take it away.
Onsec asking what a call and what a moment. That last high ground fight, the middle ground and the low ground, it turned out to be Gambare Otasan on the low ground, representing APAC North, getting the first W here in our match point finals. But remember, Monsoon, you know, it does take a marathon to get there. Nobody's on match point yet, but it was a great sign for APAC North.
Yeah, it was a beautiful first game to start everything out on. Obviously, TSM was in a great position, but because of the zone pulling a little bit south, they had to actually rotate first and share the top side with ESA there. Let's talk about ESA for a second too, because they actually Valk ulted and sniped the second floor of the lava building, which was an insane call. And then they managed to sweep under the side of the donut and be the last into the 5-team pileup, which is amazing. But Geo getting the res off, super crucial. And you got to remember, it's hard to justify trying to fight as ESA there, because in this situation, if you're down 50 health, TSM's going to come out on top every time.
Yeah, Gino.
Yeah, I mean, that push into the donut building where they took out EXO. EXO were, like, at that point, I was calling that God spot, but unfortunately, they got pushed from another team on the bottom floor, I believe, and it was the sandwich between them and ESA. Otherwise, I think ESA may not have made it any further.
Tiff, what did you see there in that last circle? Obviously, good performance from TSM. A lot of fans in the building excited, thought they were going to win, but that's still good news, I think, for North America and the boys.
Yeah, it was really cool. Honestly, throughout when we got to 10 teams, where TSM had positioned themselves on top of Thermal, they were able to engage with all the teams that were surrounding them. You were seeing teams drop left and right, but TSM was always picking up at least one of the eliminations. So granted, maybe they didn't win this map, but they probably had a good enough KP and placement points associated with that to get the good score. Now, question is, we're not on match point yet, so a win really doesn't matter just yet, but congratulations to GO for making that work for them.
Yeah.
Because they did come from elimination round 2, their journey has been one of the longest here so far this week, and they were also the ones breaking out Newcastle and fortifying all of the areas, so they know how to bunker down in an end game.
Yeah, a phenomenal win. We actually saw that a lot in the elimination bracket. NorCal Esports made it there. They were also playing Newcastle. A lot of teams that would sit in zone and try to have these defensive kind of, we'll buy some more time for ourselves, and maybe a mistake will happen on your end. That's kind of what happened here.
Yeah, there were a lot of teams looking for that early zone, but not many were able to find it. This was, I mean, we were talking about chaos before, right? The way this circle shifted ensured chaos. I mean, DZ at the start, I thought they were looking in the best position, were holding the choke above Thermal. Circle shifted drastically. I was like, okay, all right, maybe the village north of Thermal, you know, Onic and NRG, I believe, was sitting there. It shifts again. We've got people going all the way into Thermal, and then it was EXO. Unfortunately, they got crunched, and in the end, it was the teams who were just picking off as many of the others as they could, like TSM, picking up big amounts of kills, and it means it doesn't matter where the circle goes, you've guaranteed those points.
Let's take a look at the highlights of game 1 as we continue to talk about this. Monsoon, with those zone pulls, what do you do in that situation as a pro? Because sometimes it's just bad luck.
Yeah, obviously, like, you can kind of understand the general area of where the zone's going to pull, but once again, you don't know exactly where it's going to end. We've seen many, many variations of this exact zone over the last 2 years, but that's what separates the good from the great, as we can see, the adaptability, the ability to overcome adversity, to push through these teams. So, I mean, obviously, a lot of these teams played super well, especially ESA.
Back off that, would you say that is the most important quality that teams are going to have to display here? The adaptability, the mental?
Absolutely, especially in a battle royale like this. Obviously, there's some variables you can control, but a lot of it you can't.
Tim, what did you see here going on through these highlights towards the end game as well?
All I can see right now are all the Seer exhibits that are on the screen, because let me just tell you, this scan meta has been kind of crazy, but ESA, this in particular, going the distance, I know Girl backstage as well, Monsoon, you and I were kind of talking about ESA and what the storyline could look like for them if they go the distance and take a win here. Because, mind you, they came in from preseason qualifiers, all of the roster swaps that they've had. Luda at one point had a wrist injury, had to overcome the adversity for that, get back to top form, and you know, this team, they're playing with a sub Cody.
Yeah.
And Girl was like, he is one of the most humble people known early on for his insane Octane skills, and speaking of Octane, I know we saw one in the lobby.
Yeah, and that's the thing. There is going to be some legend variation here, and I feel like from the things we've witnessed as well, Fnatic, notably in Game 6 of the elimination bracket, they were actually able to, or it might have been the winners bracket, they were able to actually switch off of the Watson onto the Bangalore. So we're seeing this aggressive kind of Horizon Bangalore Valkyrie meta coming in for those watching at home. It's been the talk of the town for a lot, but we'll see if that adjusts, because this is a whole new beast. The winners bracket is clear, and though Gambare Otusan took first place with 12 placement points and 4 kills, it was really Esports Arena and TSM who came out on top of the lobby.
I mean, you very rarely see someone win a game and then come third after that. I mean, a couple of teams really fragging out here. 14 kills on TSM. I mean, you had 6 on Hal, 7 on Verhulst, and the ever-present support player reps, he chimed in with 1.
Yeah. Incredible stuff here. And you even talked about it. Luminosity had a good game too. Let's look at this backside. What stands out to you, Monsoon, here in the bottom 10?
Unfortunately, Guard being taken out on rotate by EXO because of, you know, Harvester and Landslide. Super unfortunate to see, but they got to shake it off and look forward.
You said that mental adaptation, that ability to adjust. What do you do in game 2 in a situation like that?
Obviously, these players have a lot of experience going through ups and downs. Not everything can go your way, but I mean, we all know the Guard, their mentals are great. They got great team culture. So they just got to lock it in and get ready to go. This is not the end. This is game 1 of a potentially 20-game series. So
now, be aware of this, ladies and gentlemen. People started with points at the top, and this is something that is going to shake up this leaderboard. We started with 10 for first place and all the way down to 1 for our 10th qualifier. So you will see a little bit bit of extra cushion. That's the benefit of going through the winner's bracket.
Yeah, 100%. We know NRG came from the winner's bracket. They won. They got that extra 10 points when they started. So you can see they pick up 7 points in match number 1, coming in with 17 points. But TSM, they were only in the top 5 out of winner's bracket, or maybe a little bit less. I don't remember the exact positioning, so don't judge me, guys. I'm sorry. But regardless, they made up for it just in map number 1. Raven, whatever he is doing with the team to bring out the best individually that they can of each person. I mean, we saw Reps, you said only 1 elimination, but that's because he was sitting back with the 30-30, dealing a lot of damage and letting everyone else pick up the eliminations.
What a day so far. TSM, Ganbare O Tucson and Esports Arena out to a great start in Game 1 here in London. We've got Game 2 coming up of our Match Point Finals. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back to continue the action. Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the Apex Legends Global Series.
WD Black, the official storage partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Welcome back, everybody, to game number 2. Jumping right into the action in our match point final. It's Fallout joined alongside Vicky Kitty for game 2 on World's Edge before we jump into Storm Point on game 3.
Absolutely amazing first game to start things off. Double-digit KP for TSM coming in 3rd ESA with amazing Skyward Dive, but we're diving into already a game number 2 after GO took that first win.
That's right, massive win for Ganbare Tucson, which is so interesting, right? They're dropping Fragment West and splitting some loot with ESA, so you'd think they have such bad loot leading Frag West. We all know Frag West got that nerf a couple of seasons ago with mid-tier loot, and look at this, Gray Shields leaving Frag West, but they were still able to make it to late game and find success given the early rotation. Look how fast they have rotated.
Free agents, by the way. Just gotta note that real quick.
Yeah, former
Dag. I love seeing their name and I love seeing their representation.
Exactly. Former Reject Squad. They are ALGS champions, Year 1 champions in the APAC North region. This is a team that has a ton of experience. Currently an orgless squad, though, hence the white T-shirt that they made for themselves. It's like MLG 2008 with the white T-shirts. You love to see it, but more importantly, any orgs right now looking for a top team, GO is here to play.
Seeing the side-by-side look here as we take a note of where the circle is going to be taking us to the south. Lava Siphon TSM are going to have a ball game with that because they're going to have the beacon. They're going to plan their next move. We saw that ESA on the other screen also had a fantastic first game after that Skyward Dive in a difficult choke point.
That's right. Although we saw ESA eluding the rest of Frag West, also have the Replicator, but hold that thought for just a moment. Exo Clan has decided to be ultra aggressive in this lobby. They took out the guard early in the last game. Well, look like they're trying to do it again. They are 4th overall in total average kills on the weekend. They have been playing so aggressive. They are 3rd overall in total average points, 7.73 points a game. This is a team that is playing at a top 5 caliber right now.
When we talk about teams that also excel, because we know that World's Edge, and after this game we're going to go on to Storm Point, the team that has the most wins on World's Edge throughout this weekend in playoffs is EXO. They have 4 wins currently right now. Guard, they also have 4 wins in total, but one of those wins comes from Storm Point. They have 3 wins in 2nd on World's Edge right behind EXO. And RG, one of the teams that we also saw take early final circle positioning on the high ground inside of that building. We saw Sweet charging things up with the charge rifle, beaming down a lot of the players coming in, but let's hold that thought as LG Yanya get the first knock into Imperial Hal.
Oh my god, Reps with the beam though might find a way to give them an opportunity to clutch this 2v3. Yanya, push it wide left, gonna get the elimination on Hal. Hal is out, and who is it? None other than the nightmarish Yanya, formerly known as Ganjaman. So dominant, El Presidente takes out the CEO.
I gotta give my love over to Mexico Luminosity. That's why this has been my team to watch after an insane performance yesterday, getting 23 KP in one game. They look like they were farming, they look like they were playing pubs, and they need to bring that confidence going into this final day.
That's right. You know, look, I call them the Nightmare Squad. Why? Because every team in North America has had nightmares. I guarantee it. Of LG just farming the lobby. They've done it time and time again throughout Pro League, and here they are right now. It's a nightmare for TSM, perhaps some nostalgia, as Hal's going to get taken out already to the hands of LG. But really good job from Reps and Verholst. They tried seeing if they can clutch the 2v3. Recognize, yeah, not our fight. Let's back out. Let's reset. Let's play as a team of two. Won't have a chance to grab banner most likely either. So we'll see how Reps and Verholst will do. Not the typical duo of Reps and Hal that we're used to seeing in these late games.
Gotta nerf them out here after that performance in that first game. They're looking to be very kill heavy. Now playing as a duo, Reps gets pinged by the 30-30 right now.
Well, interesting TSM discussion going on right now. I'd love to jump into a listen in with TSM if we can. Heard there's a lot of chatter and perhaps some disagreement, but for now, hold that thought. GO already lost one. They're pushing Rambo though. Kion's gonna get the back with a charge rifle, and just after, Juzna is out. The guard says we're back for game 2.
That looked like a bait as Rambo tries to hype up the crowd. He says, speak our name. The guard is here to hold on the high ground, but they put them in the line of sight on purpose. Gio tried to push Rambo, try to wrap around the corner. Guess what? The guard was waiting for them with a charge rifle on the high ground on top of the rooftop.
And Rambo, like a goalie in a net, says, don't you dare. Do you know who I am? Shuts him down, and the guard comes out on top. What's the difference there? Ooh, okay, cheeky little sentinel shot from Artin. IGL this squad. And by the way, Artin, as young as he is, the only player in all of South America competing in this tournament that played in the first ever LAN in Krakow, Poland, the first international competition. Artin is still here to play. They picked up Singularity's Elysium. He's actually Chilean, Spanish-speaking, learned Portuguese to be able to communicate with his team. The fragger for this squad, best controller player in the region. They always play around his play style, which is Elysium. Get loose, go find some kills, we got your back. Besk, the best support player in South America, is the reason that Elysium can make so many plays.
Our only South American team here in this finals lobby too, Singularity, have been putting themselves on the map. I mean, that's why they were #1 in that region for a reason. They've been ahead of the curve out here, and I like the way that they're playing this circle, playing off the south side. Sometimes we get to see the beacon out here, pulling all the way down towards launch site, but at the moment, they're just holding this building to prevent any of the squads that maybe want to wrap behind them through dome.
Nothing but foreheads on player cams right now. That's how you know these players are locked as we switch over to another forehead. Nick Burke's try-hard mode activated. Shout out to Nick and every other Pro League player who just didn't qualify or didn't make it. You know, Monsoon is here, which is great. But of course, everyone watching at home, appreciate y'all tuning in. Hope you're enjoying Match Point Finals right now as we switch on over to Alliance. Yuki, Hakis, and Mandy had a slow start to the competition, but never lost confidence. They finally stopped getting contested from Flora in Thermal Station, and they've been looking great ever since. Had a good start in game 1. Look at the shots from Mandy wide right. Gets his break.
We know the crowd absolutely loves Mandy. Mandy was popping off earlier, just yesterday. They were feeling themselves. They're also bringing their confidence into this day.
Yeah, I mean, literally popping off on top of a desk. He jumped on a desk to hype up the crowd. Yeah. Any Mandy fans here in Copper Box Arena? Make some noise for Mandy and Alliance as we take a look at Hakis. The IGL for this squad, stone cold killer. He is so focused, so regimented. Former military member in his home country of Sweden and runs his team that way. Very, very organized, but at the same time, always knows how to maintain vibes. It's really Yuki's job for the squad. Big shout out to Yuki as well, former model, TV star in China, moved back to the UK during COVID, started studying, and is still a full-time university student, which is awesome. While competing, not many pro players can say they have 2 full-time roles.
Amazing to juggle so much here. Space Station, as we tune in to them, getting circle kept by Ascend on the other side, dropped notes exactly where they are on top of the roof here of this building.
Yeah.
Trying to find a way if they could try to go in through this building, at least get into that next circle right now. Frex now taking some chances, just trying to restabilize. Ascend now taking a nice little off angle as a Seer ult goes online.
That's right.
Oh, nice timing on the crypto EMP to delete the Seer ult. No more information left.
That's going to be big, and that's what this team does. The longest lasting crypto team in the world. Kasher's been doing it since 2-3 years ago when crypto was released. Meanwhile, Lufka, new player on this team, Polish sensation. He's been so good for them. Zanile's gonna go down to Kashera's Arc Star. That leaves SSG. Frexes with 104-degree fever right now, trying to channel his inner Michael Jordan for the last dance.
See the Bangalore smokes coming in. The Arc Star just sliding all the way too as Kashera gets the crack. After getting that one knocked though, they trade 2 for 2 as Ascend now down 2. Frex is trying to restabilize and Space Station have the man advantage.
Look at this! Frex isn't dropped as a duo! Are you kidding me? Michael Jordan and Pippen are gonna do it! For the last time as teammates, the last dance, Space Station Gaming clutches a 2v3.
Dropped and Frex coming in clutch as Zanio is gonna get res in the beacon right here. Let's not forget, they were the ones at the disadvantage. They were the ones trying to wrap right inside of this building. The Seer ult got denied by the EMP and they were able to turn that fight around.
Unbelievable performance. Frex is the first pro player to switch to controller. Started a trend, by the way, as you know, Hal and a few others have done it since JMW, who unfortunately did not qualify. Invictus Gaming not here. Our hearts go out to them. We know they'll bounce back for Split 2, but for now, it's E6, Amphi, the rookie on this team. Effect from Alliance, so talented. Said Amphi is the one that defined and created the R301 meta, which is obviously a bold statement, but that's how good Amphi is. He was one of the first players to start beaming with the R301 in ranked, a complete ranked grinder picked up by this E6 squad.
Love stories like that here too. Crowd putting in some chants. E6, a lot of fans in this arena. Shout out to E6 fans out here, trying different things. Absolutely love the energy as the Bloodhound, Bangalore, and Crypto are gonna come in.
Well, Copperbox, you want an E6 listening? Want to hear some comms from the E6 squad? Let's go ahead and jump right into a listening with E6, led by K-Swinny.
We're fine, we're fine. I think it's a team middle tree, they just low ulted. I'm gonna look. Nice, nobody middle tree. What about this? What? On my ping. What about in back? Yeah, just walk up middle tree already. Okay, I'm walking up. Yeah, it is a team on the window, okay. Careful, this team can angle for free, okay? They are after pop. So, yeah, good. Careful on middle and feet, just check your eyes. One team is coming play here, okay? We need to be careful now. Okay. I'm gonna be droning. No, I don't have drone yet. It's a team on the ping. You see the ping, right? Yes, sir. It's a team here. Yeah. This team gonna move up on us. We walk. Prepare yourself. We have an enemy. Shit, by the way.
We have an enemy. And there you have, a listen-in with E6, the last mostly British squad remaining, representing their home turf. Amphi, Slayers, both from the United Kingdom. K-Swinny from France, the only French player competing in this lobby. Vive Francais, we have a lot of great French talent and Apex legends, but Game Ward, the all-French team, not able to qualify here. So now, all hands and all eyes rest on this one IGL K-Swinny. Switching back over to Space Station, who made their rotate through. They got Zanio back, and SSG is back to a team of 3. Can they have a 96 Bulls-esque last dance here? Can they end it with a championship? This roster confirmed is breaking up after this event. Dropped, rumored to be going to Optic Gaming. Who knows what the future holds for Frexes and Zanio?
Actually crazy. The guard, Rambo, falling incredibly low after landing right here. Keon also falling low, right in the line of sight of another team that's trying to hold the top end of that building. They find refuge inside of this truck right now. But TSM, GO, Ascend, the 3 squads that made it pretty in the late game for that first game already out as the guard are gonna get pulled out by the black hole. Keon gets knocked on the other side by another team. It's LG that are holding the high ground, and they're also in the line of sight of Space Station.
That's right, Space Station, LG, and Fnatic is right at the south side of Lava Siphon, putting pressure on the guard. Oh, and both numbers gonna go down. It's all gonna be up to the IGL in RKN with Crypto. Can get a mobile res, and is gonna immediately go for it. We'll see how he plays this. Could be risky. Could get immediately pinned. EMP dropped. Is he gonna get the res? Looks like he will. But will they survive is the question, because he's dropping likely right on top of Fnatic. Wow, what a risky and ballsy res.
At least they're gonna be able to at least drift towards that little platform if they can find a way to get not only on the platform, but the Fnatic's already calling it out. They're blocking the rotation. I like this split up because now they're landing right into the line of sight of Fnatic. Fnatic with open arms, taking care of Keon. Yes, give us more KP. We took you out once, we'll take you out again.
That's a great point. Bonus points at this point for Fnatic. Why? have a bold prediction that they will clutch up on match point. Right now, it's not looking too good. 3 points for them, 17th place, but a good game here. Can certainly turn that around. It's only one game in. Second game here. If you're just joining us, welcome to the ALGS Championship Sunday for the Split 1 playoffs. Fallout alongside Vicky Kitty, Onset, Gaskin, cast in the action here as we have SSG fully kitted in purple for now with 6 kill points in 14th place.
By the way, Rambo managed to get away from Fnatic. I mean, with the Valkyrie, when you come down from that dropship, you get support. This is Space Station! Oh, he don't miss! Oh, Matutosh getting caught by the wingman in the hands of Zenial. Meanwhile, Exet finds Rambo. He can't get away from another team.
Is that Zenial or Hardeki circa 2019-20 with the wingman? Insane shots right there from Zenial. Likely will get the res, will be that squad, but nonetheless, at least put some damage on them. But look at the zone here, and if we can get the overhead map to show you where the next zone is going to be, we do have that intel. We want to give it to you so we can let you know which teams are already there. But right now it's Dark Zero, Alliance, E6, well positioned. Moist on a late rotate here. They will find zone. They'll find some cover, some moment of respite, but down to barely any health is Walty. He'll get heal back up.
Oh, and he gets stopped. He's getting griefed. It's not just the missile swarm. It's that sear tech as well, as Walty's going to try to restabilize with shield cells, but he doesn't have bigger meds. He doesn't have a shield bat, and he gets taken out just as ESA get eliminated from this lobby.
Wow. ESA out, Moist falling. 2 members of Moist down. Dark Zero, it's going to be the former APAC South dominant team that eliminates Moist Esports from the competition. Down to 15 squads. Notice how stacked these lobbies are. Late game is so packed with teams, unlike any scrim and any preparation that these teams could put in. No one is pushing an early game here. Meanwhile, let's jump on board with Xset, the team that has dominated the North American region for the last year and a half since Team Liquid. They've been playing so good alongside TSM and NRG as the best teams in North America.
Guard baby going down right here in 15th. Back to the lobby as Xset C, the lone survivor of the Guard, RKN, running for his life, hiding behind the rock. There you go, claim that KP. The Guard get taken out. It's Xset looking to farm. You saw that they were pressuring out Rambo originally too with that charge rifle.
Yeah, and I thought that was a team of 3 right there. But yeah, there's just the Rat and the Guard. So nice job, good headshots right there. Good aim from Sykes. Controller, Demon. Played with Luda in Challenger Circuit last year. Who would have thought 1 year later you'd be playing on the main stage for a first place finish potentially?
It is a massacre of the Skyward Dives. It is a massacre out here. Every team that we've seen try to reposition with the Skyward Dive so far have been pressured out by these charge rifles. Currently Ziki getting taken out. EXO now down to 2. They won't be able to get that res as Onyx are going to try to fully send and take advantage of that.
Yeah, just a great knockdown shields. Yeah, easy kill right there on Ziki. Shady picks it up. Shady and Rocky have been competing in the APAC South region for quite a few years now, but first time qualifying. Right now, dropped. Frexis find themselves in a tough fight. It's going to be a trade, but again, SSG's going to do it. A 3v3 team fight win from them. Can they get the res before they get third party, though? No, it's Fnatic.
Fnatic saw that they were shooting
Cancel
originally.
the res.
Oh, huge stick there too. Yes, absolutely. With the Arcstar, Meltstera melting everybody out here as Space Station are trying to run away.
And that's tragic. It was the Seer Q cancellation of the res in the last millisecond that prevented SSG from having their third member in that fight and being able to potentially run away and heal up. Fnatic now. Team of 3 on high ground. APAC North, Japan represented. Matsutasu, Meltstera, and the boys looking to perform here with a Valkyrie. We'll see where they rotate to.
Look at Zenial just scurrying away. The only survivor of Space Station playing by the rocks. Singularity also on the high ground right now. So the circle is closing in. If we could see where the circle is, that'd be absolutely huge because it's going to be pulling towards the outskirts of Tree, closer towards the east side. Singularity now, take it to the sky. Oh, 2 other squads, 3 squads. The skies are looking congested out here as Fnatic involved in a fight.
So FNC decides to drop on top of E6, who's in God spot and got there early. ExoClan can be eliminated in your kill feed. But Fnatic say, E6, we don't care about your rev team, we don't care about your new team comp with Crypto. We're gonna just push you. 2v2 now. Nice shots. Oh, the melt. Switches to the Havoc. We don't see a lot of Havoc in late game, but FNC's gonna get taken out to the hands of Amphi. The rookie goes big.
E6 as the crowd goes wild for their support. We saw what they brought to the table in the last game. One of the most flexible squads out here as we see the chaos happening in the low-end buildings of the tree.
It's LG, not looking good. LG's out. Mexico eliminated in 10th. SNG from just south. In South America, still alive. Xset down to just Nocturnal, the IGL for this team. What a shot from Arton.
Arton getting that finish onto Sykes as NRG are taking up the inside of this building. They are fencing up the perimeter right now, playing for the late game. They see the Sear attack coming in over to their left. I believe they also have not only the RE45, but yeah, you can see the Rampage in Sweet's hands, playing this very patiently though. 2 other squads in this vicinity of the building before Dark on the outside. He beat them with a revved up Rampage.
That's right, let's jump right into a listing with NRG, the best team in this tournament so far.
We're getting AP'd. Go back up completely. Up here, I think. No, we're fine. Then here! Flash dead! Nice, I'm putting it. I need the armor swap, I put I'm leaving it for you, Maddie. We're in another zero, we're fine. Still in zone, boys, not doing anything, but we are playing aggressive for kills here. Okay. Can we maybe, I'm gonna peek below us again. Yo, I have a gen for you, Nate. I have a gen for you. They're not here. Okay. I'm popping another ultic cell. Yeah, you grab that one when you're done. Yeah. Double and 40%. Great peeking stairs.
Oh, well played right there from NRG. Here, the great IGLing of Sweet. Can this be the one? The first LAN championship that Sweet wins or even places top 3. We've seen it before with NRG. They dominate the winner's bracket final and then didn't show up in the championship final. This time, a different story as NRG is looking so good. Sweet is looking to prove that he is the best IGL in Apex Legends, but he's got to get through Hal and so many others. Hockey's, K-Swinny, top IGLs in this competition alongside Kashera and many, many more.
I mean, this is the way to do it right now, Follow. 6 squads left. Dark Zero, Sharky living up the land, by the way. Not a lot of heavy having to work with, but it's not like he needs it. He gets the shot with the Senti. Takes care of Best, takes care of the last member as Team Singularity fall.
Talk about great IGLs. We take a look at Zero trying to show, hey, I might not talk a lot, I might not tweet a lot, but I'm here, Fallout. Nice job from Zero, the IGL of Dark Zero. Anti-Sharky watching at home. On board of Guild, on board of Sweet, team of 2. They lost 1 in that fight. I don't know what happened. I think it might have been a 3v2. Oh, full team of 3 with E3 to 6, and they're gonna push this, but Watson fences galore. It's a perimeter. Take a look here as NRG has to defend.
Zero coming in online. Aimbot trying to take a little off angle by the stairwell. The Arcstar gonna buy in some space. NRG playing this nice and safe. Sweet getting beamed though. He goes right to the safety of the gen, and E36 are gonna fully send it.
Oh, Guild's gonna get the first knock. Can they clutch the 2v3? No! NRG eliminated. Nice shot by E36, just trading shots there. But Dark Zero's gonna swoop right in. Dark Zero, the back-to-back LAN champions, looking to cement their dynasty with a 3rd championship win in a row. If they do that, Zero is the unprecedented best in-game leader at Apex, and Dark Zero, a dynasty.
Creating a record, creating a legacy out here. Dark Zero also have such great natural cover as it's Dark Zero versus Alliance for this game too.
Are you kidding me, Vicky? It comes down to a game of arenas on a unique new map called The Tree. Mandy, Yuki, Hockey's, couple of boxes to work with. Both teams have equal high ground. Love the elevation fight here, love the terrain, and the level designers at Respawn. Let's take a look here and see how they play this. Is the zone be closing? We have to see where the zone's closing. I'd love to see the map.
This is smart from Dark Zero to make the quick rotation. Yeah, they give the slight high ground, but that's fine. They get beamed by Yuki with a charge rifle in his hand. Deadly combination right now, and I like the off angles that we're seeing from Alliance. Mandy also holding on to the high ground.
That's right. Dark Zero decides to take low ground here. They play the wide right angle. The zone's pretty central, but look at the high ground as the advantage for Mandy. He's going to beam. The PK shot connects, but he gets melted. He's going to be out of the fight temporarily. This is the chance for Dark Zero to heal up or neutralize. Yuki gets beamed as well. Dark Zero's playing this little bit. Hockey sees the first knock. Hockey's gonna follow up with some good damage. Gets the second knock. They get a 3rd. Hockey's the IGL Alliance, the champions.
Look at Yuki's pop up. Look at him hype up the crowd as everybody goes crazy. Everybody stands up in the crowd for Alliance.
The brotherhood of this squad, Pierre, has not gotten nearly enough recognition as the new coach of this team. The impact he has made has been profound. Former member of Flavor of the Month, Virtus Pro, Pierre, a champion of the summer circuit with that squad, Taylor and Knopf back then, competing against Hockey's now, coaching him. There he is behind him. And what a celebration, what a win from left to right, Mandy, Hockey's, and Yuki.
Absolutely love the emotion from this team. You saw it throughout the entire weekend. You saw the confidence, and they are bringing everything to the table right now. Alliance taking that second game. In that first game, they did drop in 10th. They only got 1 KP. So this is huge here for them to get that confidence, to build up that gap.
Yeah, they're undoubtedly going to take first place from that, right? 10 plus a massive high kill game. Great job overall from Alliance. That's what they needed here in this game 2 to get themselves a lead and get closer to match point, itching closer and closer to that 50-point threshold to unlock match point. Let's go ahead and throw it to the desk to break it down.
Fallout Vicky Kitty, thank you so much for the hype. Copperbox Arena, make some noise for the game so far. It has been a fun one indeed. Match point off to a scintillating start, if I do say so myself. Rain Day, Monsoon, Tiff, and Gino on the desk here to break it down. Game 2, a lot of different storylines. I'm going to start with you, Monsoon. What did you see? It was a great final fight, great ending.
Yeah, it's not often you get to see 2 teams 3v3 battle it out in the end, especially like 2 teams as those. But we saw the zone kind of shift towards the south. It was interesting to see it pull a tree instead of launch site there. I think one thing to definitely note and think about was the fight of E36 and Energy on the building, Nate getting picked off early, unfortunately, but there is something to be said about the duo buff, right? Guild still having the RE45, and unfortunately E36 couldn't make it clean enough, so they got swept and by Dark Zero. And then it turned into a 3v3. And of course, Alliance definitely had the upper ground closer toward the end zone. And Dark Zero trying to find their way around the left and the right side to see if they can get any advantageous picks or damage. But, you know, Alliance come out on top. It was definitely close there, but we saw some incredible shots from Hakas.
Tiff, you saw the hype that Yuki had, the hype that Alliance had, the hype the building had here when that win went off. What do you think that means for Alliance's chances here? We know it's going to mean a lot of points, but can this be their day?
I mean, this is showing that they already have what it takes to get that rotation and take that isolated 3v3 at the end, but you just have to position yourself well enough throughout the game, withstand the other 19 insane teams in the lobby to make that happen, and they're doing just that. Then you talk about the clutch factor, right? We know Yuki's got it. We've seen him go that 1v1 against Tal. Everyone loved it. The internet loved it. But also Mandy has the ability to stand cold as well. We even saw him celebrate a little and break out Pathfinder yesterday, so he's been doing really well picking up that horizon and adjusting to that as well.
Dark Zero's been phenomenal, Genome. You've seen them so much, probably more than anyone else, even outside of LAN, in terms of the way they structure their fights, and they like to swing wide and take that space and force you in. This time it was Alliance doing it back to them. Just an unfortunate spot for Dark Zero to be in?
Yeah, it was. You saw after Dark Zero cleaned up on the inside here in the building, by the time they pulled out there, Alliance had already taken those vantage points on several sides of them, and they just really had all the sightlines they needed to win that fight. I mean, as soon as I saw that, honestly, as much as I love the boys, I was like, it's kind of over before it started there.
Hey, I love you. But
it was an interesting, really start to the fight. Start to the entire game, though, as well. And we saw, like, the sort of reversal of traffic, so everyone funneling into launch side through the chokes there. You know, and those chokes, we were talking about it with Monsoon in the green room, you know, they're so important to fight over. But once the zone swung back, and this is the second time in a row we've seen it, these crazy World's Edge pulls, all of a sudden they've just got to retread all the ground they just went over, and that changes everything completely, because Alliance, they wouldn't have thought they were in the best position, but once it swung back to tree, all them.
And, you know, that high ground, too, being able to play on this rock was so crucial for Mandy, because he just had sight. He was able to get the damage off and then just creep back so that no one else could fire on him and get that shield battery to come back into the fight. And you mentioned it, Tiff. Yuki, the passion on his face right there, encouraging the crowd to get going. And you could tell they feel that this is their moment. Alliance, they have been denied of a playoff win. They have been denied of so many championship wins, so many LAN wins. When people thought they were a favorite, it does feel like something is different this time around, Tiff.
I mean, something is definitely different. They have so much to fight for. They want to hoist that trophy up, and they have so much support all around them here in the stadium, back at home, just everything that they are fighting for. They want to prove that they're best. And Hakas up there, the IGL of that team, really knows how to utilize their abilities and position, even bringing in the sub, right, of Mandy, position him to be the best of his self and what he can bring to elevate Hakas and Yuki.
And I mean, a nice situation to be able to lose a young star who's maybe taking over the league in effect and not be able to be here, and then to have Mandy sub in, such experience and LAN experience. I mean, that's maybe the best sub Alliance could have hoped for.
Oh, absolutely. Mandy has been a dominating player from the start. And honestly, I'm really pleased to see him back on stage, having fun, being himself, and winning. So,
you know, Scar is not able to get the job done, one of our top teams in Europe for so long, one of our earliest playoff winners, and one of the more winningest prize pool teams in EMEA. Mandy going to content creation, Wouldn't it be ironic if, as a sub with Alliance, he actually wins his first LAN?
And it's so strange that Apex has this history now of these super subs, right? Like how have we got so many amazing players that are just ready and available to play when LAN rolls around? I mean, you know, JMW winning in Sweden, Rambo almost going all the way over in Rally, and now we've got Mandy potentially looking to, you know, make it 3 out of 3.
I would love the story. It's a great one. Alliance, though, are going to be the ones to have to make us tell it by winning again. They still have a few points in front of their match point, though. Let's watch back that final circle that got us here with them most likely on top of the leaderboard. Stats and scores coming up just after this. But look at that. Dark Zero not in a great position. You had mentioned it, Monsoon. Walk us through this final fight.
Yeah, it's kind of difficult for Dark Zero to approach this 3v3. There's not a lot of time left. Obviously, the building that they were in is on low ground Alliance. Having the center zone, or the end zone, closer towards them, they have the verticality difference, and while it is difficult to shoot down, shooting up's definitely a little bit easier for sure. But we see here, Mandy almost falling, but being able to pop a bat while Yuki tries to trade aggression here, getting some damage is not a lot, but Hawkus on the left side really opening it up for them, doing a lot of damage, flying back. And unfortunately for DZ, it's just not going to be enough. Hawk is making a lot of value.
And actually, the EVA 8, which I do not prefer, I think a lot of people kind of prefer the Peacekeeper right now. The EVA 8, the reason he got that final finish, because he needed that couple of shots in a row quickly before the Valk was able to get around the corner and get another bat off. That was kind of a perfect storm for them, but also the tag team, the energy that they were able to have. Manny gets low, and then all of a sudden Yuki comes in, then Hockey shows up.
And you're also seeing the difference between the comps there, right? I mean, sure, they had high ground to start with, but the Horizon, that gave them the opportunity to be able to get up on the rock, where you see Dark Zero taking the longest path around because they know they have to get up there to try and challenge Alliance, and that's the only way they can get there, by using their feet.
Yeah, that is one of those things that when you get into a team that, and we've seen this before, certain teams kind of end up in that final circle in this tournament, in this day, like more often than not. So you're fighting kind of similar comps. If you have an issue with comps that are continually able to get high ground over you, you're going to have to figure out very quickly how you're going to play that, whether it's pushing the pace before they have a chance, Tiff, or whether it's finding a way to react to somebody that's possibly going to have an advantage every time you go against them one-on-one.
Yeah, I mean, you just think, especially on World's Edge. Now, granted, we are going to be switching maps soon, so that's going to be exciting. But
right about
you
that,
think, yeah, hey, maybe. But the Horizon, right? You can utilize the grab lift. You said for the rock as well, but especially on World's Edge, when you're in and around Thermal Station, if zones tend to end there and out by Climatizer, and you're already on the ground, you don't have a Horizon in your comp. Maybe you're playing a Valkless comp, which we've seen throughout the year. You are stuck. Like, you are just like, all right, look, I guess I better get my rock climbing gear on because I'm going up. But no, and that zone starts to close. That is not how you want to go down here at all. So it plays off well.
All right, let's take a look at the standings. We do have it, the results for match 2. It is Alliance with a 22-point win, 12 for placement points. And if you're a fan watching at home, just add that 12 if they're first and however many kills they've got. We got great UI in the game. You can kind of get to this before. Sometimes we'll show you. Dark Zero, 15. Fun 1-2-3 following up in 3rd place, but they actually end up in 4th in terms of overall points. Interforce, 36. Got to talk to them in a decent game by NRG. Not a great one, but decent, 5 points. Let's get to page 2 and run through these. Space Station, 7 points as well. To be in the bottom 10, to have 6 kills. Fnatic as well. Very, very good signs for those teams. And a team, TSM, we had been talking about Ascend, who would be talking about Esports Arena, who's in our top 5, really not showing up after this. As we take a look at the series results, you'll see a little reaction to this Genome. Alliance on top now.
Yeah, I mean, we had the bottom 2 from the last game, from the first game. Sorry, top 2 from the first game, bottom 2 from the last game. And as we see how that reflects here in the series results, I mean, even, you know, a team like Interforce who are popping off that game, not even in the top 10 right now, but that is because the middle of this is so hotly contested and still not many teams being able to separate themselves from the pack, only Alliance.
All right, I'm gonna tell you exactly why I picked Alliance to win this, the whole thing. And it's down to the fact that in winner's bracket, they were able to get their win on World's Edge. So talking about the map rotation, they got enough points on World's Edge. They just need 18 on 2 maps of Stormpoint, and then we're going right back to World's Edge, where they already have the ability to get a win. So that's why I picked Alliance. I broke it all down by the maps, and I think they can do it again.
So it's a statistical guarantee, essentially. You're trying to say the data has driven you to this
I didn't do any math.
Oh, no math, okay.
No math associated with that, just the fact that they won.
Yeah, me neither. All right, it's time to get into game 3. Let's see if Alliance can continue on their streak. And we've got 2 casters ready to kick it off. Let's get into it. Match 3 about to begin here in London.
Thank you so much, Rain Day, and everyone in the arena. Make some noise as we get ready for game number 3. Alliance and EU currently on top of the leaderboards by a margin. Fallout alongside Vicky Kitty, and I hate to say it, but I told you so with the Alliance prediction.
Okay, hold on. I know Alliance has been popping off. I love watching Yuki also find his stride. We saw him popping off throughout the entirety of the weekend. The rest of the Alliance squad, Hockey's coming in clutch. Now we move on to Stormpoint, though, Fallout.
That's right.
We got to talk about the consistency between some of these teams moving between World's Edge and Stormpoint, since it's not going to be like the usual. We got 2 maps on World's Edge, 2 maps on Stormpoint, and vice versa before switching forward.
Yeah, that's right. Talk to me a little bit, Vicky. What are some teams that tend to thrive on Stormpoint? The obvious one is XSET dropping Cascade Falls and Center Map, right?
Yeah, so right now, I believe we have 4 teams actually in total that have 2 wins on Stormpoint throughout the course of the weekend, throughout playoffs right now. We have Dark Zero, Ascent, GO, and XSET. The other teams that have found a win on here, obviously it's just been 1 win so far. So we've been finding more of that success, that consistency on World's Edge. Now, can it be just the comfort pick for some of these teams since they have a lot more time on World's Edge? That's the question, or is it the compositions that we've been seeing some of these teams rock when it comes to Edge comps?
That's one of the best kind of macro storylines of the competition is you have to perform on both. Some teams are better than others on certain maps. Will Cascade, Broken Moon, or other maps potentially be added to the rotation? We'll find out. But I love the fact that we have 2 maps at least for now, compared to the old days of 6 games of World's Edge. But here we go. Dropship flying across World's Edge, a very even drop line for these teams. As we jump in to the last and final game, the Antenna Hot Zone is going to come through. That's going to be for Enter Force 36, the squad from APAC North.
Seeing where our teams are going to get settled. I know that there was a 50-50 going down originally in Down Beast between DF and GO, but it looks like GO are just going to be able to take care of Down Beast, while Dark Zero obviously always landing by Mill. They've claimed that space already. We're going to have amazing loot, and now we see exactly where the circle is going to be taking us. RKN wasting no time to scan that beacon too.
Yeah, that's right. So a couple things to help everyone understand here. Obviously, throughout the weekend, we've seen a lot of early aggression, a lot of contests as teams truly did not want to give up their drop spot. But now it's 20 teams, it's the grand finals lobby. These all teams have a handshake agreement to say where you're dropping, no early contests, no one's going to leave it to a 50-50. So as a result, you won't see any early game fights. So instead, let's talk a little bit about what we can see in terms of rotations. A couple things. Here's where the zone's going. Well, very central, slightly west. This is the XSET sweet spot zone. They have the replicator, expect them to craft up and immediately rotate. Rambo, RKN, and Keon, well, a team that likes to early rotate as well, and a great IGL and zone predictor. He's got the algorithms figured out so incredibly well in RKN. Expect them to early rotate. Look how fast they've left Jurassic Park. They ain't gonna farm no Prowlers.
Absolutely love it here too. I like how you highlighted the guard. This is one of the teams right alongside EXO that have the most wins in this lobby throughout the course of the weekend. 4 wins in total for both these teams. But the guard, they found a win on Stormpoint, unlike EXO, who found all their wins on World's Edge. So with this quick rotation, wondering where they're going to be rotating around by the south side of that rock. They're going to be posted up right behind Ascent, and they're predicting where the circle's going to be. And you already know Ascent's going to settle down with the Watson fences. They're going to be able to scan that beacon for free with Kashira's crypto drone.
This is huge. Ascent, also an early rotate team. But look at this, the guard, just like first game at least, Fun drops on their head. I think that was with the gravity cannon. Yes, it was. Oh my God, Fun, are you kidding me? It comes down to a skirmish. Arcan last alive. Sungjun down to 10 HP. Arcan can clutch this. No, he's gonna get taken out. The guard is eliminated by Fun123. Former AD Raccoon Squad. Does Ascend decide to join the fun? Pun intended.
They lose out on Karampe here, though, and this is Ascend's note to be able to try to fully set it, take advantage. They saw the fight going on right in front of their eyes, but Fun, understanding that the third party was rolling in, immediately try to restabilize. Karampe is going to be able to get inside the safety of this building, and currently with Fun, walking away with that early KP, it's insane that we were just talking about the guard, how they wanted to settle into their position, but the gravity cannon, the yeet cannon, allowing Fun to cut off their rotation.
Yeet cannon vernacular in there. Vicky and I have been calling it the yeet cannon. We're trying to make it a thing, so Apex Queen, if you want to join, let us know. Nice damage going to come through. Fun is going to absolutely rat and use the ratting to success. Oh my goodness. Fun123, a quick 5 KP. They take out 2 teams from the lobby.
Let's not forget that they landed Barometer. That's how they were able to use the gravity cannon to get all the way over here, and they're already claiming heads. They are feeling themselves, already starting the game with the first circle just closing in with 6 KP.
And here's what's so interesting. Barometer had a replicator. So instead of playing passive in a grand final, being nervous, saying, let's just craft up, let's take our time, they ignore the replicator, quick rotate, and catch the guard off guard. Maybe they did their homework. I would assume they did their homework and knew that the guard likes to early rotate on these zones and caught them tripping and slipping. quick KP, quick kills. I mean, I love what I'm seeing out of Fun. This is just insane from the former AD Raccoon, great team from Korea.
Cutting them off right here like it's a congested traffic. And you have to talk about also, this is a squad that likes to run the Valkyrie, the Crypto, the Seer. They also had the Beacon, so they were able to get that immediately too, as we see TSM rocking the double purple. Verho still with the blue. They're getting shot at. They're on the high ground right now. They also have the Beacon right in front of them, but they have to see which of the squads that are playing the low ground that wanted to try to shoot at them from behind.
That's right. Fun fact here, only 4 APAC North teams qualified of the 10.
Yeah.
3 out of 4 are Korean, but I believe only 3 or 4 out of the 10 were Korean. So the Koreans showing up big time in the interregional national play. 1 Japanese squad representing its Fnatic, but Ganbarea Tucson, Enter Force 36, and Fun 123, all Korean squads. Really, really impressive showing from the nation.
Love how you highlight that, just breaking down all the regions here too. Mia, 3 teams out of 10 made it into the finals. NA has 8 teams out of 10 in this finals. APAC South, we're talking about it before. 4 teams out of 5, North 4 out of 10. South America with only Singularity making it through here as Dreamfire on top of the high ground right now, trying to contest this other squad after getting some information from Tao.
That's right, another early fight. 2 squads already eliminated, all from 1 team. Now it's Dreamfire, another team from the APAC region, looking to get themselves a few KP as well. The Bangalore Ultimate gonna come down. Roy, so mechanically gifted. Our good friend Genome likes to say he's a top 5 mechanical player in the world. That's a bold statement. And guess who's on top? TSM, who says we are the mechanical greats. Imperial Hal gets some initial damage, and TSM's gonna reset here. And this is so scary because this could easily be third party, especially for TSM on high ground.
Wondering if the other squads in the area also seeing the Seer ults coming alive. Rory gets the family power up though, okay? We gotta talk about that family in the crowd supporting Rory. Dreamfire though, lose out on Tao, playing out of a number disadvantage after Burrows gets that first knock.
Oh, Rep's gonna get knocked. 2v2, look who comes through! It's Imperial Hal on the flank! And then eliminates 1, can he get the second? Last member alive on high ground.
Let's go into a quick TSM listening while they try to clean up this fight.
Res, right out. I think I have armor. I can't get back. It's all you, bro. Okay. I'm going to the roof. Nice job. Go, boys. Hold presence on roof. I'm popping. There's nobody. I'm telling you, nobody can kill us on edge. Yes, sir, baby. Good job. Ultic cell, take this, Jordan. Pop this shit right now. Yeah, I gotta wait. Yeah, let me know when I can come. Pop the Ultic cell first, just in case you get thirded.
So quick listen in with TSM right there. If we could pull up the map side by side and show you TSM calling for the third, and that's the right play, right? That's a smart play because it's such a third-partyable building. But take a look, no one's nearby. So nice shot from TSM, clearing that fight. Maybe perhaps just a little bit of luck. His teams are so focused on early rotates in these very stacked lobbies. You got to rotate early to get positioning. If you don't, you're going to be left with no home and no place to play. TSM opting for a hard edge playstyle here, despite not having a replicator to craft at the wall. They're going to go down to Cascade Falls likely and craft here soon. We got to be careful for Singularity and NRG nearby.
Yeah, NRG going to be rotating away from Checkpoint, their usual POI. Like you mentioned, there is the replicator out there for them to also use. Talked about it earlier, but it's that Sniper 4x8 scope that is available, as well as the purple Sniper mag to work with, and the Moby. The Moby is in the weekly rotation. It does change out later today, but it's nice to know for some of these teams that like to take their time to rotate into that circle, boost up their Evil Shields with the replicator. We see the side-by-side and where the circle's going to be taking us as Fnatic get the crack.
Oh, I like this end game. Interesting fight to say the least, but one quick note on the map before we let it go. Fun, take a look at Fun right now. They're still in the same exact location of the opposite side of that heat cannon as they're gonna be ready to gatekeep this next zone. So they're just holding that same positioning is Fun. And I guarantee a fight will likely ensue as teams are gonna rotate through. Right now on board with Fnatic, getting some long range beams, just leveling up their Evo Shield at this point. And this is the squad, EXO and Singularity with a 3v3 here in Jurassic Park. Big fight here, and whoever wins this fight, well, guess what? You gotta fight the final boss in Fun 1-2-3 right after, potentially.
Especially after leaving this choke point. That's why I really love the positioning that Fun is holding. They're just looking to gatekeep all these other squads that are going to be rotating from this eastern side of the map. Singularity finding some beamage with the Havoc currently right now, tossing out these arc stars, trying to funnel him into moving way more to the left. Our team going to be able to now move over to the side, but they see the charge rifle beam coming in from their own left side. It's another squad getting mixed up in the fray. It's Space Station.
That's right. SSG drops Launchpad, took their time on rotate, probably went through Antenna to get some crafting materials. Meanwhile, They're now making their way through. It's a 3-team fight, and guess who the meat of the sandwich is? It's EXO, the team from Thailand. Killapose gets knocked first to the hands of Vesk. Long range. Again, support player likes to get his hands in as many marksman rifles as he can. A nice nade from Zanail gets the second.
What a terrible situation for EXO to be in. They get cleaned up, like you mentioned, Fallout. Double burger sandwich basically out here. Space Station are going to continue on the domination, continue on the pressure with the charge rifle. Singularity say, okay, you know what? They took care of EXO. We're going to move back. We made a lot of noise, and NRG are on the other side of this cover from TSM.
We got an NRG versus TSM battle. It's a clean 3v3, no risk of third party in sight. This will be a pure fight between the two greatest teams in North American history.
Let's jump into a quick listen in with NRG to see how they're gonna be able to play this fight.
There's 2 there and there's 1 on the left. I had 60 on the horizon. Swinging hard left, Valk. He's still on the tree. There's still 2 over here.
18 answer.
Hard left, still swinging left.
Should I like run up this
They
left?
QQ'd me on the right.
This show. I'm gonna come up. Maybe 1 minute on this guy on the left.
I got both of them. He's on the right over here.
Okay. 40 on him. Got team shot back. Look for this guy, please. This Falcon.
Yeah, he's head glitching around. I just got cracked 2. I'm batting. They're gonna move up off this.
I'm gonna bang on.
I'm gonna serial on the building. I'm backing up. They're closing the gas. They're running into my bangle. They're running into my bangle. They're inside. They're gonna keep my door. I'm here, Nate. They're gonna have to be in the building. Stun all of them. I'm getting charged from the back. I'm batting. Push to me. Push to my field. Push to my field. He's canceling my heal. He's canceling my heal. Please look for me. They're gonna peek me. They're gonna peek me. Use your digi. On the roof. 40 on Valk. Stair 90. Keep pushing to me. I'm on the door. They're getting thirded. They're getting thirded. I'm cracked. I'm 1 shot. 70 on horizon. I'm dying right now. I'm gonna kill the Valk. Hey, you're alive. No. I'm healing right now. I have to rip a range. The Valk's 20 HP. The Valk's 20 HP. I have to heal, sweet. I'm ripping a medkit. He's trying to get an armor swap. He can't kill me. Alright, we gotta leave this. Yeah. I'm running gas. I'm running to you too. Just run to go. Just run your own.
What a fight and a view into a great rivalry. TSM on top this time as Nathan gets caught, but I love the comms from Nathan. Yeah, he went down. I'm sure he'll call that a mistake, but ultimately not really his fault. His heal got canceled. He said, look for me, I need help. And then he tried pushing a 1v1, I think against Gilderson. So I think that was a clean, Verhulst. I think that was a clean 1v1 between Verhulst and Nathan, and Verhulst on top perhaps, because it sounded like he had confidence. He said, I got Valk, but of course we didn't see it from his perspective, so that's just speculation.
It was the situation of TSM forcing Nathan to also drop down there too, because he was left behind, like you said, the cancel on the heel came out. They tried to push him on the high ground because they knew the rest of NRG had already rotated to the side. Sweet tried to call it out early. Now NRG having to play as not a full squad currently, as TSM are going to be able to come out on top.
And I can't think of any other reason that Nathan decides to challenge the Valkyrie and Verhulst there, other than a clean 1v1. Again, we didn't see it from his perspective. I'd love to watch that back, but not sure why Nathan decided to push that fight with such confidence.
He was forced off the high ground, it looked like right there,
He was forced off, he was holding door, but then he ended up initiating a fight. So again, we'd love to take a look at his perspective, of course, watch it back at some point, but nonetheless, shoulda, woulda, coulda, TSM on top in the 3v3 for now, but nice job by NRG, just kind of mitigating the casualties.
Even breaking down TSM, maybe wanted to go for the replicator and checkpoint, but we know that NRG take all their time right there to not only use the replicator to boost up their own evil shields, but they were caught in the middle of the rotation after they just left checkpoint 2.
Let's take a look at the map here, because one important note, look at Alliance. They're in zone right now. They're gonna rotate through the tunnel all the way to checkpoint, which is exactly what TSM did. TSM likely went to checkpoint to craft, ran into NRG, won that fight. They're not aware that Alliance is behind them though. Meanwhile, NRG and Fnatic, at the bottom left of your screen, find themselves in a skirmish with Fnatic gatekeeping deep in zone. This is so interesting. So much zone play right now, Vicky.
Fnatic get the res as NRG were on the back end. Remember, the respawn is inside of the replicator. That's important to note, as Fnatic are going to go for the reset, go for the skyward dive, immediately try to get into the circle. They are getting beamed, though, by a charge rifle in the distance, trying to find a safe place to spot, or rather land here on top of the building. There may be a team in here. I'd be surprised. Yes, with the Seer ult, they get that information.
That's right. Alliance Valkyrie ulted, by the way, so keep that in mind. They're close by. Fnatic, Fnatic just got the res in zone. So deep, but they know NRG's there as well. This is an interesting fight because both teams are aware of NRG coming from the north, and they have to be extra cautious. Wow. TSM on bottom, Fnatic up top with NRG nearby. And NRG is just going to want to play this from afar and poke damage as opposed to all-in fight.
Nothing to see here as NRG are going to rotate away from the line of sight of this fight. Now Stera is going to be able to restabilize with the shield bat. Coming up right on top though, it's a Seer ult. It's also letting all the other teams know in the location what's going on here. NRG is pretty close to this fight, and TSM's the most vulnerable, so expect an NRG potential third party on TSM. TSM needs to back out. They're in a bad spot. Fnatic's gonna all in. They recognize it. Here comes the push. Oh my goodness, Matsutas! Meltstera, Yuka are gonna fry TSM! Eliminated from the lobby. Oh, boys from TSM. Nice shot from Fnatic. So well played with NRG now having an opportunity to third party. UKF goes down to TSM, so now it's a 2v2 if NRG decides to take it. This is absolutely huge because NRG recognized the situation, and like you called out Fallout, they wanted to get out of this whole thing so that way they can time the third party. Now in this 2v2, it's very doable here for NRG. Guild break shield on Valk, who immediately pops a shield bat. The res came through for Fnatic. Zone's closing in though, and Sweet and NRG are gatekeeping, but only as a team of 2. Nice damage with the flatline long range. Sweet, one of the top kill leaders of the lobby. And the damage is going to come through. Look at the Volt in hand. He's going to push through. Oh my god, he bounced! Sweet dreams! All he needs is that last bullet before having to reload at the very end. He doesn't have any more heavy ammo, but he doesn't need it! He's got the Digi-Threat right through the Bangalore smoke. He's dancing, he's moving, and now it's up to Gil to close it out before third party goes in. Sweet did enough, but unfortunately the third party was there. Singularity wisely pushes through. So now, Singularity is going to come and try and eat the food that was already chewed by Sweet Dreams and NRG. Archin pushing wide left, and then SNG gets to capitalize. All the KP goes to them, with the exception of the 2 KP that NRG probably tried to pick up. But of course, Singularity profits. They'll take their leftovers. It's all fine as Exit also deletes that one lone player on the other side. Alliance getting taken out in the lobby. 8 squads left. What an interesting storm point here. A lot more aggressive than the last 2 games on World's Edge. We still have 2 more rings here and only 8 teams remaining. Exet gets to take a moment to chill, hit the reset button. Take a look at the leaderboards. Esports Arena still alive. And I have to take a moment to give a shout out to Esports Arena. They don't get enough recognition. Phonyhead, one of the few players left, I think the only player left with a full-time job in cybersecurity while playing Apex professionally, announced recently that he just recently decided to quit his full-time job, pursue Apex full-time, pursue his dream, which is amazing. Oh, and by the way, he's getting married on Monday. Shout out to Phonyheads in the crowd are up to that one. Shout out to Phonyhead's wife, her future wife, fiance. What a great way to celebrate a win at the ALGS with a big old party with all his friends and family. And then, of course, the last story here, everyone knows Capra, the drama, helped them get here. Recently, right before this tournament, they picked up Cody, who they were originally going to try and pick up instead of Luda. And now, Cody, in his first ever event, 22 years old from Akron, Ohio, also a cybersecurity student full-time. Also having the opportunity to be on the spotlight right now, to be on this big stage for ESA. They're gonna back up. You can currently see the flatline with that gold extended heavy mag already automatically reloaded as Phony wants to get that information. He's getting paid from behind him too. They do not want to put themselves in a position where they're gonna get sandwiched and Phony falls low. That's right. And right now they're sandwiched between SNG and Exet. One member goes down, it's Phonyhead, their IGL, their hard IGL. He does the macro and the micro. It's a lot of pressure for him. Luda used to IGL tripods, but now just gets to frag. Let's jump into a listen with ESA while they get the res on top of Phony.
South, I'm looking south. We're fine, we're fine. We're completely fine, boys. We're fine. If anything, there might be a team down low.
Watch your back.
Yeah, I want to get space.
I want to get space here. I want to get space here. Go for it. There's no one there. There's no one there. Okay. I scanned.
I'm coming over you. We need to make sure I think you might want to watch our back, Phony, with scan.
Yeah, I'm watching it. You guys look for picks.
Full team here. Okay, I'm looking with you.
I did a lot of damage. Crack two. That's all you guys.
Steer weak.
Look at the Watson in that corner. Do you have
nading her. Look for
watch that kid. He's got Kraber, bro. That's all you guys. I almost killed him, bro. 110.
They should be getting looked at by another team, but I don't think they are. I think they're still there.
What's going on?
I think they're just.
These guys are locked up.
One team right here. I think they're still there, Luda.
If you could get KP, that'd be great.
I think they're just hard fighting at the building.
Is that team full safe on height? It was 70.
Oh no, I got a full. I killed you inside.
Nice, you're good.
There's one team here now. It's a Watson Valk team.
That's fine.
One team here too.
Can we start pressuring this team over here? Can we start looking at
this
team?
Yeah. They were getting shot at from the southwest. We're good. Let's look to pressure this team.
Okay,
one guy is on my yellow ping, okay?
That guy's on a really good head glitch, bro. That guy's on a really good head glitch.
Where's the guy in the... And what are your guys' med cap looking like?
I'm pretty sure we should just ape
Love that look into ESA's culture, which is really Cody flying around making plays, and all three of them contributing to the vibes and the callouts for the squad. That's what they did not have with Capra. The vibes were down. This time around, well, Cody is certainly delivering for the squad.
I see you getting the Kraber shot in the feed there too. Moist playing off the low ground while Onyx have the high ground currently. They have the natural cover of the smoke grenade too, as Shady is going to be able to restabilize. Just the calm before the storm. Skyward dive coming into the sky. That's going to be ESA trying to find a spot in this very small circle.
That's right. Right below Onyx right now is Moist. The two Apex South teams, the teams that like to rotate and play very placement heavy. Most placement heavy teams in this lobby are in God spot right now with the win condition is Onyx in my eyes. High ground, and they can get some KPA on the gatekeep.
Oh no, ESA sandwich
Not if
here.
Moist steals it.
Yeah, Moist are gonna capitalize. They're also playing off that low ground edge, trying to get out of the line of sight of Onyx. They get taken out. ESA out of this lobby in 5th. 4 squads left right now. You got Moist, Onyx, Exet, and Team Singularity.
Can you believe it? One North American rat. It's Nocturnal by himself. Take a look. He's been here before in Pro League. He's doing it again. Singularity South America has no idea he's there, I don't think. And I don't know if they, I think they run a Searless team comp. So they won't get that intel. Onyx, Moist on low. So we have one South American team, two Apex South teams, one NA team left.
Besk is on the Seer, but the issue is in this situation, Fallout, is that Noct is playing off an angle where if Singularity put themselves out in the open, they put themselves into the line of sight of both Moist and Onyx. So they have to play off the natural cover of the rock, the little cliffside to their left, and the pillboxes.
Yeah, that's right. They have to get the intel here momentarily for Nocturnal. And I'd love to take a look back into a player point of view so we can see where the zone's going to close in on.
He sees him.
Yeah, they see him. They get the intel from Seer. Nocturnal is going to be out of this lobby here in just a moment. Or at least when the zone closes. Take a look. Zone's going to close central circle. Look at the top left of your screen where that line is pulling is where the zone's going to close to. It's not always centered.
Rolling Thunder coming in, trying to call out.
And he's using it on the solo. I think he's just trying to get that final info. He knows where the other teams are. Wise decision from Besk and Singularity.
They call it out. Oh, the Rolling Thunder coming in. Yep, trying to get that information too. Puts down the Seer ult as the Rolling Thunder is going to put in a lot of damage, having to pop that shield bat.
Pops the shield bat perfectly timed right when the Rolling Thunder hits. Here comes Onyx, going to drop on Nocturnal, takes the elimination quickly, and now going to push right through. Immediately rotates, tries to take the 3v3 against Singularity. They want to slow play this because Singularity is sandwiched between Moist.
Moist versus Onyx right now. Shady falling low, having to reset right now. I like the way they're playing this patiently, playing off the side of the rock. They're not trying to fully send it because you see the Watson fences set up here too. Moist is playing that composition with the Crypto, with the Watson and the Valkyrie. Meanwhile, Singularity with the Bangalore smokes, the Valkyrie and the Seer.
And they got the res on Artin after he got knocked by a sniper from Moist. Artin popping a Phoenix kit back to full. It's a full-blown 3v3 for the final game 4 circle.
Singularity now trying to find a way to move in, playing with their backs against the circle right now. This is so intense. They have the pillboxes. Who's going to try to fully send it in? It's Singularity versus Onyx.
That's right. Artin going to get some good damage here. Elysium, no shields to his name. Shield broken for the opponents. Crypto Drone's going to get eliminated and wipe for the lobby. And the damage is done. Almost get the knock. It's Artin.
That EMP would have been absolutely huge too here. They may have wanted to hold it for the Seer ult, but Moist now with Watsy taking it off angle. The smoke grenades just covering everything.
And Onyx desperately going to Valk Q to the sky. MT and Waltzy team of 2. The 2 fraggers for the squad. Sorry, MT the IGL and Waltzy the fragger. Elysium gets the knock on Pricey with the PK. He's so talented, but only down to 20 HP. Besk is alive with the 2. It's a 2v2v2.
Artin is down. Pricey is down. Raki is down.
All playing knockdown shields right now. All 3 teams cautious. Look how slow this walk-in is, Vicky. We've never seen a finish like this ever. Shady gonna finally push. He's gonna flap. He's gonna get deleted from the lobby. Waltzy and MT just hiding. So well played. Singularity on top. Nice PK shot for 99. Elysium, Chile, vamos!
I have the high ground now, Singularity says. Elysium punching him into the circle. Gets it again. Moist win! Singularity's advantage on the high ground does not come in clutch. It's Moist and their positioning. Wrapping around, getting game number 3.
We have to watch that final circle back because it looked like both players died at approximately the split time, I think. As he was punching him into the zone, I think we were watching Singularity's point of view, but it was so hectic, smoke everywhere. What a finish that was. Moist Esports, Moist Critical picks the Team Burger free agent fan favorite squad up, and they come out with the dub here.
Shout out to Charlie giving his support to the Moist boys, giving them words of encouragement while he has his watch party, while he watches his boys put in the work. You love to see it.
I still would really advocate for them being the Moist Burgers. I think that would have been great. but I understand there's brands involved and branding and all sorts of things. Now, jokes aside, nice job right there from Moist. A thumbs up here. Look at the Aussie mustache too, man. Only Australians can pull that off. I don't think there's an American other than Rambo who can pull that off.
Love seeing this emotion here from the players. They're gonna go for a little quick reset, and while we do that, let's toss it over to the desk, guys. Break it down for us.
Thank you so much, Vicky Kitty. What a day, what a game, and a finish by Moist in South America, and what a desk. We are back here, of course, with Spider Tiff and Gino. We've got a special guest, though, here in TSM Girl. Make some noise for Girl. Girl, how's it feel to be in the building on Championship Sunday?
I got a lot of goosebumps. Like, the energy of the crowd's amazing.
And you just recently signed with TSM. It's been an amazing thing. Talk to me just a little bit about what that's been like.
Honestly, it's been awesome. They treated me like family when I got here. TSM sent me out, and they're all wonderful people. So big shout out to TSM.
All right, big shout out to TSM. Girl's gonna give some of her thoughts on those games, but let's turn quickly to Tiff and let's break down that final circle. My goodness, a 2v2v2. We have not seen anything like that in Apex.
I mean, thankfully the Bangalore smoke kind of helped them. They were just all crawling in, like wanting to prolong their lives as long as possible, maybe get a little bit closer. You see Singularity grab that PK, they got it prepped and ready. They want to start firing into people, but I know, Genome, you are from APAC South. You have literally cast over these boys for so long throughout their journey, and that has to feel good.
It does. I mean, you could see the emotion on MT's face. Not typically, I would say, you know, one of the more emotive people, but, you know, it's here. How could you not get excited about that? The final days typically haven't been as good for Moist, so that is going to be fantastic for their mental and pushing on from here. But man, that final circle, it was like a horror movie. Everyone was like coming out of the smoke, jump scares everywhere.
And it was a great showcase too. We've got our match results coming up. Moist Esports. Shout out to Moist Esports just joining the ALGS with 20. Team Singularity from South America. Any South America fans? Any representation in the building right now? We got a little bit. They're getting 17 points. And I know the chat at home is excited about that. Onyx Esports, good time for APAC South here, Gino. XZ Esports Arena rounding out the top 5. And of course, Dark Zero staying in there. Let's go to page 2 though as well. I want to get your comment on this. TSM Girl, obviously they just got 4 points there. How do you feel about how the boys have been playing today so far?
Honestly, it's a couple small mistakes. That's okay. They won game 1. They're going to win the last game. That's all that matters.
That is all that matters. All right, let's head over to the series results as well and look at it. It is Alliance, and speaking of that, not too bad for TSM. Alliance 33 points. Moist Esports after that win 29, tied for second. Esports Arena as well 28. Team Singularity. Tiff, all I see right now is it's anybody's game.
It really is. I mean, you have all the teams that came in with those advanced starting points, but even with, you look, NRG in 9th, they came in with 10 points. So throughout the maps that we've seen thus far today, they've only acquired 13 points. And I think that's going to be the biggest question. You have the war of being consistent to get up to 50 points, and nothing's really going to matter until we get to that threshold. Now, will we see something crazy like 14 games like regional finals from APAC North, or?
Will we see something crazy like Moist winning the 3rd game, and then the 4th game, and then the 5th game? It's happened before, and hey, I mean, imagine you've come here, you've done that, you've got that echo in your mind. You're like, hey, we just did this like a couple of months ago. Look, the last time we played a big competitive Apex match, that's what happened. We can do it again.
I love this too because we've seen match point develop over the years. We saw in Poland, our first LAN, I think it went maybe 11, 12 games. We've had APAC North leading into this, go 14 games online. And then we have North America go 5 games. Esports Arena, that's why I call Phony the villain here. So I want to get a quick take. This is just gut. Don't worry about it. Genome, I will start with you. How many games we going today?
9.
9. Okay. Tiff?
I feel like it's 7.
7. All right, girl, I'm going to get your projection here.
8.
8.
Split the difference.
9, 7, 8. I got to rearrange you guys as well. Listen, it's so great. We have so many community members, streamers, pro players in the building. If you are here in Copperbox, go find them, go talk to them, take some pictures. And at home, of course, we'll highlight them as we can. But the match point action continues. Thanks, girl, for being on the desk. It's great to see you. We'll see you a little bit later in the venue. And I know we've got an interview standing by with one of the best in the business, Glitter Explosion.
That's right, Rain. I'm hanging out in this amazing crowd who's been killing it with their cheering. Cue cheer. There we go. I'm hanging out with Jordan, and we got to talk, okay? Because we have a fan here. From what I've heard, you've been driving into the event every single day from Cambridge. That's dedication.
160 miles every day, 80 there, 80 back, and making sure that I was here first. Got to the door this morning, 6:30, brought my girlfriend with me, ready for the finals. It's going to be fun. It's going to be fun.
Yeah, I mean, the games have been fantastic so far. You play the game a lot?
A little bit. I mean, work full time, still getting 5,000 hours. Got to play. Best game.
I mean, that's not too shabby. 5,000 hours. Impressive. Now, obviously, you have to have a favorite team if you're here. So I need to know who you're supporting this weekend.
DZ, the back. It's easy. They're proven. They play, they're proven. Everybody thought Jen Burton was cheating. He came to LAN, he showed up, he played well. And now look, they're here. And not only did they win, but then they moved to NA and dominated in NA as well.
All right, I feel like he needs to be on the desk. He's also breaking down some analysis for everybody here, sounding good. We heard the casters talk about it a little bit. How many games do you think this is going to go?
I think it might go deep. I think because, you know, realistically, everybody's still getting used to the different play styles. I think everybody's a bit cautious, but I think they're doing well. They're doing well. Everybody's hanging up at the top. The guard are doing really well, but they're just getting contested on the rotations. But everybody's playing strong. Everybody's playing well. It could be anybody.
All right, you heard it here first. We're going to be here for a long time. So hopefully everyone is settled in, comfortable, and cozy because we have so much more action in store. Back to you, Rain.
Listen, I never knew I had to, worry about my job from one of the fans out there. But Jordan, man, I mean, the analysis was on point,
That was great. Look, the only thing Jen Burton is cheating at is being talented, handsome, and amazing at the game. Okay?
I absolutely love it, man. It doesn't get better than that. Of course, like you said, the community is live and well. DZ have a chance to go back to back to back, but another team on top right now is Alliance. Can they do it? Can Yuki really clutch up, not just in the 1v1s, but in the tournament today and take home that trophy? Well, we had a little bit of time to talk to him, so let's roll that tape while we take a quick break. Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the Apex Legends Global Series.
What's up, everybody? Fallout here with former model, player for Alliance, and arguably the winner of the best 1v1 in Apex Legends history as of this weekend. It's Yuki. How you doing, man? How you feeling?
Feeling incredible. Thank you very much.
You are, as far as I know, the only former TV star turned Apex Pro player, I think, of anyone in the ALGS. Walk through that decision. I mean, how'd you walk away from TV in China and decide to compete professionally in Apex?
Well, I walked away from it because of COVID. Nothing was really going on during COVID, so I decided to come home, see the parents. I've not seen them in a long time. I've always played games at nighttime, so I still play games, even during modeling and TV. And I decided to come back and start university because I have not done that yet, so I wanted to complete that. It's kind of like a mission. It's like completing a level.
You still want to do it? It's still something you're pursuing?
Yeah, I'm currently in the final year of university.
No way, I didn't know you were doing it at the same time.
I'm also a student at the same time.
Wow. Full-time?
Full-time, yeah, full-time.
Wow.
Yeah, I decided to pursue that while studying, and gaming kind of took off while studying. Obviously, after the first year, Apex started blowing up, but I decided to kind of tackle both at the same time.
It's amazing, man. I respect that. I don't know how you find the time, but it makes me respect you even more, which I didn't think was possible. You joined the Nasky Strafey Dell squad, became Nasky Yuki Dell, right when they were at high. It was a pinnacle. And before then, you played with Cooler Esports, you played with Taxi and Baker and a few others. What was it like playing with those guys? And obviously the pressure coming in, filling in for Strafey, who left for Navi.
Yeah, so bless Strafey. I was very upset that he can't make it because those three together are a very incredible and strong team. Ganasky and Dell, when I was playing with them, I think both of them built the foundation of who I am today. So they're very important people in my life. I think those two are the ones who taught me how to play the game, essentially. I think those two are also incredible players, ones I respect to a very high level, and I only wish them success.
Changing topics a little bit, but focusing on Alliance. Our hearts go out to Effect, who couldn't make it. He put so much work in and effort in. It's tough that he's not here. But what's it like playing with Mandy again? Different team, Count No Gibraltar this time around. You let him bust out the Pathfinder on game 6, which is insane. How's it been meshing with him?
I think Mandy's been the absolute best substitute a team could ask for, simply because of his energy as well. He brings so much communication vibes, keeps the comms going. It's not just his aim and ability and the professional play he does, it's just his synergy, his communication, and his vocal like push for the team is really great. I'm really upset that Effect couldn't make it, sadly. Hopefully we see him for the next split.
Is he that good?
He is.
It's all
he
true.
Is that good. He is.
You think it'll translate to LAN?
It will translate to LAN. Effect is one of the best players I've seen in my career.
Who'd you compare him to? Which controller player? Or who else? Anyone? Gilderson's of EU? I mean, does he have ice in his veins?
There is. It's Effect is here, and everybody else is just like, that's who you should be comparing everybody.
No shot.
We're on the other level.
He's that good?
Effect is one of the best players.
I'm going to hold you to that. If y'all don't dominate this next line, hopefully he gets there. He will.
He will.
That's insane, man. Alliance has consistently been the best team for a long time. They have a history and a dynasty and a reputation to withhold as the only last standing team that's been the greatest team in EMEA consistently for 3 years. What are some of the keys to that consistency?
I believe the key to the consistency is not about the players, it's more so about the mindset of the entire org. So, for example, we are very disciplined, determined, and we only strive to be the best, we don't give up, and we push each other to that level. Hackis in particular, with a military background, he's always pushing to the best, and he's very hard to break down. And that's why he never gives up. A lot of players, they give up after some while, and that's why they don't make it. But as long as the people you're around also don't give up and work hard, then you have no choice but to work hard.
So moving on to championship final, how are you feeling about the final day? You guys started a little bit slow, both in group stages and in the winners bracket final. It took you a little while to get going. Is that hurting your confidence at all? How are you guys feeling?
I think we're more than ready going into final day. We're confident. Since the very beginning of this LAN, we've kind of gone uphill, which means we've done better and better and better as the day goes by. So I think we're ready, we're prepared, and ready to win.
Love it, man. Yuki, I've had so much respect since the very beginning, our first conversation, hearing your story. A remarkable story that's inspiring to many. Big shout out to you and your success. Much love, buddy. Good luck.
Thank you.
In the final day.
Thank you so much.
Oh, man.
WD Black, the official storage partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Welcome back to the main stage, everybody, here at the Copper Box in London, and we are ready to go into Game 4. Dan Gaskin alongside myself on set to call the action in this fourth game of the day. We stay on Storm Point, but just want to touch on that interview we just saw with Yuki. Alliance, what a day they've had, what a tournament they've had so far, and they're sat at the top of the leaderboards right now looking pretty.
Yeah, and that's what it is in the moment. It's the race to match point. It's about who can get there first, who can try and solidify that victory, so then you can get in a spot, so then you can win this entire tournament, and of course, your share of $1 million.
And it looks pretty good at the moment for Alliance, as we say. A wonderful thing to see them playing so well, and Yuki being so clutch the entire time that we've seen him on our screens this tournament. So many 1v2s, so many 1v1s, we've seen it all, and he's sitting on one of these beautiful things you can see on your screens right now at home. The Herman Miller Gaming Embodied Chair are being used at today's event. Check out the new colorways of the Embodied Gaming online. The new colors have a white base with Galaxy and Amethyst upholstery. Beautiful stuff. Herman Miller is the official chair partner of the ALGS. And I tell you what, they look pretty comfy down.
They do look extremely comfy. Actually, I know they are comfy because I have sat on them. Right, it seems like it is about that time, everybody. So I want to hear everybody in the comment box make some noise, and let's get into this one. This is going to be a big game.
Nothing quite gets me going like a Dan Gaskin getting hyped up. Let's see what's going on now as we head into the dropship. As we say, let's talk through the standings very quickly before we see the players and the teams drop into our map number 4. It's going to be Alliance on top, 33 points, but behind that, Dan, it is so tight. Moist and TSM tied up on 29, and just behind them, ESA, Esports Arena, on 28.
And of course, we have to talk about our big teams on Storm Point throughout regular season, throughout this tournament this weekend. There has been teams that have performed better than others. I'm talking Luminosity Gaming, I'm talking Fun, I'm talking Xset, and I'm talking SSG. They've been our best 4 teams on this map. So if anyone realistically should be picking up big points, it's going to be them.
Interesting to see where the zone is pulling as well. Maybe a little bit of barometer involved here. Maybe we're going to go a little bit more central. We'll have to see when we see that beacon, of course, where the teams are going to be heading. But big games if we look down at the bottom of the table here, Dan. For the likes of Element 6, Ascend, Fnatic, had some really good moments so far, Fnatic, but not maybe quite able to convert when we approach that end game.
Well, the good thing with it being match point, sometimes you are given time to catch up those leaders. Sometimes you do get that opportunity to join them on match point. We've heard what the interviews from the crowd. There was a few people saying we could be going a long time here, and for good reason. When you look through how many teams have been winning games at this tournament, there is so many teams that can kind of ruin each other's day when rotations are happening. They can be blocked, they can be gate kept. We're going to see a lot of changes when we get to match point, but remember, we still have to get there. Alliance is still 17 points away.
They are indeed. We get a little bit of beacon info now to share with you all at home as well as in the audience here, and it is Barometer where we're going. We could pull a little bit northern in the later parts towards that island where we have seen some of those finishes, maybe one of those buildings just to the northern side, or maybe we pull a little bit more southern. We'll have to see how this plays out, but look at the guard. They're on their way, but they've been quiet today, Dan. Only 9 points on the board so far, set in 18th position.
Well, the guard, one of our heaviest early rotating teams. They've just been caught on their rotation in a couple of games, but on this occasion, they should be okay with how close they are to where this circle is going, and hopefully they don't get caught out by Fun like they had done previously, because Fun are on the other side of Barometer, so guard, it should be a comfortable move on it.
Love to see the energy coming from the crowd as well. Shout out to the Element 6 faithful, by the way, in the crowd. They are making some noise out there today, which of course we love to see, but a little bit of scouting being done by RK and the IGL on that crypto drone to see where is free and where the guard want to try and locate themselves. And good news for the guard as well. On this rotation, even though they're not landing at maybe one of the best POIs for loot, they'll come out with 2 blues and a purple to play with.
And the guard would love to be putting themselves on match point as they transfer over to World's Edge, but you know, it's unlikely now here on Storm Point to be able to put a 41-point game together. I mean, it was crazy seeing Luminosity getting that 35-point, but perhaps someone can top that here today. As for Moist, we've just seen them get a victory. They go up to second in our series standings, and they find themselves 21 points away from match point. So it is very much achievable here on Storm Point.
Fascinating endgame, that last one we saw.
It really was.
Picking up the win, you know, teams jousting back and forward, trying to get that initial damage, that initial knock. We saw brave plays being made, but it was Moist who managed to clutch up in those final moments to take home that all-important win. Fun 1, 2, 3 on our screens right now, and the Digi threat is causing some damage through that smoke. Good break on the shields coming through, and Dark Zero have to Scarper away here.
Scarper they shall, as they're just going to be holding these places in Barometer, as are anyone else that can early rotate. As for the rest of the lobby, it's about now moving out towards the edge. We've got, what, 5 teams that are outside that initial first circle that are going to be arguably the latest rotators of this game. And they'll know full well they are not getting a spot in Barometer. So now you've got to think about maybe picking up some kills on your way, blocking a few rotations here or there, gatekeeping some of the outer areas of this circle.
One thing to highlight while we've got the time, we just heard from Yuki, of course, of Alliance, and one thing that's really impressed me today, Dan, is their end game management. We've seen them winning numerous games throughout the weekend, and that's something we kind of always had a little bit of a question mark for Alliance. Great at accumulating points. Wonderful at hitting match point in certain circumstances, but it's the conversion in those top 3, top 5 situations that sometimes kind of slips through their fingers. It seems like they've tightened that up a little bit here, and it shows on the leaderboards. We've already seen a win, and we also see them sat at the top with 33 points.
And Moist Esports, our winners, are going to be cursed, just as Geo were a little bit earlier. They are going to be the first team to be eliminated. It was Ascend who managed to take them out. Remember, Ascend haven't had the best of starts so far. They're down in 13th position, but they're trying to push their way towards match point as well.
Well, Fun 1, 2, 3. They're going to be set up for quite some time here. This building just outside of the larger structures of Barometer. The charge rifle in the hand is always going to be good to deal damage, get those Evo shields leveled up and feeling healthy towards the end game, which is becoming so vital. A lot of teams like to play zone, great, but you've got to be able to deal damage from the inside looking out, Dan. Otherwise, when we get to the end game and you've got all those teams who have fought their way through Edge, fought their way through the Carnage, fully dressed in red, red Evo shields, all the attachments you can want, loads of grenades and utility, you need to be able to put up a fight.
Yeah, I've been very impressed with Fun 1, 2, 3 in this tournament and today already. I mean, since they had the addition of Karen Poo, they just seem to know how they want to execute some of these fights, and they have been a real nuisance to a lot of teams rotating. Not going to be the same this kind of game because they were one of the first teams to get to Barometer. We are going to see them in the endgame circle. Whether, though, they'll actually be able to convert will be the big question, because that's what's going to make the difference in this tournament today. Are you going to be a team who can get there, then convert into victories, or are you going to be a team who flops?
We'll say, not only shout out to Alliance, but shout out to Hackers' hairdresser. You see how sharp that was across the top there? Lovely to see. A lot of talent and effort's gone into that this morning, but obviously reflecting the leaderboards like we previously mentioned. We're going to hop over again, this time a little bit more north. We're going over to Antennae, away from Barometer, and there's a lot of fighting going down here. You can see the exhibit down from CA, a little bit of information being gathered, but nobody engaging too much yet.
Yeah, don't want to engage, you don't want to take any unnecessary risks. This is what we're going to see all day long whilst you're trying to see teams just gain those points. Maybe we'll see a little bit more risks later when it comes down to crunch time and there's a few teams on match point and you have to try and either catch them up or stop them, because even though we are in anonymous mode here in Apex Legends, when you won't necessarily know who's been knocked, teams are very good nowadays at knowing who's dropping where, who's going to be rotating, what composition they have, and they can spot them out sometimes like a sore thumb.
EXO Clan, who made that run yesterday to find themselves in this grand final. And Killer Poses is on our screen right now, has been fragging out, but the clutch that we saw yesterday from Dexter, and Zicky's had his moments as well, showing that this isn't just like a one-man band. Every single player on this team has performed when they've had to clutch, and that's why they find themselves in the position they do at the moment. And like I mentioned, a little bit quiet so far today, only the 8 points from our first 3 games, but they expect to pop off any time soon. Gambade or Sun on our screens as well. They were winners of the first game of the day, and that's the best way possibly, to settle the nerves as we moved into our grand finals.
And I've been very impressed with a lot of our APAC North teams, and it's good to see teams like EXO Clan getting into this grand final. I know it was not necessarily as impressive previously when we saw them at Champs, but as long as you are consistently gaining positions, you're consistently getting better and getting closer to those grand finals, then you are going to be more than happy with your progression. But EXO, speaking of, they are going to be able to maybe greet another team who's trying to make a rotate here.
SSG inside of Antenna as well, so it's not just Alliance and EXO who have got to be careful here and are going to be exchanging fire. It's also going to be SSG in the area who are going to look to pick up the pieces if any should fall their way. Interesting to see this rotate that is actually going on. Is that LG are kind of gatekeeping down on that southeastern side of the circle. So whoever kind of fights their way and wins the battle for Antennae is going to have to be careful, because LG will be waiting just about over the ridge where Alliance are looking to land. So Alliance trying to overtake these two teams inside of Antennae. The question is, are they going to be able to stabilize, or have they just put themselves in a bit of a pinch here?
Yeah, it could be a little bit of a pinch, obviously unknowns to them. They wouldn't be sure whether LG were going to be ahead of them or not, but you have to make a move at some point, right? You can't leave it too late for a skyward dive, otherwise you're just going to be so vulnerable in the air.
Well, Alliance, they've made the first bit of progress towards where they want to play, but with 1 minute and 10 seconds left on the clock, they've still got some work to do on this rotate. We have a listening available, so let's jump into the comps.
Still. I'm 1-3, by the way.
Anybody to build an Exodus?
No, nobody shows.
I'm gonna give you some bats. You're 1-3 in batteries, yeah?
Yeah. I have a gold, so I can carry 3.
There you go.
Thank you. They're running back.
Alright, do we go over now or what?
Let them balcony first. So they...
Okay. Okay.
They're running up low ground.
Team southwest. Okay.
I'm just looking for us.
We can move up.
Yeah.
Take space. Yeah, just carry the high ground team.
Going in.
Back up here. They're taking a car.
I can shoot it. They went all the way around.
Okay, I'm crafting.
Yeah.
Well, I'm about to craft 6 medkits or something.
Careful.
They're looking at you there.
Yeah.
I'm looking at
I'm just holding northwest.
Yeah. I'm gonna craft my armor once. You see to shoot that team for me, Iki?
I am.
I don't have an armor right now.
43 pep on him.
Well, Alliance, you heard from the communication what the plan was there. I think they wanted to try and be aggressive onto SSG, who were the team who disappeared in that trident through the storm. Chose to rotate in a little bit of a different way, but then they just decided, you know what, we don't have to rush things here. Let's craft some med kits, we have a replicator available, let's tank a bit of Zo damage if we need to, and let's let the other teams make their decisions before we're forced to make ours.
And providing they can win the first engagement they have, which could be against LG, they're not in the worst spot in the world, because the circle is going south of Barometer. It's that kind of beachy, watery area that we've seen quite a few times finish, and it can be very important that you do position yourselves on one of those ridge sides so you can use it as a head glitch, and of course you can stop any teams that might be arriving late. But still, there's a lot of time before you can even try and get into those positions, and you've got to assume someone is there already.
Now we're going to see a little bit of an engagement go down. You can see the team waiting on the other side of this is going to be Fnatic, and Fnatic have started finding a little bit of fire in their bellies over the games that we've seen so far this morning. Like I mentioned, endgame hasn't been perfect, but the 3v3s are starting to look good, but there's a couple of charge rifle shots coming in at their back, which they have to be extremely aware of. In these situations, Dan, you might think you have the upper hand, but a charge rifle to the back hits you for 60 damage, and all of a sudden the tables can turn.
And obviously zone to the back of Dreamfire here, as they're the ones who are trying to push in. Still a 4-3 though, a lot of shields have gone for Tao, but Roy managing to hit some shots and make sure he can just keep the suppressing fire for his team.
To capitalize now, Dreamfire. Zone's still a problem though, and you can see that they don't want to expose themselves as well, and that's the charge rifle from distance that I was talking about. It takes one of them down, Bowling will fall, and it's Fun 1, 2, 3 who are getting involved here. The good thing for Fnatic, they have this trench to play. That's going to deny the line of sight that are coming in from the POI. They won't be too affected by that charge rifle for now.
And what did we say earlier about Fun just being a nuisance, just annoying everyone in this lobby on their rotations? They're getting involved in this fight. They're making it awkward for Dreamfire, but did Dreamfire get the res? If they did, they still have a big chance in this fight.
You see, Fnatic want to push this, understandably so, but look who's just arrived to the party. They're late, but they're dressed and they're ready to go. It's going to be NRG who are now pinching Tao, the last player alive, trying to pick up the KP. But do they know Fnatic are in the area as well? You would imagine they do. 129, that's going to be Dreamfire eliminated as NRG start to cook.
Oh, this could be a big fight. Mustache is going to be very brave. You've got to be careful. Gets absolutely shredded. And NRG say, yeah, we'll take the fight.
Oh, and Sweet's going in. He wants more KP. Oh. But Gilderson's going to have to back him up. The charge rifle again is a problem. And Nathan now has to do what Nathan does. He clutches up for NRG. No one else in the vicinity. They will be able to reset.
Yeah, even though Fun were getting involved, Fun are not in any area to try and capitalize on that damage. Of course, they are in a building. They're using charge rifle. NRG survive, and now they can start to plan how they want to get into this very difficult Barometer final circle.
Back to the other side of the zone, though. Back towards Antennae. This is Alliance. Talked about how they were taking their time to craft a few medkits, making sure that if the zone starts to close on them, they can survive. But they've got a couple of teams to deal with first. It's going to be Exo Clan in front of them, trying to peek a little bit of damage. You can see also in the kill feed, we've lost another team. And look at SSG. Dropped is going to go down, and that looks like the end of SSG.
Yeah, we've got a couple of teams making their Skyward Dive rotation at the moment. One of them is TSM. However, there's still 4 teams on that eastern side by Antenna that you were speaking of, and they're going to all be forced together into that choke. So there's going to be explosion of damage if none of them decide they want to also go for the Valkyrie ultimate.
Team who's holding down this bridge position where we are going to see this endgame start to pull towards is the winners of game number 1, Gabare Otosan. And another win here, and all of a sudden, they might be a real contender to be crowned our champions here at the ALGS Split 1 playoffs. Alliance make their move. They take to the skies to get over that mountainous range that they were kind of trapped between over at Antennae. They found somewhere to play. Now eyes to the sky, and eyes everywhere that they can find them at the moment, because they are being focused by so many teams. XM might have a line of sight on them. Alliance need to move. They need to find somewhere to stabilize, but it doesn't look like it's going to be able to happen.
It may be somewhere to play, but it's not somewhere that's safe, and this is why without Gibraltar in the meta, if you find yourself in a position where several teams can see you, you're gonna get focused, you're gonna get destroyed. As Guard come in to clean up the pieces, Rambo has to be careful and will back off.
Good damage being done. Exo Clan eliminated in the meantime. We're also going to see some Rolling Thunder come in, and rolling into, maybe start a little bit of Thunder themselves, is going to be TSM. They find a position here under the bridge. Luminosity and Alliance eliminated in the meantime.
Well, 12 squads remaining. Round 3 will fully close, so everyone has now found their way into the circle, and maybe we'll get a period of just silence across of Storm Point. XZ still doing some damage from a distance. It was Rambo who went down. I think the Guard will be hoping they can just pick him back up here.
Onyx Esports, APAC South. Trapped inside a Barometer at the moment. Maybe looking for some KP on this team down on the low ground, but it's NRG who are here, and it's Singularity who they're fighting. Sweet once again engaging, and look at the damage coming from the IGL. My goodness, NRG destroy Team Singularity.
This is exactly what we saw from NRG at the end of yesterday, just running through teams, so much confidence, no fear in them whatsoever, and great direction. That's what Sweet offers to this team. He knows exactly what he wants to do, how he wants to fight, and when they're going to fight.
You have to say that Geo have the priority position, but also ESA in a pretty good spot as well down there, just outside of the circle. But they are on the southwest side of it. There might be an opportunity for them to put pressure onto Geo, try and coexist on that bridge, or maybe just take the fight to take that God spot away.
Yeah, as we look at the next circle that is coming in, I mean, most of these teams are around it right now because there is such little areas to play, and they are very vulnerable spots, you can see. So Geo, the one team that are within the next circle, and then other teams are very close, like 36 that you were speaking of, ESA, Fun, they are in buildings that technically will still be within that circle and you can survive for a short amount of time. But if you're thinking bigger picture, if you're thinking about where you're going next, you need to start looking around you. What are other teams doing? Where are they going to be going? What is the best spot that we can get to?
Also, how does the composition assist you in this endgame, right? Bangalore could be really, really big for crossing the open ground and getting those smokes down. One team who's going to have to make that move is Xset. Let's jump in with Nocturnal and crew to see what the comms are like.
You gotta smoke, you need to smoke for him, you need to smoke for him, you need to smoke for him.
No, he's good, he's good, he's good.
Smoking for you, so I'm crossing. How much energy do you have, Sykes? I have 186. Okay. Need some?
Drop me to 6.
Should we move up to play here?
No. We play right.
Sure?
Yeah. We have all the space in the world, top 11.
Okay. Any ulti cells? No.
I have one.
I have 8 bats, I'm 8.
I have 4.
Drop in here right here. Bang ulti does. I'm smoking it. 70 push. He died. You take my arc on.
I'm holding stand on it. I'm scanning. I'm nading it. Up top. Stalling. Stairs up top. Nade is bad.
Look, they're gonna swing in the corner here.
Above.
Are they in there? They're in there, actually.
They're just dying.
Can I smoke this?
Should we peek this with Digi?
I am.
There's no one there. He's like far left. He's far left.
He's in the pipe. Solo. Get this fucker killed.
He's one.
Oh, good.
Watch your head.
Yep. Sykes. Go, careful. No smokes.
Batting.
I'm body blocking. I'm tanking for you.
On me is really safe on me. Newcastle 20. If they fight up top, I think we should...
No.
Okay.
There's way too many people over there.
Well, as Xset managed to stabilize and pick up a KP on their way towards that zone, the carnage is happening on the eastern side of the zone. NRG wrapping around as well behind Fun 123. ESA in the vicinity as well. And I tell you what, ESA, they just picked up some kills, but once again, here comes NRG, and at the moment, this is just a death ball of NRG.
It does not matter who is in the path of NRG. It is just constant pressure and constant aggression as they find themselves into the top 8 now. As all teams, they're going to have to start thinking about, again, the next zone. We're going to the southwest side of the previous circle. Again, it is still Geo as the only team who are within it, setting themselves up for maybe another victory. And we do have teams who are closing in on match point. NRG now find themselves on 39. They're 11 off TSM. They're getting pushed.
Oh, E36 are flying in, but there's how he gets the trade, and it will be end of Force Day. 6 will be entering the lobby because TSM come out on top, but with so many teams overlooking, this still might be the end of their game.
Yeah, zone's closing. They want to get the res, but I'm not sure they're going to be able to. Use whatever cover you can have and maybe just commit as a 2. Leave reps on his own.
No smokes to play with as well. The Black Hole's going to go down to try and protect their backs. If they can get to this rock, then maybe TSM can take a second to stabilize. But Fun, he's in the kill feed. He finished off rep, but now Sykes is going to be in a position where he has to be res. Nocturnal pops the battery and Xset under duress.
It's NRG and it's Geo within the zone, making life very difficult for all these teams, but Xset are also doing damage. Verholz finally gets taken down. Here comes Fun, though.
Fun is starting to play with his food a little bit here. So many kills being picked up. Sykes is still down here. The Guardian eliminated while all of this carnage is unfolding. DZ will go down as well. Dark Zero out. But look at NRG. That's set up for success here.
Xset are in middle of Geo and NRG. They're the two teams we want to watch. Sweet is just keeping on going. Again, it is a train that's being run through, and it's Geo, it's NRG, it's a 3v3.
And with the momentum that NRG have, is there any way that you can say Geo can do something to stop it? The Newcastle defensive wall will go down. Nathan trying to spray, trying to pray. There's a couple of shield swaps on the floor to play with, but at the moment, it looks like NRG are in a position to deal some damage.
NRG just need 1 kill and they'll be on match point, but they want to win this game. And Sweet takes him down.
NRG will win the game here on Storm Point, and it was nothing short of the NRG death ball. And not only that, ladies and gents, NRG, they hit match point.
Our first team to have an opportunity to win the Split 1 playoffs. And it will be as we move over to World's Edge. World's Edge, where NRG dominated the regular season. Things are looking good for NRG fans right now.
Sweet is pumped. Nathan is smiling. And Gilderson's is beaming everyone. NRG looked unstoppable in that last game.
NRG chants ring around the copper box as they rightly should. We saw throughout the last 3 days NRG just gaining momentum day after day, and it seems like they have finally hit their peak.
Speaking of hitting things, Dan, like I mentioned, match point is active now. NRG crossed the 50-point threshold. Rain Day, what do we make of that?
Wait, why are we not having this number?
You're right, sorry.
We are back here with the first match point of the day. Make some noise for NRG in the building. They get the job done and clutch it up, which is something that Sweet is very familiar with coordinating. They call him the micro master of IGLing. He does everything to a T, and you can see that when things are going, they're going very, very well, and it's hard to stop. My buddy John Lunatic Kefalokos is the one who started that match point chant, but the crowd was just into it. A big, big thank you to all the energy in the copper box. NRG feeding off it. We're going to dissect the game in a second, but I want to give a big thank you to Monsoon, who has been on our desk for the last 2 days. What an incredible player. Find him in the copper box. Take pictures with him. An amazing analyst. We hope to see more of him in the ALGS. But of course, replacing him, our very own Glitter Explosion. It's right next to me. Glitter, I got to talk to you about what we just saw. NRG on match point. There were questions raised time and time again of can they do it? Well, they've certainly made a statement here.
Listen, and that was something that Tiff and I literally were just going back and forth about because we talked about it yesterday. Stormpoint was a weakness for NRG. They struggled on it a little bit. At the end of Winners, they really started prioritizing that KP. They pushed for those kills because that was going to get them to where they needed to be on the leaderboard to keep them safe. Now here, it got them where they needed to be in terms of match point, and then they can focus on their game when they're stronger on World's Edge.
Tiff, it's pretty phenomenal to watch the growth of NRG this season in terms of being a team that not only has the mechanical skill, the ability conversationally from a strategic standpoint, but also the clutch factor and to win games on big stages.
I mean, look, we all know that they are incredibly talented. Sweet, like, plans 5 steps ahead that other people don't even think about. And it's really exciting to see them be able to reenact that. And I mean, we got a chance to talk to him even during the regular split, right? He came on the broadcast. He was talking about it. He's like, look, I need beacons in checkpoint. I had to relearn all of my macro strategies and being able to enact that with the team, rotate properly. He's like, I literally relearned the entire game this split. We talk about everyone struggling with identity, struggling with the legend compositions. A lot of big names that didn't even qualify to this stage because they had the same issue in regular split. So now that they've relearned it, and you're right, we had such a heated discussion about this earlier, and that's why I went Alliance, because I thought it was going to Stormpoint, and she was like, no, I mean NRG, if they can set themselves up and we go to World's Edge, they've got this. So that's exactly, we were like back and forth for at least 2 hours.
Yeah, you know, we were working on some power rankings earlier in the season, actually, as we have a look at these. But it was incredible, right? Because NRG, they, as you said, they had a little bit of a rough start to the season. Yep. And Dia, who was doing the power rankings, was like, he was putting them first every week, right? Copping so much flack for it. But he just had this unshakable faith in them. And you can see why, because they have that same unshakable faith in themselves. And that's paid off here. You can see exactly how good they are. Yep. 17 kills. Actually, that was even before the end game. We haven't got the final updated stats on that, but it's going to be a ridiculous number when that does come out. And, you know, if they hadn't have won that final fight, hadn't have got that kill, wouldn't have moved on to match point either.
And that is such a crucial element. So many teams, how many times have we seen it, guys? A team gets 49 points, and then they die the next game immediately. So it's now 2 games that they're not on match point, and then they get the point, but then they can't win that game. So then it's 4 games before they have a chance. NRG clean it up right away. They now can win this tournament.
Yeah, because the problem with that is while you're missing those points, other people are making them. So NRG makes a massive push in this game, using their aggression to their advantage to make sure they don't have to worry about that situation. And now, the benefit of being the first team on match point is essentially this next game is free. If they win, it's done. But if they don't, no one else is contesting that win yet. They might after the next game, but they have at least a little bit of cushion.
And
I was gonna say that cushion is all that is valuable right there. We need to have that. They have 2 maps that are gonna be on World's Edge for them to be able to take it. And honestly, I know a lot of doubters out there for NRG. We've seen it happen, but I know for a fact that NRG is gonna be putting in the work 3 times as much as a lot of these other teams.
Yeah, look, this particular zone really catered for that massive kill win that they had. You know, barometer zones can play out in a couple of different ways. If it goes a little bit more north, there's a lot of buildings, and you kind of just have to sit tight and play for where it pulls. But this one goes a little bit more south. It's very open, and that causes a little bit of chaos, which NRG so adept at taking advantage of and capitalizing in this way with 20 kills for a total of 32 points in a single game.
What a moment from NRG. Clapping around the stadium. Even some Dark Zero fans like Jordan, who we interviewed just a moment ago, Glitter, clapping for that type of performance. It is something that has been desperately needed, and a lot of fans have been waiting. They've finally done it. They're on match point.
I love that you bring up a lot of fans that have been waiting, because we had a chance to talk to someone who is actually an Apex Predator and so much better than me, and just a young and just freshing up and coming. And he said, my favorite team is TSM. And then we go, who do you think is gonna win? And do you know what he told us? Because he's out there in the crowd. He goes, NRG.
Ooh.
So keep that in mind.
Absolutely has to be a sign that they are going to be in the conversation. I don't think anyone doubted they would be up in the moment of 1, 2, 3. It certainly seems like what they've done now, first or second place, it's very, very possible. Let's go to the series results, though. Wow, by a mile, NRG 55 points. What that means is XSET, Dark Zero, and TSM have to have a very good game, possibly a win to get into match point. Otherwise, NRG will have not 1, but 2 games that they will be able to win. We're going to go to break right now because the hype is real. We got to give these players a second, but we're in London and things are just heating up on our Championship Sunday. Match point finals, NRG, the only team that can win. Will they do it? We'll find out after this.
Herman Miller Gaming is the official chair partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
WD Black is the official storage partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Welcome back, everybody, to London. Welcome to the Copper Box Arena, and welcome to Match Point. Being active, NRG, with a monster performance on the last game of Storm Point, Dan, put themselves in with an opportunity of, after this game, calling themselves champs.
That's what they've got to do. It seems simple, right? You've just got to win a game of Apex Legends, but not in a lobby like this. It is not going to be comfortable. This is what they're playing for.
Match point format, let's explain it. This game, these tournament can keep going and going and going until somebody hits 50 points like NRG have just done. Now that they've done that, NRG have one job to do, Dan. It means that they become match point eligible. That means they have to win a game of Apex Legends and they will be crowned champions.
And again, sounds simple, but the rest of the lobby, it is stopping them from winning this game.
Well, here we go then, no messing about. NRG have a free hit and we are straight into the action here for what could well be the final game here in London.
And I tell you what, it is bad news for the rest of the lobby. NRG, throughout regular season, on World's Edge, if they get to top 3, they have a 100% win record. So if NRG play zone, if NRG get there, the stats, they're looking good.
Pretty tough zone for them to get to, though. They're going to have to do some work to get into that top 3 for sure, but with the way that they are team fighting at the moment, it would not surprise me to see them involved in that final battle. But as we can see on our map overhead, we're going towards the dome. This could be a very, very interesting zone. Maybe finishing and focusing the finish towards that truck, which is on the right-hand side of Dome, or maybe it's just going to pull a little bit more towards the lava. Maybe we might see a little bit of a funky one towards Lava City.
NRG already in a gunfight as well. EXO are very close to them, down towards Harvester. You can see also the guard in the area. So NRG need to try and bully their way through this rotation, not fear teams. It's very easy, I think, when you're on match point to just think, okay, we need to rotate, we can't take any gunfights. No, NRG need to play with the same confidence that we've seen.
One thing to highlight as well, there is a chasing pack here. The race to get to match point is complete with NRG getting there, but for the rest of the lobby, still very much the case here, Dan. XSET need 12 points to hit 50. Just behind them, Dark Zero, TSM, Alliance. I think if they have a good game here, it doesn't have to be a monster game, but a win, and they would join NRG.
Yeah, it's very difficult for some of these teams not to just play their game. You look at this and you say, okay, NRG are on match point, how do we stop them? But if suddenly you start thinking about their rotation, you don't focus on your own rotation. You still have to focus on your own game, but just keep it in the back of your mind. Where are NRG coming from? What composition have they been playing? Can we take them out? Do we notice any signs to suggest where they are? And maybe we can keep this tournament still going.
Well, talking about the Dome, on a map overhead, I can tell you that LG have already moved from launch site right to the bottom of Dome on that south side. You've got Team Singularity, they're there as well. TSM playing outside of the Dome, overlooking Lava City, and you can see Ascend actually in Lava City at the moment. And for a team like Ascend, I think that shows how quickly some of these teams are rotating. They love to play as close to what they believe is going to be Godspot, but they've already been beaten there.
And that's what can be difficult for teams like NRG, who were a little bit further from drop as well. They are going to be beaten to some of these priority positions, so you either have to take a risk or you have to go for a less prioritized position, which is less likely to result in a victory. It's tough here for NRG.
I mean, look at the guard here, trying to hit some shots, not having the most success there. The Alternator is going to spray and pay, but here comes an EMP from Moist Esports. Big shield damage being done, and that is going to force a reset.
It's going to be Moist who won game number 3 against Guard, who had won previously the most games in this tournament, but haven't really found their footing here in this finals lobby. But it can all very quickly turn around with a victory, and they might be able to get closer to match point themselves. And as we look at where that circle is going to be, they've got the beacon information. They know it's going to be going southeast down towards the Dome area. I think Lava City is going to be the backup plan for a lot of these teams, because you have to assume at this point that most Dome places are going to be taken.
NRG in a fight, though, you can see. This is over at launch site, right at the backside of it. A couple of shots being exchanged. And you're going to see Sweet actually get the knock onto a member of EXO Clan. So Dexter is down, and I tell you what, the way that NRG are team fighting at the moment, every single time I see them engaging, it doesn't surprise me anymore to see that first knock going their way.
As soon as NRG have that knock, as soon as they have enough damage, they do push on their advantage every single time, and that's why they've been such a threat in this lobby. But I do like this position from NRG. They have a beacon to work with, so they can get that info, and then they can rotate late to try and get into what they would think the most winning position could be.
You can see the guard trying to make their rotate as well. The only problem for them, a little bit split because of Fnatic and how they're holding down this area just outside of Big Mord. A couple of players from the guard, I'm pretty sure, are still stuck down on that low ground, maybe trying to have to think about how they want to move. And Fnatic have recognized this. Arcane split, and the rest of the guard are just trying to escape now. And this is a very strange situation for the guard. Arcane could cross towards the little eggshell outside of Lava City, but with Fnatic firing down, now you can see Keon and Rambo just having to scarper away and try and rejoin their IGL.
That's been the Guards' tournament so far, is just awkwardly trying to rotate past teams and not necessarily been able to find as much success as they would have done previously. And it looks like Fnatic are, trying to hunt them down a little bit. So the Guard, quite rightly, just trying to get into a position where they can fight back. It's happened once already this tournament where they backed off, they returned fire, and they won the engagement. You just don't want to be taking fights in too many open areas, as I tell you what. Keon just got absolutely beamed.
Obliterated, and for the Guard, this is a tough spot to be in. That cross was just one they didn't make without looking left and looking right and waiting for that green light. They get cut down on the pass, and even though Arcane is still alive, and of course Rambo's still alive, they're so far away from each other, it's difficult to see them getting back together. But for Fnatic, they are on the hunt here.
They really are, and they know there is KP in the area, and they need it. They're down in 15th at the moment. They are nowhere near match point, really, as Rambo, the next one to go down as they hunt for the last remaining player of the Guard to try and get the full wipe. But it's not easy. There's other teams you've got to be thinking about.
Well, the team's actually stacked up inside a Lava Siphon here, and they've done their job here, Fnatic. They managed to take out the 2 stragglers from the Guard, and RKN is in Lava City at the moment and kind of just hoping and praying that he can get towards the end game and maybe pull off some sort of miracle. But speaking of Lava Siphon, here's the battle we were talking about. ESA have had a pretty good day so far. They're sat in 7th place on 30 points, so 20 points from this game will put them on match point as well. But they've got some work to do here with this fight that's about to break out.
I'd say any team that's around 30 points have a chance to get to match point in this game. Of course, if they were able to find a victory. Dreamfire on the lower side of this building. They also know there's other teams in the area. You've got to make sure you stick together here. Someone's watching an angle at the top.
Luda's going to get that first knock. And that gives them the man advantage here. Horizon's going to take to the skies, but it's going to fall down almost as quickly, it would appear. They try and take the roof, but Cody's after him. Cody wants to try and finish off this KP, tries to find the target, but just cannot manage to locate his reticle. But Luda in the meantime gets that knock.
Our esports arena able to capitalize elsewhere. Postkill's just gone down. GO in the kill feed. And Ascend, they'll be looking to try and get him back up so they can be a full 3, and they can look to try and make a difference. There's the confirmation onto Roy. And now esports arena, they're playing this so patiently, and I've loved what I've seen every single time we watch esports arena. In the previous game, they were probably feeling pretty hot, like they might have been able to maybe get a real run and a chance at match point. But as long as NRG do not win, ESA will be very close indeed.
Smart decisions actually being made here by NRG as well. They know that it's going to be a situation where there's going to be so many teams stacked up inside a dome. There's playable areas like we know on World's Edge, and they're kind of just biding their time here. They're waiting over at launch site, maybe waiting for that beacon like you mentioned a little bit earlier to see where that zone is going to go and then pick and choose their fights. Also, they're going to be in a position where maybe they can get a Loba ult down a little bit later. They can steal a lot of loot away when these fights start to break out. So even though they're not engaging too much, they can scrap up the pieces. They can find themselves some utility, some batteries, some big armors to play with as they enter that final zone.
Yeah, you can see there on the bottom of the screen, NRG by launch site have beacon information, will know exactly where it's going next. They could be as patient as waiting again for beacon information, and then you head into the zone, and then you hope you can maybe pick a spot that someone's left behind, or there's some death boxes there, so you realize that spot's going to be available as well. There's going to be a lot of decisions to be made by Sweet, but something we've learned throughout regular season, when Sweet has a plan and he puts it into action, it very often ends up in a victory.
Dreamfire eliminated in the meantime. Alliance holding down the back side of the dome. And in a pretty comfortable position to do so. The Guard have been eliminated, so unfortunately for RKN and Korras, that cross that really, really hurt them as they tried to rotate in towards Lava City. Another disappointing game for them. But Alliance could be a problem for NRG as they try and move in a little bit later. But inside of launch site as well, we do have E6 and EXO trying to rotate behind NRG. So we'll keep our eyes on that and keep you updated on what their story is. But Exet over here by Geyser, this is a tough zone for them to rotate in, all the way from Skyhook.
I'd say any team that is like over the halfway line towards the northern side, it's going to be a circle where you're going to have to do something special to be able to get into the end game. And either that is bullying your way through and winning an engagement or two, or going for the Hail Mary, going for the skyward dive, trying to land, I don't know, on top of the eggshells or something ridiculous. You're going to have to think outside of the box, but that is what Apex Legends is all about, is trying to find a way to do something different, to outthink your opponents.
We're about to see a proper shootout here. It's like a Western. as the bullets fly through. E6 get the better of this, but keep in mind, NRG were on the outside of this fight. They were waiting to see these knocks go down, and if NRG want to get involved, then they will be able to do so. The shield swaps come in, no knocks, and NRG may now try and engage. Keep your eyes on the kill feed. Yes, indeed, NRG say hello, but they also recognize maybe they didn't get in time.
Well, they know that EXO is also in the area. They didn't finish that fight against EXO a little bit earlier, so they back off, they play this one safe. That's exactly what they have to do.
NRG, the comms are going to be fresh and they need to be concise. They usually are. Let's jump into a listening now with NRG.
I'm gonna use the generator a little bit. I mean, it's not worth it. You gotta kill
you gotta
much
kill
point.
These guys might run at us though. They're playing like Bloodhound and shit.
Yeah, they know we're a Loba team. Alright, I'm 2 bats, 5 cells. Did you level? I can't. No. Can you put it in like right here on this corner? Yes. I cannot watch the front anymore. Did you just storm? That's fine.
Yeah, I'm sitting on the front. It's fine.
Alright.
It actually blows like not bad for us. Not bad.
Yeah, this isn't terrible. Not much in here.
That way. Come on.
Grabbing cellulose.
Like all this is in.
Yeah, that Horizon team's gonna fight for that though. I want to grab a fall line. I don't want my wingman. I'm grabbing one. It's double steer team over there. Purple back.
Fuck. They're walking out on the platform.
Okay, we need to hold them down there.
Bloodhound 60?
My hands are literally ice blocks right now.
It's a Bangalore Bloodhound Horizon team.
Okay,
I think
if
they
the team walks up on their north, that'd be huge. That'd be huge. Well, we just
On
walk
this
in
rock
and
on
play
right
right
here.
here. You could charge that. Yeah, we just walk in and play here. We just walk.
Well, NRG made that decision we saw earlier not to engage in that third party. They dragged themselves back down, and you heard from the comms, remember, this is match point. It's match point. All we need to do here is win.
And they know full well, as a Loba team, they can be targeted a little bit, but you heard in the communications as well, they are analyzing the composition of every team that runs past them. That gives you the info of who it may be, how the fight may go down. It's all these little things you have to assess. Give that information to Sweet before he then makes his call.
Exet, who are currently sat in second place, they need 11 points from this game in order to put themselves on match point. And now you're seeing with a minute left until that zone starts to close, Nocturno and crew hunting for some KP on the edge of zone.
A lot of these teams rotating from the north are starting to get desperate now, as it's only going to be 50 seconds until zone 3 closes, and that's why we're seeing gunfights. That's why we're seeing teams get a little bit antsy here, realizing they may only find KP and might not be able to play truly for placement.
Ponyhead's kind of caught out on his own here. Ponyhead's trying to escape. You see his 2 teammates playing the high ground, trying to kind of get him out of this position. Need to look over and make sure that he's safe. Element 6 will go down in the meantime off screen, but ESA have managed to stabilize. This fight important though, Dan, and it needs to break out. At least Exit need to push Esports Arena back because the zone is closing in 20 seconds.
Elsewhere, by the way, we saw EXO take down E6 that he was speaking of. That means NRG might be able to capitalize, but here they are. They want to get involved. They saw it in the kill feed. And again, NRG just ruthless. They had to just hold this side of the zone. They said, if we kill EXO, we own the western side.
Absolutely massive play from NRG, may be able to look over at the fight that's about to break out between ESA and Exit as well, as we see it continuing here just outside of Lava Cypher, but this is not good for either team at the moment. The zone is going to chunk, the zone is going to hurt, and they need to get this done quickly.
NRG are looking at this one as well from a distance, and it is Sykes who manages to help out. It's Sweet who gets the actual knock though with the charge rifle. Exit are doing well to actually progress across the map here, but NRG should be able to just shut both teams down.
They are just gatekeeping them at the moment, and ESA are going to go down. The question is, a Sweet being isolated on the edge of zone here. All of Exet are going to drop onto Sweet, and Sweet may be the one to watch it, even though you're seeing the damage being done by NRG. Sweet still in a position where he goes down. Exet make the play on NRG.
Exet maybe keeping this tournament alive. Nathan and Guild have it all to do, but now there's more teams getting involved. Nathan in the zone. Is there going to be anything from Guild to keep this one going?
Somehow Exet have not come out of this looking too healthy. NRG have held their ground, and Fun is just left on his own.
But Moist, look at Moist on top of the hill here. They may look to get involved. If they even had a whiff that this was NRG, you know full well they'd send it.
Fun left on his own. Fun 1, 2, 3 eliminated. Space Station eliminated as well. And Exet tried to make such a big play there. But my word, Sweet somehow managed to survive long enough to give his teammates a chance at survival as well.
He has gone down though. And NRG need to think, do we go for the banner? Do we try and get Sweet back on his feet at any point in this game? Or are we going to have to try and win this tournament as a 2? It's not going to be an easy rotation through the lava here. There's going to be at least 3 teams looking at them.
Teams looking down on them, Moist Esports. You've got Fun, who's going to be ahead of them. I'm sure he'd want some revenge as well. Dark Zero are holding down that choke just outside the Vault Tunnel, but all of this action is outside of zone. Inside of the zone is where we find ourselves now. This is deep in the middle of the dome.
This zone is forcing so many fights over towards Dome, and it's just going to get even worse. Fnatic will lose one. It's LG who are going to be attacking them. Fnatic will fall, but now Luminosity, they need to reset. They need some shield swaps because there are other teams in the area.
Ascend very close to them as well, so Luminosity, even though they will get shield swaps, they will be healthy. They have to be aware of Ascend's position just the other side of this building, but it looks like Ascend took damage as well while all of this battle was ensuing, so they won't be pushed. LG will be safe, and with 10 squads remaining now, NRG are still alive.
NRG still alive. Exet also still have one, remember they are 7 points away from match point, so they could very easily cross that threshold. TSM 9 points away, and you've got Dark Zero and Alliance about 12 and 13. So those are our top 5 teams at the moment, and they're all remaining in the game.
You went very English there.
I did.
In the morning.
In the morning.
Back into the action then. The dome is obviously where we are going, and I've never seen such a central zone over the top of a POI. Literally every single corner of the dome is involved in where this game is going to end. NRG trying to skirt their way around the outsides though, trying to avoid all of the carnage and trying to go undetected.
I mean, Sweet has to just sit back now as the IGL and direct the team off screen and hope that the two young gentlemen can maybe do the job just as a duo. But there are a lot of teams who have been able to take the inside buildings here at Dome, and those who are on the outside need to make one of two decisions. Do you try and take one of them?
NRG eliminated. They will not win the tournament right now as TSM now find themselves in a fight. We are going to have another game here in London, and all of a sudden this means so much more to the surrounding teams.
TSM fans explode, not only because TSM are performing well, but because it means we're guaranteed another game. Here comes Verhoes, shredding with the R9. Needs some assistance though as the R30-30 comes out.
Trying to chase down with the 30-30, can't quite connect though, but most importantly, force the team away. EMP gonna go down, TSM trying to hold the space all around them inside this building.
42 points for TSM, they need 8 more. Moist Esports eliminated. The further TSM get into this, the more placement points, the closer they will be to that match point threshold. Boy, I would love to go into the next game with NRG and TSM both on match point as Dark Zero still ratting out.
And it's TSM who forced Dark Zero down to 1. That was the fight that was going on outside of this building. They're going to try and hunt him down as well. Rebs and Verholt have got one job, one mission, and it looks like a mission they're about to complete. Dark Zero will be eliminated, but the kill actually goes to Onyx.
But the placement points are still good. TSM now into the top 5, and they find themselves 5 points away from that match point threshold. This is very much achievable for TSM. Look where that zone's going as well. Reps is within it. They can hold this building.
TSM, pretty sure as I look at it, will have building for the most amount of time, cover for the most amount of time towards this end game as well. Alliance, just Hackis on his own, popping that Phoenix kit, hoping that maybe he can get the points that are required. But TSM are getting aggressive here, and Verholt's just looking for blood.
TSM did not notice Hackis though. They didn't know he was there. And now they're suddenly only 3 points away as 4 squads remain.
TSM are frying. TSM are cooking. Let's jump straight into the comms with Team Solo Mid.
Can we take height?
Yes.
Can we take height? Okay, just stay here. We're barely safe here.
I gotta go. I've got
Is there any heavy? I have 28 heavy bullets. I have 160 here. I dropped some. We're not really safe here. I'm getting shot. I'm getting shit on. Chill. Just underneath us. It's a solo. Dead. They have a bow and ultimate height. Can we get inside the building? Get inside. Get inside the
Go to the
building.
right. Batting.
Powder bat. Powder bat. It's Onyx on the west. You have to kill the team in the building. I think it's NRG in the building, I'm pretty sure. The guy that was on top of the rock is Onyx. Okay. We gotta shoot the team in the building.
Take my Onyx shot, bro.
We shoot the team in the building. We shoot the team in the building, okay?
Yeah.
Get ready.
Yeah, we just hit them.
Look. Can you shoulder pick a check?
Yeah, in the building.
We literally just the team on the west.
They went back a bit.
Unless they randomly swap.
Middle is not energy, right?
Yeah. Onyx has the bow and a hemlock. They're on Bangor Valk, okay? Yeah. Kill the other team. Listen, when I'm off cue, we're gonna go to the side of the building, okay? Get ready. You ready?
Yeah, I'm following you,
have
bro.
any nades? Follow me.
No nades, no nades.
Follow me. Yeah.
Batting. Last bat.
TSM need 1 point. 1 point to join NRG on match point. The question is, can Howard Verhulst get it done?
And you heard the plan. They want to focus the team in the building. They want to ape it, but the team has gone now. So the plan is going to have to change. It's going to have to develop. They either need second place or they need 1 kill. They'll be on match point.
Oh, and How gets the kill! How gets the kill! Needs to be secured. More damage being done by Imperial How. The CEO puts his team on match point.
Match point achieved, but can they now double it up? It's 2 versus 3. It's Onyx. Here comes the black hole. Here comes the set.
Missile Swarm goes in as well. It's all up to Verhulst and Imperial How as a duo. Verhulst will fall down, but job done for TSM. Onyx, however, will be your champions here on World's Edge.
And it's a 46-point total for Onyx. They're not quite on match point, but the story is there. TSM join NRG on match point. We have 2 teams now who will be going at it into the next map.
2 gentlemen we learned a lot about throughout this weekend. Fantastic piece of content created by the production team as well, Hal and Sweet. Well, they go head-to-head once again. 2 of the greatest players, the biggest names in all of esports and Apex Legends, find both of their teams on match point. But a huge congratulations to Onyx Esports. Like you say, doesn't quite push them over the line, but 4 more points and Onyx will be joining them.
And suddenly now the pressure is going to be on the 2 IGLs that have stories about them every single weekend. It's Hal, it's Sweet. They've got to try and get the job done. It was a tough circle for NRG, it has to be said. They were never really going to get a full shot after teams stopped their rotation, but they have to go again into the next match, and they're going to have to compete against TSM.
Oh, it's almost like a storyline has developed out of nowhere, isn't it? NRG versus TSM, a story as old as time in Apex Legends. But the interesting thing to highlight here, Dan, even with that big performance from TSM where they get over the line, the chasing pack now is so close to 50 points. We'll have to see how the games do develop as we move forward. That's going to be all from the commentary desk, though. TSM jump onto match point. Onyx get the win.
My goodness gracious, there's no better use of that term because we have North America staking their claim in London. NA right now on top, NRG and TSM, the only 2 teams who can win and end the day. Glitter, Tiff, Gino, we must react to this. Obviously, congratulations to Onyx Esports winning that game, but they are not yet at that 50-point threshold. TSM, the team to climb and join NRG there.
It'll definitely help propel them up the leaderboard to a place where they want to be, but right now the fact that we have 2 of the most dominant teams in a spot where they could just end the tournament for everybody, that's got to have a little added pressure or added to everybody's shoulders.
Oh yeah, now it's like you can't just focus one. Tiff, we actually saw that a little bit. TSM making the mistake against Dark Zero, famously going against Optic and allowing DZ to come in 3rd over into, I believe, our championships. Now in this position, they do not take that chance. They focus the team thinking it could be NRG.
Yeah, I mean, I'm totally okay with them not winning this and getting to that 50-point threshold because now they can focus on it. Great job for Onyx taking that win and showing that what they can do in this lobby. And I mean, Onset and Gaskin were really pointing this out. The storylines are writing themselves. One of my favorite pieces of content is that Hal and that Sweet interview. Yep. And you can just see, like, you even mentioned this. Hal said that Sweet is the only person that he would ever let IGL, and I know somewhere in this stadium, AC, Hal's girlfriend, is sitting next to Nikki, which is Sweet's girlfriend, and they are probably losing it.
I don't know, Nikki and AC might be in NRG TSM sections. If they are, I'm proud of them both. Shout outs to the significant others here. But Genome, so much happened in this game. Break it down.
Yeah, we had another dome circle. We actually saw one quite similar to this in the winners bracket last match. We just saw Dreamfire. They've been struggling a little bit today. Unfortunately, we got the showdown between Element 6 and E36 to see, you know, almost like the battle for the name there for these guys. And then moving on from that, it all started to congregate around Dome. I mean, we see NRG come in for the third party here. At this point, I was a little bit worried, honestly. They were quite late to this third party. Only gave themselves maybe 5 or 10 seconds to start rotating back towards the circle. And that's where things started to go wrong. That's where they got sent on by Xset and started to lose members. And from then, it was a little bit of a rough ride to the end circle.
Yeah, and I mean, Xset, they started to lose out on members as well, but do you know who was sitting there lying in wait? It was going to be the boys from Moist Esports. They were just maybe 50 to 70 meters closer to the zone, so even if Xset didn't finish that job, they were still going to be gate-kept. But the positioning that TSM handled in that final ring, and you could probably imagine that they realized they were incredibly close to match point, and that pressure of maintaining and needing only to find one, because being on 49 is so uncomfortable.
Yeah, and what I loved about the way that they played the final moments is that recognition made them take a step back. They made sure they got their bats up, and when they made the final push, all they did was focus on getting those last few points. It wasn't about even going for the win, it was about ensuring the match point, and they did it.
I love the way we see Onyx Esports keeping in tone with what they know. We did well, we didn't do enough. We have a lot of work to do still to get on match point and then of course win. NRG, TSM join each other at the top, but Onyx Esports come out on top in terms of points. Team Singularity, big shout outs again to South America. They are doing really well. One of our top teams, and whether they win or not, big prize pool for finishing second, third, fourth, or fifth. So that would be massive for those players. Let's check out page 2 though. Genome, your thoughts?
Yeah, Onyx, that's a second big game for these guys, and that's why they're sitting towards the top of the scoreboard there. You know, the circle doesn't always come towards you, right? But they have capitalized when it does. I mean, you know, they were playing from Godrock when we had the zone over near the mill. Fantastic game from them. At the moment, they're landing down near Tree, and so they want to get another zone towards Dome, and they really, once again, make it count.
All right, well, our series results are here. You've been waiting to see the standings. What does this mean? It means 2 teams are on match point. You know them. They're rivals in a way, united in rivalry, I believe NRG said under that tweet of the interview I did with Howland Sweet, but also definitely united in both trying to hoist this trophy. One will not, one might at this point. Onyx Esports, Xset Alliance, Team Singularity, look at that, 39 points, actually tied with Dark Zero, who, I hate to say this, but I gotta make sure it's not a surprise, okay? It's been a surprise for 2 lands in a row. We talk about another team gets on match point, and then Dark Zero somehow shows up out of nowhere, and I think it's still possible, only 11 points away, so this next game is gonna determine a lot, Blair.
Okay, so I'm glad that you said that because I've been looking at all these results, and this is what I'm worried about. So TSM and NRG are both phenomenal on World's Edge. This is their opportunity here to close this out now that they're both on match point.
Yeah.
We saw that NRG was being a little bit aggressive, still getting all that KP.
Yeah.
So they're putting themselves in a good spot, but they need to close it out because once we switch over to Storm Point, that's going to open up the doors for the likes of DZ with that 11-point threshold, which is not that big, and it might slow down NRG and TSM.
Listen, a lot of us know that we don't just get here by accident. Most of us came into this world with some people supporting us day in and day out to get here. Our parents, of course, or that parent figure that you might have. It means a lot. We've got Mama and Papa Kashera here. We've got Mama and Papa Jen Burton here. We've got the Verhulst brothers, but we've also got Verhulst's mother, who, guess what? As TSM just jumped into match point, we have an opportunity to look at a chat we did with her yesterday. So let's play a little bit to see the insight on what it's like supporting one of the up-and-coming stars in the ALGS.
My name is Lale Verhulst, and I'm here to watch Evan Verhulst, otherwise known as Big E. Never had, the slightest idea that it would ever turn into something like this. It has been more than I expected. It's been a wonderful surprise. It's surreal. It's really, to hear the crowd chant TSM and to have them scream Evan's name, it's like nothing I've ever experienced before. It's music to my ears to hear that. Choosing to support your son when they get to this level, it was a difficult decision. There were a lot of factors at stake. He left his schooling at the University of Missouri, and that was a lifelong dream I had for him, that he would be educated. But we recognize that this is an unusually exceptional opportunity, and we couldn't not embrace that, and it was what he wanted to do, and we were not going to deny him that opportunity. What I would tell Evan is what he's done has impacted mine and my entire family's lives. I mean, it has become so big. It's all that we really exist for at this point. I mean, we watch his tournaments day in and day out. He's made my husband and I so extremely proud. His brothers are so proud. It's been just an amazing journey, and we are so grateful and thankful to TSM, to Evan, that he's played Apex, and the whole EA organization. It's been amazing.
Wow. That hits you in the feels right there. Round of applause for Mama Verhulst. I see her up there in the stands. There's emotion when it comes to talking about the ones you love. I know that my parents have supported me throughout this process, throughout my other career, day in and day out. There's nothing like a support that comes from a loved one. Glitter, just such a great piece to show how these people get here and what goes on behind the scenes.
Yeah, I love that it's almost like it's a team effort, making sure that they're building up all of our amazing stars on this stage. And we have so many family members and friends here. It's just great to see.
Beautiful, beautiful opportunities to get to know the community, especially at LAN. But guess what? We have to switch gears because somebody like TSM and NRG could win the championship of our playoffs right now. Let's get in the game and see if they can do it as we head up to our casters, Fallout and Vicky Kitty.
Thank you so much, Raid Day. That is right, TSM hits match point. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for TSM. However, there is a new potential dynasty in the making. I am past the TSM era. It is time for Dark Zero. Make some noise for the Aussies.
What? What the heck? Oh, we got mixed feelings in the crowd. First off, I don't know where you keep getting these jerseys. I don't even have one. You go through skin changes like it's no tomorrow, like you're loading into a new lobby, but I guess that's basically what we're doing out here, Fallout.
That's right. Look, Vicky, at the end of the day, I've been the biggest fan of the key storylines this weekend, and the biggest storyline, in my opinion, yes, NRG, TSM, the best fans because of Imperial Hell and Sweet, their platform. But at the end of the day, the opportunity for Dark Zero to go back to back to back in 8th place with 36 points as a relatively underknown team with Jen Burton, such a large YouTuber, moving across the world, giving up so much is the biggest storyline this weekend. And if DZ can have a big game here and force another game, well, guess what? We just get some more Apex. Copperbox, how are we feeling about that as we head into game number 5? 6. I got that wrong.
Hey, yeah, game number 6. I mean, the thing is that it's been such insane action, especially that last game on it coming out on top. Moving in to our next game, it's still going to be World's Edge. The next game will be Stormpoint, and we talk about the transitions between both of these maps, the consistency that our teams are going to have, and with TSM and NRG being at match point, I mean, Fallout, the script just writes itself at this point.
It absolutely does. And look, yeah, a lot of Dark Zero love trying to manifest an opportunity to have another team at match point for some more Apex and for the Aussies to go back to back to back, but you can't deny NRG and TSM. Statistically speaking this weekend, NRG, number 1. Most average total points per game at 8.63 points a game. Most total average kills. They have been dominating in the statistical category. They have been playing Unreal. Sweet Dreams is trying to silence every single critic. And even he acknowledged, it doesn't count until I win on LAN. Well, look at this opportunity for a player and a remarkable human being, by the way. One of the brightest minds from Kansas City, Missouri. Opportunity to close this one out. But guess what? Right behind them, TSM, second place in total statistics for total average points, 8 points per game, and second place in total kills per game. They have both been fragging and frying, and they are putting on a clinic right now for the rest of the lobby.
That's why they're the top 2 teams right now in the overall lobby, sitting down at match point. On it could very well just meet them after this game. We're gonna see how that plays out. NRG, Sweet having to rotate all the way to the beacon first because they didn't have a beacon in their POI of staging. They're gonna be quick with it though. On World's Edge, we already saw it before. They run the Valk, Watson, and Loba. And on Stormpoint, they do change up that variation with a Bang, Valk, and Seer.
That's right, most important thing right now. You see the map on screen, the quick rotate from Lava Siphon. This is a favorable zone for TSM. They can close this out here if they find God's spot. They correctly predict the zone rotate. Meanwhile, NRG, not a bad zone either. They want to hit that second beacon, but they're going to find the guard on the way, and they don't want to take that fight. Now there's the guard. They want to both rotate early, live to fight another day, so it looks like NRG is going to ignore that beacon, and will just take an early rotation with the info that they have, obviously, rather than waiting for the zone to close. So instead, NRG makes the rotate through.
Can we talk about how quick a lot of these teams have already been with it just to get into this next zone. I mean, there is that beacon in the middle of Lava Siphon, like we saw TSM already get that scan, already start their rotate, but EXO, GO, Moist playing on the edge, NRG already in the middle of their rotate. Alliance is gonna start rotating soon, leaving Thermal. They're gonna have that beacon there too. And let's tune into the guard who already get the crack over here in Harvester.
That's right. Rambo pushing through, trying to be the tip of the spear right now. No blue shields for anyone here on the guard. They rotated so incredibly fast. That's what they're known for, RKN. Currently living in Atlanta with his wife, who's a nurse, and just a remarkable human. Had a chance to meet her. They're both, I think they're relocating back to Florida. Big shout out to RKN, Rambo, and Keon. Keon, former D2 basketball player in the United States. He's an athlete, and he's also such a dominant controller player. Gonna level up his Evo shield, but the guard decides not to take that fight for now. They're gonna continue their rotate as opposed to contesting Moist Esports.
I mean, look at them. They're sitting in 19th overall. They need to get this KP. They haven't had the best game so far, as Moist are gonna be quick with the rotation too. Taking a skyward dive, they're gonna get the scan here. So many other teams in the middle of their rotate. They also have the beacon, so they already know where the circle's gonna be pulling towards the south side, close between that launch site entry area.
Let us know in the chat. Of course, crowd's gonna keep making noise. You want Dark Zero to do it? It's not looking good right now. They're gonna get focused. The pylon goes down. He immediately gonna be destroyed from Moist, most likely. EXO nearby, an aggressive team from Apex South. The Thailand squad knows how to end people's dreams.
EXO playing on the inside though, and Moist are looking at the action, but they're also getting pressured out by another team that's behind them. You can see the missile storm coming in. They put down the gen. They negate some of the damage, and Brycey's trying to get into position.
Dreamfire eliminated. TSM knocks EXO. So TSM keeps Dark Zero alive here. Look at the map. Look how stacked this rotate is. Every team is here. 19 squads left. This is the fastest we've ever seen anyone rotate. Only 4 teams on edge.
They know with the quickness how quick they need to get in here. How gets the knock with the Arc Star. EXO now down 1 member, playing this as a duo. Trying to restabilize, can't heal up, and that's the information from the Seer attack. But with the Digi threat, you're gonna be able to see through those smokes.
That's right, guess who's there? TSM. And I believe TSM has to be aware that Dark Zero's right below them. Of course, Reps on Seer is gonna give them that intel. But DZ enters the fight! DZ is gonna wipe EXO!
DZ, you talked about it before, fella. I don't know if this is just you blessing you them in the same time. The thermite coming in, the beam from TSM.
DZ's gonna reset here. Wow, they survived on a sliver of HP, but Moist is there! The rivals from Apex South! The former second best team in Apex South, now taking over the region.
Get that EMP, they get that information, but they have to look to their 6. Remember, they did get contested by another squad right behind them. I believe that may have been DZ who wrapped around. Now in the point of view of Moist as they try to take control over this building.
Are you kidding me? Dark Zero gets back inside, but the knock's gonna come through. And MT, the IGL for the squad, he gets the stack.
Huge knock!
Oh my god! Dark Zero eliminated!
Dark Zero get taken out by the Moist boys. It's getting wet, it's getting sweaty. Huge stick with that Arc Star.
MT is the IGL of this team. Typically not the fragger, not the flashiest player, but right there, he was the absolute tip of the spear. It was like a sharp spear from Wakanda, is what it looked like right there. Unbelievable from MT. And look, I tried my best, Vicky, to give Dark Zero some manifestation. That didn't work at all.
I feel like you curse him.
Don't say that, no!
Gotta say how it is. TSM, though they backed up, because remember, they were participating in that fight from beyond.
Yeah.
They're now inside that next building, neighboring Moist. They've taken control of that second floor. You see Verhulst taking some shots with Reps and Hal, making sure that Moist isn't going to try to push in on them. Reps is getting that information.
Yeah, and I just want to analytically kind of break down a little bit what we saw right there. I mean, Dark Zero was just in such a bad position. I'm surprised they survived that long. They're on low ground. They're able to somehow survive, come in, wipe EXO, avoid the TSM third party, and then immediately work back in the house as they recognized TSM was going to back out and take another location. But ultimately, Moist was the unfortunate rain on their parade, as we got Moist right here, right now. And actually, it'd be interesting to jump into a listen with Moist Esports. Let's take a listen.
Yeah, I got one.
Where is it? Where is it?
Yeah.
Got it. I've got no bats, no bats.
1 bat. 10-2, I can drop you one.
Yeah.
Coming back to you now.
Drop me 2 cells.
Alrighty, go.
Yeah.
Was that... I got Gen. I can't get it down. I'm putting it this side then.
Yeah, I can't get bacon anyway.
Alright, that's fine.
Just a quick little listen into them pretty much looting at that point because they already hit their rotate. They're just going to be chilling. Both TSM and Moist have great positioning and just going to poke each other with some sear cues here. Moist under some duress, but should be just fine with that Watson.
Love the comms too. Wondering, hey, did you guys splack that purple weevil that was mine real quick?
We've all been there in ranked, you know?
There's manners out here in
That's
Apex,
right.
and Fnatic doesn't care about them. They're chasing after another team right now. Charge Rifle beaming down another player, breaking that crypto.
That's right. Fnatic in 14th with 22 points. This is what's so much fun about Match Point. There's always a team or two or three that can completely ruin the opportunity for Match Point squads to win. It was much worse before we had anonymous mode, obviously, in the game. Now that we do, it's hard for these teams to tell who's who, especially with a lot of repeat comps. That kind of very popular TSM comp of Valk, Seer, and Horizon might give them some disguise.
That brings you back to the
right.
very final moments of champs.
It was crazy. I mean, teams would intentionally int the Match Point team. A lot harder to do now, so a lot more competitive integrity that way. That was a really, really great change for Match Point. Obviously, this Match Point format is so unique, so much fun from an entertainment perspective. Provides so many different stories. Who can keep this story alive to go to Chapter 7? Instead, will TSM or NRG close this out in 6?
For the players, it's about stamina here too, staying consistent. Nathan gets beamed from a distance, playing underneath tree here. Again, just to remind anybody just tuning in, NRG and TSM are sitting at match point. With NRG running their World's Edge comp currently, they're looking to sit in final circle positioning, but they don't want to stop their momentum. That's what we saw in the last game. They still want to play on top of their game. They still want to rack up the KP. They still want to keep their points.
That's right. Taking a quick scan around some of the other teams left in this lobby. 12th place right now is Fun123. Former AD Raccoon, top 3 team in APAC North. Obli and Karanpu picking up Sangjun. Great shields right now for them. We'll see if they can find a way to break through. 30 points overall, they need 20.
Let's check this
As we're taking a quick scan around some of the rest of the teams remaining in this lobby right now. The Guard in 19th, Exo Clan in 18th, Space Station in 17th, Element 6 in 16th. That's the bottom of the leaderboards. On the top, well, Onyx Esports. We have not talked about them, and we need to. The Boogie Boarders signed by Onyx just before this event. In 3rd place with 46, Xset with 43, Alliance with 41, as well as Dark Zero, who's eliminated from this lobby. Team Singularity, representing South America. And now once again, I'll say, Forza Brazil, what a show for the South Americans.
Yeah, I love to see the South American scene rallying behind Singularity, giving them all their energy. I've been seeing it on social media, and I love how you also highlighted Onyx, because this is their opportunity to also be sitting at match point, to sit alongside TSM and NRG, as we actually take a look at the overhead of Onyx inside of this building. 3 squads in this vicinity.
We'll let the stage set here as we get ready for this late game. Tension so tight, so intense. 17 squads remain. Can you imagine the pressure, the moment? Mandy gonna get tagged up, just a little tickle of a Seer Q here, as Alliance is gonna be well positioned for now. We'll jump on board with them as we take a look back at Harvester. This is our Edge teams. Fun, rotating for Thermal Station. This is huge right now. If they take out Xset, that's one of our match point contending teams. That means it's more likely for our 2 teams to win, and NRG and TSM.
Going in here though, they still have one white evil shield as Xset have the health advantage. They're trying to gatekeep them, but they're getting shot from behind. They have to look for the 3rd party that they're gonna inevitably beat once they start their rotation.
Right.
Fun with the information though, they send out the Seer ult. You can currently see they're trying to chase down these players who manage to go onto the low ground.
I love that. They're immediately aiming down sights to try and beam Obli, but the head glitch is there. Nice job from Obli using line of sight. He's gonna melt, doesn't get his crack, but they're taking so much storm damage right now, Viggy. They're just gonna reset. They have time. The storm is not taken for a lot. And Xset will continue to gatekeep, but E36 is there. Fun's peers from APAC North might come save them.
That's the
no, they
third
won't.
party.
We're out of here.
That's the 3rd party I was worried about. And they're actually, I like this call here from them too. They see the Seer ult on the other side of Harvester at the very end coming out. They're backing away because instead they could just prioritize rotating into circle just to gatekeep, not just Xset, but Fun on top of it.
That's right. The gatekeeper will become the gatekeep E, right? With Xset gatekeeping Fun right now. Still in zone, by the way. E36 is going to try and do the same potentially. Xset's going to back out 1 level further. They know they can't play this too hard because they will be stuck from zone. They know they have to prioritize rotate, but they also know that Fun is breathing down their backs.
And look who's on the high ground right now. Fnatic made their rotation from the train tunnel, leaving out of Lava Siphon. This is huge because they're going to have a high ground advantage of all the action from the teams rotating away from Harvester.
Yeah, that's a great position. This is always a kind of mid-game god spot, if you will. They're going to get scanned for now, though, and right in front of FNC is E36, who we mentioned previously. This is basically a 4-course meal of APAC North dishes. We got some sushi, we got a couple of different entrees coming, because we got Fnatic from Japan, we got E36 and Fun from Korea, and then of course XSET, the Americans, trying to join in and see if they can be the last team alive.
Fnatic are getting griefed by charge rifles from left to right. I mean, right now they're just trying to make sure where the other teams are. You can see them just trying to aim down their sight. Ooh, get some information though. The nades are getting sent down as Alliance
boy.
take care of Shady.
That's huge. One match point contender takes out a member of another with a knock. Fussy, Rocky, team of 2, last 2 alive. Does Alliance decide to take their numbers here? The Seer ult is there, they're gonna run out of it, but they are scanned. Wait for the scan to dissipate. Here comes the push. Alliance trying to step on the gas pedal. They're gonna get some damage off the rip. Look at the patience here for Onyx. And Alliance wisely decides to back out. Here's why. You might be wondering, these teams, are they nervous? Why are they not taking these fights? No. Alliance, XSET are both on match point, or sorry, close to match point. They know they just have to make late game, and they'll get there with placement points. They don't need the kills. There's no reason to play ultra kill hungry and aggressive. I like these calls coming through from Alliance and XSET.
I really like how you highlight that, because aside from Onyx, XSET, Alliance, Dark Zero, Singularity are also tied for 39 points before this game here too. A lot of these teams have to change up the way that they play depending on their goal. Currently, Fnatic are also right behind Fun. XSET are gonna help take them down as they exit out of this lobby. 16 squads left, and Onyx still playing as a duo. They managed to pick up the banner, but it's about the information. You can see Raki just gonna be able to get that information, holding on to that tactical, waiting to see if they have the opportunity to maybe wrap around, but look who's on their 6. Look who gets word of the party that they did not get invited to. It's Space Station making the rotation from the south side of the map.
Space Station nearby. I'd love to take a look at the overhead map if we can to show you where the zone is pulling. You see it at the top left. We got the next zone intel, and it's Ascend in zone right now. TSM right nearby. They predicted it well. Alliance gonna push through. Oh my goodness, the beams are gonna come through. Mandy, SSG joins in and takes out Onyx.
That's what I was worried about. SSG was middle of rotating away from launch site. They get involved in the fight. And Ascend, who was in that next circle like we just saw, that usually like to hold the truck with the Watson fences, now may be able to get involved.
NRG!
NRG now getting involved in the fight. Guild gets the first knock.
Another TSM and NRG fight. Raps has to go big. No, he's gonna get taken out. TSM down to 1. NRG down to 1. It's a 1 versus 1. The best 1v1 player arguably in the firing range is Gilderson's. But Moist is there. Are you kidding me, Guild? What you got?
Moist, NRG, Reps is out of there like swimwear here. He gets out the Yeet bracelet. They finish off Sweets. They don't get the finish just yet. NRG are still in.
There's no way that Gilderson's just survived. Are you kidding me? Gilderson's.
I'm out.
Ice in his veins. He's cold. Ice cold. North Carolina represent the teenager who just a year ago broke out into the scene by getting picked up by Team Liquid. Hodzic found him. He gets swooped up by NRG, and now he has a chance to maybe recover some banners as Moist is gonna have to rotate. Reps is out. TSM and NRG down to just 1. Gilderson's is the only hope for this game to end.
They said, we don't need a Seer to find you. We'll find you ourselves right underneath the building, right on the outside. Guild is still alive. He's able to restabilize, but can he collect the banners?
All he needs to do here is be small, be quiet. I can't believe what we have seen so far in this competition.
The Seer ult right in front of Guild. The information from the team on the high ground right now. Look at this, Alliance force outside the buildings, E6 rotating in. Look at this chaos between Space Station and Ascend, while Ascend created an entire fence line around the truck.
That's right, 3-team affair, and this is in zone for the next zone. Ascend, SSG, E6. Here comes the push, the Gibraltar Dome falls. Zenile, no shield, he gets melted. The knock's gonna come through, it's all up to Zenile. Sorry, Frex is last alive. In 1v2, Frex! So he's gonna get taken out. Frex tries his best. But Ascend is gonna eliminate him from the lobby.
Space Station out, Ascend now getting involved. Remember, they were right behind him. E6 get taken out. They were running the double big boys, and they're no longer shaking up this lobby as Ascend are gonna go right back to where they were taking cover.
Gilderson's is still alive, and the only reason is because Moist is running a Seerless team comp. Moist prioritizes Watson, Crypto, Apex South Special, early rotate, and play for zone. Moist was the second best team in total average placement points per game behind the Guard, our 2 earliest rotate, most defensive teams in the game.
Now look at this with Moist playing on the inside, painting the inside of this building with the Watson fences. E36 are on top of the high ground of this building. Ascend aren't going to be moving. They did get involved in another fight previously, but they get the extra cover. Moist still alive here, going to be able to also have so many death boxes at their feet so that way they can actually reset, change up their weapon loadout if they're low on ammo at the same time too. 7 squads left. Ascend, Moist, Guild, by the way, still alive. E36, Fnatic, GO, and the Guard.
Gildersons did not obviously get banners. No way he could have. Is going to have to rat. He's so clutch. Could you imagine a world where Gildersons right now, Vicky, wins a 1v2 or a 1v3 to win the tournament for Sweet, getting him his first championship ever, and proving how smart Sweet is for making this roster move happen?
Look, he's already a legend, but that would just put him on the top. Fnatic now, able to move in from the low ground, playing from right behind the rock, gets the crack, it's Yuka. They're going to be able to send it down onto the Guard as Rybo's the first one to go down.
Off to toss with a knock, but Yundi is going to third party, just like that. The res needs to come through. FNC needs to go quick. E36 going to come and run on top of them. Can they get there fast enough is the question. The good beams, wide right angle from On to E. Aimbot. Yundi pushing wide. Oh my god, that was a Seer nice PK shot from On, gonna connect as well.
It's prioritization so that way they don't have that information. Backing away, trying to dance around the barrage. Enter Force now, down from Aimbot. On is gonna try to restabilize here too, hiding behind the gold knockdown shield.
That's right, big fight right here, big moment. Oh, Yundi getting the shield bat off, he's going to. Can't see a thing on screen, the smokes are abundant. Ascend, though, very well positioned in Godspot. Gilderson's still alive.
Gil putting down the black market, getting what he needs here, denying that from Fnatic as they get eliminated. E36 now trying to run away. Gil trying to clean up some KP at the same time. The lone warrior left from NRG.
This is a game of hide and seek right now. Gilderson's is channeling his inner 13-year-old playing Call of Duty or Halo 3, just hiding from the rest of the lobby. Unbelievable.
Let's tone it back here. With Ascend being a full man squad, GO only up to Juzna, the only one alive. Guild, the only one alive. 2 rats against a full squad that has the high ground.
Unbelievable. 2 teams to 1's gonna make it so difficult for Gildersons. Juzna, look at Juzna's positioning, Vicky. Juzna is inside the building, but has no exit without taking quite a bit of storm damage. So you got to think on low ground, Gildersons and Juzna, the crypto
that's
ult is gonna scan out Guild. It is very, very grim right now. Ascend, the Portuguese squad who picks up the new Polish rookie in Lufka. With an opportunity to close this out, they likely will. They have complete control, Vicky. I don't see a world where they lose this game, but hey, crazier things have happened.
Sending out the bracelet through the windowsill into the line of sight of Guild. The 1v1 comes in, and Kashira already with the information, gets the EMP. They're gonna fully send it out to Guild. No time as Ascend clean that up as an easy win for them there in that game 6, that final game against NRG and GO.
And La Familia, Ascend stands up. Papa Kashira in the building. He's battled so much with his health. You've seen Kashira get emotional in so many interviews.
Look at Papa Kashira there too.
Amazing.
I love
I'm
it.
getting emotional just taking a look there. Ascend with a huge game. They will rise the ranks into the top 5 and maybe, just maybe, unlock match point. I didn't see their point total, but they might be there as well, Vicky. They might be the only EMEA team confirmed. They are at 54 points. Ascend represents Europe and unlocks match point.
3 teams now making their way to match points.
Says comment there, it's not done yet.
Yeah, it's not done yet. It's actually crazy. We are going on to a game 7 follow, and we are making the transition to Storm Point.
I cannot believe what has unfolded. We get another game, 7 games here. Will we get more is the question. Or will NRG, TSM, or Ascend close it out in 7? I cannot wait for this next game on Storm Point, but before then, we gotta throw it down to the desk. Rain Day, Glitter, Tiff, Genome, take it away.
How about Ascend? We saw the fans screaming. I saw Mama Papa Kashira up there making some noise. LFG, I'm not gonna say it on broadcast. No, it's family friendly right here, but you can kind of understand the sentiment. Glitter, Ascend, the EMEA hometown heroes, but also the amazing support, the family dynamic, and the story of Kashira and his parents, his father specifically. It is now a possibility they are on match point.
I mean, talk about a comeback too, because we were so focused on NRG and TSM seeing what they could do on World's Edge that we weren't even really too focused on the teams below. The massive performance for Ascend, and what I love about this now, we're back to switching the maps over again. We're going to Storm Point. This is a massive win for Ascend because they're very strong in this map.
Tiff.
I mean, look, this is what we were talking about this morning. Production was like, hey, yo, we need your picks. And I was like, this is where we think it's going to go. We want to see 7 to 8 games. And if that happens, we're going to Storm Point. So we picked the teams that were going to be better on Storm Point, at least historically, right?
All right. Gino, talk us through this game here.
Yeah, look, EXO Clan have been struggling. They've had a couple of early game exits so far. We also saw another bit of APAC South action there with Moist taking out DZ early and hurting their chances of reaching match point. A couple of those teams now sitting up there in the 40s. Onyx, they were a 46, got no points, and as a result, it was only Ascend that now moves up to that match point eligible status.
Wow, just an incredible showcase too. Alliance having some moments. They're one of our teams that are slowly closing in on match point, and big moments from TSM that almost went their way.
Yeah, so I was talking through with this Monsoon, and he was like, you know, TSM is going to be in one of the best positions along with NRG in that underneath the center tree. And he said as soon as that ring started to pull back, that they would have to move to the building that TSM was already inhabiting, which is exactly what you saw NRG do. And unfortunately, things just went completely south. They're starting inting on each other, and then Ascend assumes that amazing position. They have the Watson, they can fence it off, and honestly, I saw Lufka, who was kind of just keeping an eye on that. He was watching the fences, making sure, looking down below. But the fact that GO and Guild, hello Guild, ratting it out in a Seer meta, let's go. The fact that he was able to get to top 3, if he would have clutched that, I don't know what I would have done.
Listen, the smart man knows how to fight. A wise man knows what to say, so he doesn't have to fight. And I think Ascend just kind of watched that one and said, not our time yet, and took the right position. Obviously, Ascend feeling very, very good after that, and heading into what will be, I'm sure, our match results. You can see that 11 kills, 12 placement points, put them in a position for match point almost assuredly. NRG so close, second place, but not enough to close out the tournament. So guess what? We'll go again. Heading to page 2 though, looking at these teams, yes, TSM are already on match point. Yes, ESA coming very, very close. They started strong. They have kind of fallen back off. But looking at Dark Zero, who are in 8th place right now, and you even look at the fact that XSET is a team on the other side of the things, when you take a series of results, you're going to see how close this is starting to get with Game 7 very much approaching. 3 teams on match point, Tiff, and it is 6 other teams 10 points away from being able to join them.
Look, this may just go the distance. I predicted 7, Genome had 9. We might actually be going towards 9 because I have a feeling this next match that we're about to experience, you just have to pick up, I mean, XSET, they just need to wipe one team.
Yeah.
They can go out south of 18th place, but as long as they win that initial 3v3, they're on match point.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, with NRG that far ahead, 80 points, they have probably locked second in the bag, at least 6 figures about to be transferred into their bank account here.
I mean, you know, for all the success that they have outside of competing as well on stream, maybe don't even need it that much, but hey, they'll take it, I'm sure. And of course, it will be very, very worthy, but they don't want second. I don't think they'll be happy with that. The money's one thing, Glitter, but they want to hoist the trophy.
I'm glad you said that because we've mentioned it a few times over the weekend. There are only 2 teams that can claim the title of the championship here at LAN so far in this game. And NRG has come so close so many times. You don't always want to be the bridesmaid and never the bride.
And to be so close in terms of I have the opportunity, I have the opportunity, I have the opportunity. How does that start to play on your mental? How many times can you go and almost make it happen and then not see it done? This is a crucial game for all the teams on match point, and you know the players have to step up to make it happen. So if you're seeing a player make some incredible plays, if you're noticing that these 3 teams have had a standout start to you, you can vote for our ALGS MVP powered by Monster Energy. Use the hashtag and then the player's name right behind it on Twitter or on Twitch. Let us know who you think is going to be the Monster MVP for today. Also, we always take time to celebrate the common elements of the game that makes Apex so special and so difficult to master but easy to pick up, which is why for our segment here, we're going to take a look at WD Black's What's in Your Pack. Today, I want to talk about the Golden Knockdown Shield tip. It has played a role in not only today, but a big part of Apex games in general.
Yeah, it's been one of the most critically valued items. You can see you revive squad mates with bonus shields and health, but there's a lot of different scenarios that we have gotten to witness it in so far here at the Split 1 playoffs. One of my favorites right here, NRG. This was the circle we were talking about because we thought we were going to get a recreation of it here in this series. The fact is they were able to utilize the bracelet on the Loba, go back and forth and shoot the reses, but one of my favorite moments, Glitter, was when we were casting up there the other day. Yeah. It was going to be Gio Gombre. The way they utilized that, it was the most impeccable thing.
Yeah, this is it right here. Newcastle at the moment is passive retrieve the wounded. It gives you 750 damage. That is actually a lot. You need a full team focusing that down to punch through that knockdown shield, and with the ability to move your teammates around while you are reviving them, it makes it incredibly impactful on top of the fact that you get that extra health and shield back when rezzed.
Really smart play there. Dropped the shield, gave it to his teammate at low health, knowing he was going down, so that he could pick him up without having to use a medkit, shield batteries, Glitter. Those are just the intricacies that make pro play so fun.
That's why we're at the level that we are at here, and I'm glad that you caught that while we were casting too, because it was literally a split second. There was barely enough time to drop that shield, and it changed their entire outcome of that game for them.
Well, big shout outs to WD Black. That's been What's in Your Pack. What do you have to say? I mean, those watching at home, are you hype? Are you ready? Those in the crowd, you guys hype? Are you ready to see somebody win this thing? You know, this is one of those moments that it just starts to build, because now we're having Game 7 approaching. Will we get a win? We've got some predictions, but somebody's going to have to not get given this opportunity. They will have to take it. Coming up next, Game 8 here in London to see if we get a winner or if we go one more time.
Welcome back, Copperbox Arena, to ALGS Playoff Match Point Finals. Fallout here alongside Vicky Katie. We got one more game. We got a game number 7 with 3 teams at match point. It's Ascend Club representing Portugal and Poland. It's TSM and NRG. Scripted. You would really think it's scripted. That's how good this final has been. Are you kidding me?
This is crazy. I mean, Ascend is one of the most consistent teams, if not the most consistent team in EMEA, and they are looking to represent, showing some love to the crowd, showing some love to EMEA, the scene that has been able to rally up behind them, the first team from EMEA to make it here on match point.
That's right. Apex Twitter is losing their mind. I saw tweets from Monsoon, Vaxlon, everybody can't believe what we have here. On the far right of your screen is Nathan, the only of 2 players to unlock 1,000 kills in all-time ALGS history this weekend. Huge, huge accomplishment for Nathan as we take a look at Ascend.
Love it here. We get to see the Ascend family on screen. Look at this. Gotta say hello. The Kashera fam, absolutely love the support. Very touching story from Kashera, his pops, rallying up behind them. I love feeling the crowd energy here for our players. Talking about us making the transition, though, onto Storm Point. This is incredibly important. Ascent's composition allows them to bunker down like they do. They're very good at predicting where the zones are going to be pulling, and that is always their priority. Now that we're making the transition to Storm Point, as you guys can see right now, game number 7, Ascent, one of the teams alongside Dark Zero, GO, and Xset to take 2 wins on this map in this entire weekend.
That's an important stat line, Vicky. So once again, Ascend has been dominant on Storm Point. So a really, really important story going into this last and final game. They're dropping uncontested with opportunity to go huge here and win another game because they've been so consistent on this map. Can Ascend do it for EMEA and become a champion, much like they were in the Winter Circuit years ago? Once again, all of Portugal is watching, the entire Portuguese esports community. Right now, the backs of these two, Kashera and Postkill.
It's so crazy for them to have been able to secure that W on World's Edge speaks volumes, because let's not forget what happened at the very beginning of the day today. When we did start on World's Edge, Ascend ended their run at 15th with no KP. The second game on World's Edge, 18th as a placement, 1 KP. Then when we make the transition into Storm Point where they're the strongest, they got 18th with no KP, and then following that, 4th with 8 KP to their name. After getting that dub and 11 KP on World's Edge, they're gonna just carry that momentum now into their best map. I'm so excited. Again, this script writes itself.
Can you imagine our first European LAN championships in Sweden of last year? In about 8 to 10 months, first with a live audience, is what I meant to say. And Ascend comes in as a European team and just steals the tournament win right under the nose of TSM and NRG, steals the opportunity for Sweet to win his first championship. That would be unbelievable. As we take a look at the overhead map and show you, Dark Zero dropping in Mill. Ascend drops right outside of Mill, just southeast. So DZ potentially on a rotation. They like to play early rotate. They don't like to fight, so it's unlikely, but could potentially take out Ascend. I mean, they know Ascend is dropping there. Do you think teams will start getting a little bit more strategic? We know Dark Zero was doing it yesterday. They were inting on purpose.
We could see, I mean, remember Fun also with their quick rotation on the gravity cannon to try to cut off the guard when this is a team that also likes to quickly rotate. And as we can see where the circle is going to be taking us, Ascend looting exactly what you're talking about. Their POI, north of Cenote Caves, they're going to be able to get that information, but the one thing that they're missing, they don't have beacon information in that building off to the right of Postkill. Kashera is trying to get into position to maybe try to scan a beacon. If there is a beacon close to the mill, as you can see, Dark Zero is going to be looting that POI.
That's right. Keep in mind, they do run crypto, so they'll have a chance to scan on rotate. Kashera now just clearing out some prowlers and rotating through here. ESA nearby, just south. This is what we're seeing right now, lay of the land. Take a look at the circle where it's going to be pulling. It's just going to be over down to Gale Station. LG rotates here. This could be an opportunity for Luminosity in 15th place to try and make a comeback. SSG, favorable zone for them as well with Replicator.
Let's talk about where this circle could be taking us, Fallout. Let's break it down as we see Luminosity already in Gale Station since they land in Fish Farms and they have the beacon. We've seen the circle plenty of times before, usually landing on one of the buildings of Gale Station. If not the buildings, then to the north of the buildings where there's a lot of open space minus that slight little high ground that you see on the choke point between Launchpad and Fish Farms by that rock. So Luminosity now going to be playing by the edge. Ascend in already some trouble. Kashira did manage to get the scan on the beacon close to Dark Zero, and Dark Zero are not going to let them go.
And this is exactly what we highlighted. Dark Zero likes to be strategic. Fun or PvP is one of the best coaches, and Ascend's going to say, don't you dare! Sit down, Dark Zero! I'm the king of the mountain!
The trade for trade, though. Zero getting the knock into Kashira, sliding through! Not in the way that you want in your DMs. Dark Zero is the first squad to get eliminated. Gotta eco it real quick here. Lufka feeling himself when he was literally one.
And I'm so curious to get the thoughts of DZ there on why. I mean, did they decide to push and try and grief Ascend to take matters into their own hands? Or did Ascend hide and rat? We didn't really catch the fight early on. And the sigh of relief from their coach, but in my eyes, Dark Zero, you need 9 points. You gotta trust the system, trust the process that other teams will take out Ascend in late game and just rotate, play for placement, much like we saw Xset do last game and others.
The thing is here, Follow, is that they heard the drone from Kashira scan the beacon off to the right building of Mill. So they already know where Ascend land. Yeah, they already know where Ascend is in the standings. The fact that they're at match point allowed Dark Zero to be like, okay, well, you know what? Let's just try to different them. And the thing is, Ascend also have amazing shields to work with in terms of loot. Lufka having the Gold Diva.
Yeah, I respect the confidence, but sometimes confidence isn't the only answer. A little bit too strategic too thoughtful for DZ. If that was the case, that was intentional. Again, we're interested to get their thoughts. But yeah, you're right. I mean, every team knows where every team lands. They knew that SM was dropping there. They've played on Storm Point already, and it's well aware. You know, it's public knowledge. Sven Apex, big shout to Sven, drops all the map info before. So of course they knew that they were there. They rotated through. They tried catching them off guard, but they got punished. And I disagree with that. If it's game 10 and there's 7 teams on match point, and there's a likely chance that the game ends, then yeah. And you're in 18th place, then yeah. But if you're right there close to match point, no reason. Don't want to harp on it though by any means. Kudos to Ascend for winning that 3v3. Lufka went huge.
And also wasting no time to make this rotation.
All 3 kills for Lufka, by the way. Look at the top
Absolutely.
right.
No, he went crazy. You saw him go for the slide from the rock. He was able to clean up the rest of Dark Zero, feeling himself, and that's the confidence that we like to see, especially from a team sitting at match point. They're also going to be able to not only quickly rotate with the Trident, but they're the only team underneath the beacon building, the beacon in where this next circle is going to be pulling. We know that the congestion spot has already probably been Gale Station, leaving out of Fish Farms, LG, or lands there. They had the beacon there. They already had that information. It's beautiful here. Onyx is probably going to join in on the fray too. Space Station usually land in Launchpad unless they want to try to gatekeep another team. In that choke point north of Launchpad, they'll also be the team that is going to inevitably meet themselves with the other teams that have the high ground by the choke point leading into Gale Station.
Yeah. Good breakdown, good analysis there as you jump on board to TSM. And just a heads up for everyone in terms of what's in the replicator, in case you weren't aware right now on rotation, is the purple scope, purple sniper scope, purple extended sniper mag. So a sniper heavy meta, which is why we're seeing so much sniper play. A lot of longbow, but Hell says, nah, just give me an R301, I'm good.
I just can't wait for the weekly rotation to also change in a bit. I don't know if it's happening just yet or we're going to get it soon here, but that mobile respawn beacon is in the replicator. What does it mean, though, when the mobile respawn ends up being on the ground? That's what I'm excited for if we keep going through the series here, as Fnatic are also going to start making their rotation on the Trident.
NRG, you saw them doing the armory.
Oh.
On the rotation for checkpoint, ESA in 11th place. They started strong in this tournament. They won a game on Storm Point, slowed down ever since. TSM hits a Valkyrie. This could be a crucial one. Where will they place?
They were really close. They got second, but they got AKP to their name right there too, as TSM with the Skyward Diver coming in from the north side.
That's right. You know, Verholst and his Valkyries over the years have been improving. Hal, of course, very critical of those Valkyries, but Verholst right now navigating the skies very clearly. The captain, the pilot of this team right now. Verholst going to slow play this rotate, and they're going to land Oob or out of bounds, and then rotate through, and it looks like it's clean. TSM, safe rotation into the next zone. That's big.
I like this. They love this building. When they make these rotates to these southern zones, especially when Antenna's in that next circle, they love this. But looking at the fight from Ascend, they get beamed by a charge rifle, but they get the knock immediately with the Havoc.
Yeah, and Ascend used to keep in mind, they used to run Newcastle and Watson, all pro league, right? We know how comfortable they are with that team comp, but that means they also know how to beam that team comp. Lufka is playing so unreal. He's brand new to this roster. They're playing unbelievable. Let's jump into a listen-in with Ascend.
You're alone, Lufka. It's fine, it's fine. Back. Okay, you ignore them? Yeah. No, she's moving there. Can we loot a bit? Yeah, you can. I cracked the other team. Nice job, Lufka. Did you got 2 kills or what? We got 2 kills. I killed only 1. We got 2 kills. I'm swapping weapons. You killed I'm getting destroyed by another team. Yeah, on height. Accelerate on their post. Okay, I'm gonna take it, dropping a bot. Nice job. I'm gonna take the beacon. We have 3 teams close. I don't know if there's another team in Chief Hall, boys. I don't think so though. The Valk is on the top, on the roof. You have to go closer and push her? Yeah. Can.
And there you hear from Kashera, IGL, this team, navigating the team so well, and that's why they're so good. Continuously slept on from a global perspective. Everyone talks about TSM, everyone talks about NRG, but Ascend came into this tournament as a favorite, and if you ignored that, if you denied that, then you're insane. They've been playing so good in a very stacked and a region with a lot of depth in EMEA for a long time. They won the Winter Circuit playoffs with VJ a while ago, and since picking up Lufka, they've been great.
I love the way that Kashira talks to Lufka too. It's almost like he's pulling him back like a Pokemon, just returning to his Pokeball out here.
Duo, right?
It's actually insane. And NRG, as we tune in, they're getting shot at earlier, and they're going to be able to hang out by the gate, try to see which of the squads want to rotate outside of Jurassic Park, as ESA are going to be sharing some of this low ground with Fnatic.
Yeah, same way you keep me in check sometimes. I get a little wild with this sometimes. Things got me, you know.
There's fallout moments.
A lot of love for my girl Vicky. Thanks so much, everybody in chat, for all the energy, everyone in the crowd, for all the energy and support throughout the weekend. Gosh, this has been so entertaining, so much fun to watch. The growth of Apex as a pure form of entertainment in esports is unbelievable. Fnatic here from Japan, a global affair. Can APAC North represent right now the best chance? Well, it's Ganbarea Tucson from Korea in 10th.
Where we going? Where we going? Nowhere. I had to juke you real quick. Had to keep you in check. And they were like, oh no, wait. Miscommunication real quick out here. As Fnatic is like, okay, we made it exactly crossing the open field into the line of sight of where we originally saw Ascend. Fnatic is doing this because they want to get the beacon that's right on top of this building. They got the Bangalore smokes to allow Yuka or Matsutasha, as Matsutasha is going to take the high ground, to get that next set of information.
You know, we've all been there and ranked with our friend. Hey, get out of the front seat. I'm driving. You know, we've all been there and ranked, kind of goofy. You didn't think at the pro level that would happen as well.
I would never let you drive a Trident.
Sorry. You know how good of a driver I am of a Trident? Just wait. I navigate the seas, the lands very, very well with the Trident on hand. Jumping on over to Phonyhead and ESA. 18 squads left. Once again, a stacked endgame circle. Phonyhead currently in a great position here on edge. Not in the next zone, but certainly well positioned with Fnatic down sights.
Geo also getting a knock in the feed here as ESA are holding onto this high ground. This is fantastic for ESA because they saw the opportunity to come right back up here. They're going to be able to also pressure out the team that we just saw Fnatic just rotate on top of those buildings. And with the beacon being right there and ESA not having a crypto, they don't really have the free opportunity to get that beacon scan. They may get pressured out by the squads to the right, but if they're busy fighting another team, then they want to try to take advantage of this opportunity.
ESA knows how to fight, likes to fight. Cody on controller, Luda the Canadian, representing Canada. Sentinels ain't here. Here comes the push, Phonyhead. The IGL from Texas, he turns, is gonna be, but Phony goes down. Yuka goes down as well. Meltstera gonna melt. And just like that, it's all up to Cody. I believe the last alive. No, he's not, he's dead.
He's gone, he's out of here. ESA now, Fnatic gonna be able to come out on top. They're gonna be able to get the shields up on top of that too. And it's only up to Luda from ESA, who survived with 1 HP from the outside of the Cyril.
By the hair on his chin, will Luda escape? But ESA tries to ape, not able to do so. And you know, Vex Gaming tried something interesting. They tried playing Catalyst for that reason, to be able to push buildings with confidence, take over doors. It didn't work for Vex, obviously. They didn't make it past the elimination bracket round 1. As we now have Phonyhead gonna get taken out, and it's all up to Luda last alive. We can take a look at the overhead map though and show you exactly how things are gonna end. Ganbarea Tucson, the top APAC North team taken out. Fnatic trying to take that spot. But let's look at the overhead map or the side-by-side map if we can. Take a look. Ascend is in the next zone, and they're deep south, with the potential to get a Trident, which we've seen teams do before. Use the Trident deep in the waters while everyone else fights, and it's no man's land between them. Will Ascend play that way is the interesting thing. Luda finally gets taken out here with an easy little pick from Yuka. Nice shots, though.
What was great is that it just looked like the whole lobby wanted to light him up.
Yeah,
Nobody is safe out here. He tried to take to the skies, and it was basically out here for everybody to shoot at. Team Singularity now just trying to get away. Creeper Barrage being called in by them. But this is the other team coming in. It's NRG now getting involved right here. Remember, this is where we also saw TSM originally rotate. They're probably still within the vicinity after they took that skyward dive from Verhulst. They're finishing up some of the members of Singularity here before NRG try to call off to reposition if they want to disengage.
And I love how NRG's playing this. Shout out to Sweet. He's probably saying, let's just keep playing our game. Don't change anything up. Don't get nervous. He's been here before, and a lot of people have criticized him. Does he show up on land? Does he get nervous? Can he IGL to top tier? Yes, he can, and he's showing why right now. Leading his team with such great success and such decisiveness is Sweet. They're still playing for kills. They got a few there. TSM's gonna join in. They're playing aggressive, and they're trying to maintain that lead. 82 points right now, above Ascend with 59. Keep in mind, that's another micro storyline here. Yeah, match point's important, but you gotta rack up points if you want second place, which is a big chunk of the $1 million prize pool.
Yeah, that's exactly what Rainday was saying here too. You want to be able to pocket some of that money out here, even if you don't manage to win a game after reaching match point. And NRG are leading the way with huge points currently, as it's DF on the other side inside of these buildings.
Quick update, X at 2 points for match point, Alliance 5. And they're both still alive. As we got Alliance and TSM nearby, if we can get the side-by-side big map on screen, actually, hold that thought, might be a fight here. We'll pull that up in a second, but Alliance and TSM are neck and neck, close to each other. The Bangalore is gonna come through from Sweet. He's gonna tag for shields, gets the stun. And that Bangalore stun is so grueling, but they're not able to follow up.
See that player on the high ground taking the gravity lift right now as NRG are trying to find an engagement.
Let's jump into a listing with NRG and hear exactly how Sweet making the calls.
75. I have to bat. Watch out, grenades. Watch out, Guild. 130 on Bloodhound. They're inside. Okay. They're inside. I'm smoking the doors. Yeah. Brook the ult. Can we get angles from the far side? I'm trying. I'm gonna get swung here. They're shooting up. I hit Help Guild. I'm batting on the door. I'm batting on the door. I'm batting on the door.
Are they on roof?
Yeah, they're all on roof. I'm needing it.
30 on one.
I'm med getting. I'm med getting.
80 on one. Flat behind them, get and kill them all.
I will once I med get. I'm 1 HP. I'm 1 HP. I need a bat. I need a bat.
Pulling on me. 800 on this guy. Gil, you gotta do something.
Blood out front.
The guy's dead. Blood. Hey, blood. Bangalore's low.
Knocked one. I knocked one. It's 1v1, Gildy.
He's very low.
He's so one, man.
You gotta just keep chasing. Why can't I talk?
Yeah,
nice. And then run forward and foul court. Run to the other way and foul court.
Fuck, man.
Gilderson's the clutchest 1v1 player at Apex, shows it. Obviously his opponent was weak, but that was a 1v2. He got the first knock and flake. Sweet said, Guild, you gotta do something. And Guild said, aye, matey.
So much happening as how was the last one alive for TSM? He gets eliminated as fights are breaking out everywhere. You also heard the calls from NRG. Guild, take to the skies, go. The circle's closing in. You have to find somewhere where you could go hang out by the edge. But so many other teams were so quick with the rotate. Now it's only up to Guild alone to survive once again.
Guild, the last
Alliance, they see him though.
Alliance
He's
has
forced to move forward because of the circle, but they lose out on Yuki. It's Moist that has Alliance clean up another one with a quick little heady out to Guild to eliminate NRG.
That's right, I sounded like Mario there with that screen, please forgive me. But Alliance Hockeys with the headshot to close it out. Style points is really what that was. Alliance now with an opportunity at 47 points to get to match point, Vicky. We have one team left, and it's Ascend. And I previewed it earlier, but they have the potential to use the South Pole in their rotate to win.
Fnatic trying to push around the side of Ascend. They put down the Seer ult right now to get the information as the Rolling Thunder gets called in. Kashira maybe trying to find an opportunity to unleash the EMP to negate that Seer ult right now. Now they're going to be able to have the advantage. They have the advantage. Goes to the side. He goes to the flank. They get 2 knocked from Fnatic.
Post kill and Kashira, the duo. That's it. They take out Fnatic. Ascend is earning this. Ascend is playing out of their minds. They took out Dark Zero. They took out Fnatic, but here comes Exet.
Oh, and Exet knows that they're already weak. Thanks to the Zero right here too. Exet are going to be able to move in.
The most grueling Bangalore ult perhaps ever. As Ascend is out, we're going to another game.
Absolutely huge as Exet are at 51 points Fallout. They take care of Ascend, and that allows them to elevate to match point.
Exet makes it. Can Nocturnal do it? So many people have disregarded him as an IGL over the last 3 years. Finally, over the last year, he earned his respect. But no one considers him the best. It's all Sweet Dreams. It's all Imperial Hal. Nocturnal has been performing for so long and has an opportunity here. In this next game to close it out, they hit 51. They're at match point. Moist Esports at 48. Alliance at 48 as well.
While we take a look at Alliance right now, while they try to plan their next move, they're not in the next circle. Let's jump into a listening with Alliance.
Bro, you. Alright. Tillbaka dead. You guys gotta run it. I'm dead as on, yeah, I'm dead as on. Find a spot to play, Mandy. It's all you, probably. You wrap the logram, Mandy. Wrap the logram. I'm coming. I'm still ulting for you. Thank you. Getting bottom, Mandy. On me. I'm needing stairs. Alright. Get in the bottom, nade tack it.
Oh, you hate to see it. The miscommunication between Mandy and Hockeys right there. As Hockeys wanted him to come bottom, they could have just basically turtled up and survived and eaten placement points and gotten to 50. But instead, Alliance Hockeys had to do it by himself as everyone else was fighting outside.
Hockey's still alive, but they're only 2 points away from being able to also be at match point. Space Station in a lot of trouble. Zenile trying to slide through. He gets the crack right now.
Does Hockeys know that SSG is so damaged right now? Hockeys is out. Is he eliminated? I think so. Here comes the push. It's going to be Fun 1, 2, 3. And they're going to take out Frex's SSG out. Fun, the Koreans. They feast.
Hockeys couldn't fully send in that moment because he knew that Fun was already inside the building after putting down that Seer ult. He had that information. Now playing on the lower end of the building. 6 squads left currently. Fun.
Hockeys, what?
Mandy's
Are you kidding
alive.
me?
Mandy is still alive. Hockeys with the clutch res. They need one more kill to be sitting at match point.
Hockeys and Mandy need one kill. Are you kidding me? Hockeys spot the winner. Res Mandy. It's all up to Mandy. It's all up to Mandy.
Oh, they
Not gonna
go
happen.
down. They go down. They can't get it.
Wow.
E6 taking their position as Case
49
Sweeney.
points, Vicky.
It's so close, Fallout. There's so many other teams on that border. It is actually insane in this Game 7.
Alliance 49, Moist Esports 49. That is unbelievable. But we still have a few more teams. Fun 1, 2, 3. If they can get all these kills here, can maybe get to match point. Okay, they need quite a few.
X-Sets right now looking to solidify their momentum after already hitting match point currently. It's only up to Sykes. That player is one. He gets the knock. It's Fun over on the low ground. It was 1 here, 2. Fun get eliminated. 4 squads left. ExoClan, E6, the Guard, and Sykes getting the res.
The Guard needs the 17th place with 26. Family in the audience, Rambo, RKN, and Keon, the brand new pickup on this team from Utah. The monster, the beast, the basketball player, the Guard on high ground. Look at their positioning, Vicky. This is the most RKN thing I've ever seen.
This is our house out here. The Guard are going to be able to hold on to this high ground, hold on to the rock. They've created the fence line, and they have the height to look at these 2 squads rotate in. The only problem here is Fallout. In less than 45 seconds, that circle is going to close in behind them. They're going to have to move forward.
Let's jump into a listen with the Guard. This is going to be insane. Let's jump in with RKN.
They don't know that. They might not. Just go AFK. Go AFK. Can I look down and shoot, you think, or no?
New gen behind us. New gen behind us.
Fighting under us, maybe?
We can't drop. Val's in the open. They're gonna focus each other on the far side. Everyone's gonna die except for us. This team's looking. We have to drop. Drop. Kill under me. I died. Kill, dead. Play on me. I'm bringing knock.
Yeah.
Wow. They're all going to die. But instead, the Guard gets down. Nice shots from Keon. He gets eliminated. The Guard's going to be out.
Currently, E6 are finally finding their momentum here, too, as the Guard get finished up. Exit now fully sending in as E6 doesn't have the health advantage. Exit playing up the rock, but they lose out on sight.
That's right, Fun playing wide right. So incredibly talented. Can he clutch up?
Oh, he gets the beamish though. The hip already connected, but it's up to Nocturnal to clutch up for Exit. E6 has the man advantage, and they win game number 7.
Element 6 led by Case Sweeney, the Frenchman. The lone French player in these finals clutches up when it matters and skyrockets to 8th place with 43 points. They stay alive and the fans react. The British team, Slayers and Amphi in his debut.
But so many teams, Fallout, are literally right there. 1 point away as the crowd goes crazy for E6. 43 points in total for E6. It may not be match point, but this is exactly what E6 needed to wake up. They had a really rough start, but now they are rolling around, changing the momentum.
Slayers, the gentle giant's been a staple on this roster since the beginning, since the 69 IQ days with his good teammate and friend Smegito. He's been competing. They pick up Case Sweeney, and they elevated as a team. This man right here, the Kraber monster from yesterday, has been making plays and does not get enough respect as a top IGL in the world, let alone in EMEA, but that's going to be it for us. Case Sweeney, Element 6 on top. Rain Day, back to you.
All right, EMEA having their moment. There's just a few representing them here in this match point finals, but guess what? It is Element 6 showing up big yet again in a clutch situation, and I'm sure they're excited to see it. The fans, electric behind us. Welcome back to the desk. Rain Day, Glitter Explosion, Tiff, and Genome. That is the passion that will fuel you on. Amphi, Slayers, Case Sweeney. Talk about Element 6 right now having their moment.
I mean, they kind of really snuck that one in there at the end. We were watching that push, and Exet was wrapping around them, looking so strong. We need to see what happened from their side of things, because that was a phenomenal save to close that one out.
And, you know, Exet had done a great push. I thought, actually, they were in the driver's seat there, but Element 6 rotation to get the high ground proved really valuable in that fight.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely all about perspective, right? We saw that when we initially watched the 1v1 with Yuki and Hal. We saw it from Hal's POV, but Yuki was in control the whole time. So you got have to think about that. When we run it back from Element 6 POV, it'll tell a completely different story. But I am not surprised that they just came out on top here, because let me just roll back the clock. ALGS Split 1 Pro League, match day number 1. Guess who comes out on top with the first match win of this year? It's Element 6. They had Slayers on Lifeline, and it was the coolest thing I had ever seen. And I reached out to K Swinney and I was like, yo, dude, like, tell me how you're feeling, right? They brought on Amphi. He's like, yo, Amphi is so good, right? They put him on a Valk for a little bit. They taught him all the rotations, and they were like, I'm so excited to work with Amphi this year and to see the team chemistry start paying off. We know the fans are happy. I enjoy it so much.
And they picked their spot in the crowd so well. They're like directly in front of where the Element 6 team
great
is,
strategy.
right? So
Yeah.
exactly, that energy from the crowd is just going directly into that team.
All right. Game number 7 was crazy. We're going to another one, but Gino, talk us through what happened to these match point teams here.
Yeah, so I was keeping my eyes squarely on the 3 teams on match point, Ascend, NRG, and TSM. Ascend, they started out with a contest against Dark Zero. They won it, a bit of an early scare, but then they found a really good spot at the bottom of the zone. And as you see later on, unfortunately, they just got sent by Xset right at the wrong moment. They won that extra fight against Fnatic, but unfortunately a Valkyrie just came in at the wrong time. Didn't quite have time to get the reset. NRG and TSM, they had slightly longer rotates coming up from checkpoint, from the wall, so they couldn't quite get into the zone. They were coming through antenna, won a fight here, I think it was against, Dreamfire, but then unfortunately, as they continued into the zone, just couldn't quite make it, and that's definitely the story of some of these zones, right? It's just impossible to crack in once those teams have solidified their positions.
Yeah, then you come to this moment with TSM, how Last Standing throws out the black hole, hits the fence, it bounces back here. It's like, I don't even know if he would have been able to get it over if that would have saved them. Then you start focusing on Ascend and Alliance as they go to take their position on the other side of Shipfall. The moment we started seeing it pull more towards Gale Station, more towards Shipfall, I'm like, yo, Ascend can win this. They have won these, and Glitter was like, my stomach dropped. And we ran out here, and I was like, I need to see the reactions live, bro, because I thought they were going to take it.
Right.
There was just too much chaos for Ascend to handle. I mean, the zone might have been in their favor. The map is literally in their favor. This is something that could have completely gone their way, but no one was about to let that happen. Exit, the guard, also phenomenal positioning up here. They were able to capitalize on EXO pushing out a little bit earlier than them, trying to wrap around that rock, but as soon as they started taking those shots, they knew they drew too much attention onto themselves, and that's when they started taking damage in return. They go down, opening up the door for Exit to continue their push, but it is E6. E6 wanted it more.
They really did, and you can maybe say that Keon bit off a little more than they could chew. That attention ended up dropping him early, and then they had to play as 2 as the guard and not a full team dropping. But it ultimately led to Element 6 making the move. You couldn't take it away from them. Nags, we had an interview with him. You talked to him just a little bit ago. And, you know, I also think that when you look at players who are in that controller zone, you look at Amphi and you look at comparatively Zane who had performed, you've got to put them in the category of top performers here, even though we don't talk about them all enough. Element 6, 21 points here, 9 kills. That is massive. And of course, Xset dropping in with 16. Will that be enough to push them on to match point? We'll find out in a moment as we head over to our page 2. It was Fnatic leading the charge there. NRG, not a great game, but they get those 5. I think that's a strong move. We already know they have a chance to win, so they're not looking for any more points. SA, Singularity, not doing it. Esports Arena as well, not doing it. But let's react to our series results and see if anyone else has joined match point. They have. It is Xset now, one of our 4 teams who, if they win, can take home the title.
Which is scary because it's just another heavy hitter. 2 more teams below them on 49, so right at that match point eligible spot as well. But we talked about this before we started Storm Point. We knew NRG and TSM might struggle on this map a little bit. They both had a really rough game, and it's going to continue opening up the doors for those other teams if they happen to do that again.
And Gino?
And at 49 points, right, every single kill is mattering. And in the early game, you're seeing that it's easy to get kills in that the teams rotating in are just getting obliterated by everyone who's found their spot in the zone, but they are hotly contested between those teams who have already made it in there.
It is a little bit scary if you are more of an aggressive style team. You're seeing these teams that are playing zone slower. You're seeing Ascend be in the mix. You're seeing, you know, Element 6, although that maybe not the same style as the guard who we expect to be in that zone, who maybe a bit quiet today so far. I think now as the time goes on, the game starts to shift. It becomes a little bit more of a chess match versus a boxing match. And we're not doing chess boxing here. I mean, that's a fun idea for the ALGS, but not this time around. We don't have enough time or budget for that. I do want to let you know, though, Tiff, you kind of had talked to us about that final circle, breaking that down. We have that on display. Let us know what you saw here in terms of how this whole fight played out.
Well, so unfortunately, I didn't really get to see it from Element 6's POV. We kind of checked in with the guard who's up on this rock, but the fact is they're able to swing behind. We mentioned it, EXO had rotated out from underneath the guard so early that was allowing them to get shot in the back, but they had to jump down. And the moment they kind of send it on them, Slayer's just swinging back and forth, the way they're just approaching this from different angles, like they just kind of swarmed, bro. It was like hunters like swarming their prey like lions.
I think one of the big factors in that fight
I love that. Yeah, yeah, there it is.
Was the fact that they didn't lose much health, right? So they won the fight, and it was, you know, they'd taken a fair bit of damage, but luckily the instant shield swaps just pretty much brought all of that back. So it was a very quick reset for Element 6 to kind of even things up there.
We are getting to a point where now there's almost too many teams that are on match point to try to single any one of them out. If that is a strategy, not all teams employ that, but some do try to say, hey, that's E6, or that's Ascend, that's TSM, take them out. We know, we're recognizing their legends. It's kind of too much now. I actually think we've hit that threshold. Any more teams, certainly. 2 teams are on 49 points. Several other teams are in the 40s, only 10 points away. Guess what? We are going to see if Game 8 ends it all, or if we go again. It's match point, baby. You got to love it. And to take us through it, it's Onset and Gaskin for the call.
We go again, everybody. We go again here in London. Match point. It's obviously what we're looking for now. So many teams starting to cross that 50-point threshold. We've got 4 there at the moment, Dan. The question is, will we end it right here, right now? Or maybe we'll just keep this thing rolling.
I have a feeling that we're going to end at World's Edge. We're still on Storm Point. We have 3 of our 4 teams on match point who I would consider World's Edge teams, right? Their percentage wins throughout regular season is not that great for Storm Point, bar one. TSM statistics are far superior than all of the other 3 teams when it comes to Storm Point victories. So, if anyone's going to do it, I kind of have an inkling towards TSM, but there's just something about this lobby on set that makes me think we're going to keep going.
I get that feeling as well, but what a banger game it was from Xset in that previous game as well. A huge amount of points that pushed them over that threshold. But one of the teams, of course, who is on match point, we just saw them for a moment there, Ascend, the European powerhouse, forcing their way past 50 points. And now we have to find out if it's going to end here, if it's going to end now, or if we're going to keep this thing rolling. Copper Box here in London. Let's get this thing going as we head into our next match.
We want to see as much matches as possible. We want as much action on our screens as possible. But of course, we have 4 teams who want to end it here. They want to end it now. NRG, Ascend, Xset, TSM all have the opportunity to hoist that trophy above their heads at the end of today. And it could be very soon. However, if you do not complete it on this map, we suddenly move over to World's Edge, where of course it is going to be a very, very different game.
Well, let's see how this zone pulls. Let's see where we're going to be going, and let's see where the teams are going to be having to rotate to. You can see once again, no surprise to see teams comfortable on their drops. But I mean, I've got to just mention Alliance. How close were they in that previous game to securing that 1 extra point they needed, but they just fall short there.
Not just Alliance as well. Moist only 1 point away. Onek only 3 points away. We have 4 or 5 teams who very much could be on match point after this game as well if we don't see one of our 4 win this game. So if you are one of those 4, you have to take this opportunity. But remember, this is Xset's first attempt at it. Everyone else has had at least 1 game to try and win it so far. As we see our circle information, we're going up to Stormcatcher, Thunderwatch area. Teams like Singularity, Onyx, EXO, they are in the perfect area.
Very, very likely to be a Thunderwatch end here. We have seen it finish right at the northern tip, and for Alliance, who only need 1 point, you would imagine, just with the fact that they're dropping in such a priority position over a Lightning Rod, with the height that they'll be able to have with the priority to the zone, surely they will be joining us on match point. 1 KP is all they need.
So what's going to be interesting here is NRG are going to have to rotate essentially through Xset or behind and shadow Xset, 2 of our match point teams. TSM, depending on which area they try and rotate through, if they go north, they will avoid those other 2, but they very easily could end up going south and matching Xset and NRG as well. We could have 3 of our match point teams all arriving through the command center chunk.
I have to wonder if there's going to be a choice of a slower rotate for either of those teams, or any three of those teams, as you say, to try and avoid those fights that go down, to try and stop being cut down at the pass. And one team to keep your eye on for sure is going to be Exet. They're already on their journey, but it looks like we've already got a little bit of a fight breaking out, and it's E6 on our screens.
E6 versus E36 keeps happening. It's the battle of the E's, and E6 obviously had that incredible game just previously, popping off as they did yesterday, and they just seem to come out of the woodworks when you least expect it, this squad.
Yeah, if you like the fuse on E6, all of a sudden, before you know it, they start to catch fire, and we saw in that previous game a lot of support here in London for Element 6 as well, and I've got to say, I'm a big K-Swinney fan. I love the passion that he brings to his game. He absolutely went wild yesterday with that play, and you can also see how much it means to him. Every time he's leading his troops into a victory or into a big position when they put up points, the smile on his face is infectious.
Yeah, and doing it for the rest of EMEA, of course, our Element 6 as well as Ascend, who are performing very well at the moment. But you got to remember at the start of the tournament and even the start of today, E6 were memeing a little bit. We saw Revtane coming into the equation. They've been running all sorts of compositions based off what Twitch chat was saying at one point, but they are a realistic team that could be winning this event. They're only 7 points away from match point. No one is guaranteed to be winning this game here and now. There is still going to be chances for them.
TSM making their rotation. It's going to be the skyward dive into one of these sides of the building. You have to wonder if that team on the roof is going to be a problem. They should be able to drop inside without taking too much damage, and TSM complete their rotation. This is a huge moment in this lobby. Hitting that Valkyrie redeploy, getting up into the sky. Onyx are close, and we're trying to hold down as much space here in Stormcatcher as they possibly could. The problem is with 3 people dropping out of the sky from TSM, they had to give that side up, which means that TSM now have somewhere to play from.
Yeah, Thunderwatch is becoming very busy indeed, and Alliance are going to be sitting at the very tip of the top of the mountain to be able to watch down on all the peasants that arrive late. But what's good about that TSM rotation is they overtook Exet, their biggest worry, their biggest threat on their rotation. I thought Exet were going to beat them to the pulp and they were going to be there first, but you can see now this building is going to be very habited. It's going to be very popular from a lot of these squads.
TSM have to be very aware of not only who's around them, but losing their roof as well. Playing from this position is very tough to do if you lose your roof, because when you do have to rotate out a little bit later, towards where that zone is likely to pull, you have to be so aware of what that team is going to do above you. Who is that team above you? Of course, it's Exit.
Of course it is. It had to be, right? They may have arrived a little bit later, but they said this building also looks a bit juicy. It looks like a good area to hold. We get a good vantage point where we can shoot down below, and also it's a good spot to then move depending on where this circle is going to be shifted. It's about positioning yourself for all these different factors.
Ascend making a much slower rotation to this zone, though. They are outside of zone for now, making their way over from the western side of Storm Point. NRG currently hold up inside of the wall as well, maybe just doing a little bit of crafting, maybe just making sure that when they do approach things towards the end of this game, they're going to be looting and booting, suited, and able to take these fights. Well, Moist down on this low ground, they only need the 1 point now.
Only need the 1 point, and they are in a spot of bother. They have been targeted by 2 squads. They are cramming themselves into this little nook and cranny, hoping they can stay alive and maybe go undetected for a short while before they then make their rotation. It's always tough, I feel, when you only need 1 point, and now they're going to try and make their move, try and escape, but Exet, they're being relentless.
Nocturnal just harassing them with his charge rifle, lots of damage being done. And of course, Exet, the plan here with the long range is just to fend off any teams who try and take the other side of this roof as well. They don't want any LOSs onto them. And having that charge rifle as a secondary weapon here for Nocturnal is going to be vital for them to do so.
Just trying to build up those Evo shields even more. Let those in the vicinity know you are the big boys in the area. You're going to be the ones dealing the damage, and you're the ones you're going to have to avoid when you make your rotation. Crazy that we have 2 of our match point teams in this building, as well as Dark Zero. Remember, they were somewhat favorites coming into this event, being the back-to-back LAN winners, but they still have quite a bit to do when it comes to getting to match point. They are 9 points off. Very much achievable, though, if we don't see any of the guys on match point win.
TSM still trying to just command space, still trying to make their presence known. And Rep's got a lot of work to do here on the SID. The heartbeat sensor is not just good for seeing where one team is, but when you've got multiple stacked up on you, it means you can plan your next move. There's a team above, you know you can't jump on roof. However, if you see a little bit of damage coming in, you hear a few nades going off, maybe by kind of focusing where the positions are, you might have a climb up where they're not looking at you and can do some damage.
Well, TSM, they can hear a lot of commotion around them, and I'm curious to hear what they have to say. So we'll jump into a listening with TSM and see what's going down.
Hey, all far right, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, team right below us, team cannon spot, and that's still the team right above us. Keep looking my left.
I don't see anybody.
He's sitting behind. Come back. It's a fire east zone. You see this?
Yeah, I do.
That's not good for us. We need to start bullying Evan. We need to start bullying. Keep bullying the team underneath. Who do you want me to scan for you? Just on roof. I can scan a guy right below you.
40 on here.
He's cracked. He's cracked.
Leave it charge. I'm going back.
He's one. He's literally one. He got down.
Yeah.
Is the team still on the roof?
Just watching inside. Yes, they're inside the roof. They're on the roof.
I wasted my ult.
That roof team could easily drop here and kill one of us.
I know. That's why I'm standing here.
I finished one.
60 on Bangalore.
Height.
They scanned me. Height scanned me.
He dropped in the door.
He dropped in the door. He dropped in the door.
Okay, he went back. He went back up.
Yeah.
I'm checking
keep
out
coming
underneath.
that. Keep coming that.
I don't see them underneath. I'm waiting.
You did you?
I'm 4 or 5. Yes, I do.
On scan under.
Get ready to peek now. I'm peeking now. Come.
1 second behind you.
84 cracked. Down.
Nice.
He's fighting knock. Careful on height. He's one shot. He's literally one shot. He got out. Get back inside.
Just the one guy left. I'm 5-3 now.
Where did he go?
4 or 5. He went down the hill.
He went like south.
As we jump out of the listening with TSM, I just want to once again highlight what a great job Reps is doing there. Just relaying information. He's the human UAV here for TSM.
Well, E6 were able to take down another squad, but now they're being pushed. It's Space Station on the other side. They may have lost one, but they should be able to convert here, and they will. E6 eliminated. And that means that E6 did not get enough points to be on match point. Remember, they were close, but they are still now 6 away, whereas Space Station, look, it's a 25-point game they need here, which is still achievable, but at least they can start planning as they're into the top 15.
Space Station should be able to reset here. The res is going to come in. All of this action happening just outside of Thunderwatch, and you've got to wonder how many teams are stacking up right now. It's an opportunity to kind of talk through that, Dan. The only teams who are outside of this zone right now are NRG, interestingly, playing from the north side of the zone, and on the southern side, it's Luminosity Gaming. While we see Team Singularity taking a fight, though, it looks like they're trying to swing onto SSG and cause the damage, but at the moment it's looking a little bit shaky, it's looking a little bit ropey, and it looks like SSG might have a way back into this.
Well, SSG doing so well in this fight. 2 still up, very healthy as well. Just need to make sure they're watching the angles so the other can shield cell up. It's a 2 versus 1. You just need to play this correctly and hope no one else is in the area to try and third party.
1, 1, 2, 3 might be thinking about having a look at this. They're moving down from the northern side. And if this isn't finished quickly and they can't hit that res and get it off quickly enough, then this is what is going to happen. So they've got to be very, very quick about this in the kill feed as well. Yuki just got a knock onto NRG's Nathan. Now that has huge implications, because if they cannot get him up, then that would be the point for Alliance to move them onto match point.
It was via the charge rifle, so maybe they have a chance, NRG, to get them back up. Also, confirmation, both Moist Esports and Alliance have hit match point. They've gone past 50, and that means they will have the chance to win if we get to a next game.
Well, NRG managed to get Nathan back up as well. So important for them. And this rotate, it's very, very tough for NRG. But I like the idea behind it. They want to approach the zone late. They want all of the carnage to unfold in front of them. And then from the northern side, they want to try and take a little bit of space away from one of the teams who might fall in those fights. Ascend, though, one of our teams also on match point, having to restabilize here. And look at this, Fnatic trying to rain down some thunder, but the importance of that interception pylon cannot be understated. That means grenades, any utility that's thrown their way is going to be eaten up. But look at the line of sight that's still available. Ascend in the mud here.
Ascend just desperately trying to get back up, punching Kashira and Lufka into a position where maybe the revive can happen. They're actually the most eastern team we have out of our match point squads, because we heard TSM's listening. This is going east. We're going to have to move. It's the same for Rexet, but Ascend, they've lost their main man. They've lost Kashira, so post-kill, Lufka are going to have to go as a 2 unless they can deliver that banner to the beacon.
Going to be very, very tough to do with how this lobby is playing out at the moment. Dreamfire thinking about going fishing. Can't quite hook them, though, unfortunately. A little bit of damage being done by that Sentinel. Well, not enough to really capitalize on, and certainly not enough to drop from this high ground position they find themselves in. Here is the massive play, though. This could be a huge influence on this lobby. If NRG can find somewhere to play, if they can land and reset here, then NRG are involved in this endgame. But look at the shots that are coming in. But NRG are threading the needle here. They want to try and play underneath.
And look where they're going. TSM are here, XZ are here. 3 of our match point teams all in this same building right now.
And you can see how TSM earlier on were prioritizing trying to take the team down that was underneath. They know this is a dangerous position for any squad to be in. XZ will know that as well. We have 3 of our match point teams stood on top of each other right now.
Ascend are not far away, that has to be said, and you can see TSM, they're peaking this. They are threatened by this new arrival into their household. They say we need to be forcing them away, but NRG also getting griefed by Ascend.
NRG trying to reset desperately, but playing underneath here, even though you've got some cover, it's not great geometry to work behind. You've got the pillars, you've got some rock formations, and of course you've got the wall and the roof above you to shield you, but teams rotating in late, like LG, moving uphill, like the guard, they can damage you. There's so many angles you have to be aware of.
I cannot state enough just how impressive a victory would be from any of these match point teams from this position that they find themselves in. It is a very difficult rotation if this pulls east. We've got Alliance over there, you've got Fun over there, you've got LG already over there. So you have to work so hard as now TSM are going to have to take a potential fight in the doorway, but it looks like the other team backs off. Meanwhile, NRG are down to 2.
NRG down to 2, and it's Fnatic who are having an influence now. Fnatic are jumping on them. Gilderson's down as well. It's all up to Nathan. He's got a Peacekeeper, but NRG are out!
4 becomes 3. As maybe another match on the horizon, but still an opportunity for one of these guys, one of these teams to be able to bust out. TSM are still holding a solid position, waiting for that next zone, waiting for that information.
TSM going to peek at the low ground once more, trying to just harass that team underneath. Expend those resources, get those shield cells popped to make sure when a fight breaks out, they're not going to be able to reset comfortably. TSM are playing this to a T at the moment.
Ascend have got Kashira back on his feet.
back!
We talk about important moments, we talk about IGLs. Kashira is now back in the fray. Ascend very much still with an opportune moment to win this game. I would argue that they are the furthest east out of these squads, but now Lufka will fall.
Phoenix King going to be popped. Ascend. The amount of teams stacked up is a problem here. Kashira's going to have to slide out of the way of these grenades. Just about manages to do so. Now it all falls up to post-kill. We've already seen Ascend somehow or other managed to get back into a position where they can play this game out to the end, but it's not looking good at the moment for them.
Ascend are usually so good at finding these kind of nooks and crannies where they set up with Watson fences as the circle again does shift east. It is going to shift away from TSM, away from XZ, and Ascend, as long as they can still stay healthy as a 2, it's still very possible because TSM, XZ, and every other team that was in that building we saw earlier are going to have to leave at essentially the same time.
Onyx in a great position though. They will be in the one part of the building that stays within that zone. There's going to be so many important fights that break out in around 60 seconds time or so. Everyone, like you say, has to leave that building, has to leave the natural cover and engage to see if they can get some space to play from.
Speaking of Onyx, they have also crossed the match point threshold. We now have 7 teams on match point if we get to next game. XZ though, they are under fire. They are in a lot of trouble here.
Knockdown shield being used here. Sykes has got that one up to try and keep Nocturnal and Fun alive. Fun's trying to hold the line at the moment while Nocturnal is going to be in position to pop that Barry. XZ come back out and say, good morning, we want to take you down. Nocturnal with the spray does a huge amount of damage.
So much damage. Back into the smoke. Will be able to get a sell-off. He's done enough damage to push the other team back. And now they're going to try and get the res here. XZ, they're still alive, but no!
The gravitational lift, you can see it from Horizon. TSM have been waiting to pounce, and now they want to try and clean up this KP, take the roof, and TSM do exactly that.
TSM had their ears to the wall. More importantly, they had reps on the heartbeat sensor. They were waiting for that moment to be able to full send it to take the top of this building. But in 3 seconds, everyone's got to go. Everyone's got to go east. And remember, Ascend are still there in that zone, as are LG, as are Alliance. There are a lot of teams that can ruin the day here for TSM.
The important thing here for TSM is they've cleared this side. You can see Fnatic down on the low ground. Ascend somehow, once again, like a phoenix from the ashes, have 3 players back on their feet and a wonderful position now with this zone.
So many times in regular season, we've seen Ascend win games like this, where they get the fences up, where they hold position, where they hold as much area. But now, TSM, they're making their move.
This is a ballsy play from TSM. They want to try and take the height. They want to try and force Onyx away. They want to claim the building as their own. That's going to take so much damage, though. But here comes Hal. Hal takes down Gambari Otasan. Fun 1, 2, 3 eliminated as well, and all of TSM are still healthy here.
TSM take the height, they take the east side, and they are good for now, and they can ruin everyone else's day from this high ground. Moist Esports eliminated, and suddenly it's 10 squads, but TSM currently on top, but that zone is still pulling away from them.
TSM need to not just think about kills, but need to think about surviving, and Ascend now, they're surviving as well. Exit have been eliminated.
It was Ascend who did the job as well. It was one of our match point teams onto another. That means we're left with TSM. We're left with an Ascend, but we've still got 6 other squads who can win this game.
TSM just trying to influence all of these fights, and once again in that kill feed, you have Ascend players going down. Now, the Valkyrie ultimate, the Skyward Dive, has been a flip of the coin sometimes for TSM. On match point, on the biggest stage of them all, will they find somewhere to play? The answer is yes.
They find a spot, and now they're griefing. They want to take the prime position here. They know Northeast is where you've got to go here. Smokes are down, but they've got the Digi-threats.
Digi-threats. Perfect to see through those smokes, like you say. Reps picks up one, Verholz picks up another, and TSM are looking hungry for it right now. LG, you are gone.
TSM want to finish this one as well. They can get all the shield swaps they want. They can get all of the ammo in the world, and arguably in one of the best positions now. But Ascend are still alive on that northwest side, as we still have 7 squads remain.
The only team in the zone outside of Alliance who are down numbers is TSM. TSM are set up for success, and you made such a great point. Taking that fight, they're going to have armor swaps available. They're going to be able to stay healthy for longer. This game could well be TSM's.
It very well could be an Ascend versus TSM finish, depending on how Ascend rotate, but Fnatic, they take to the sky. They could be big party poopers onto TSM here. They could very much drop, try and take this northeast side. TSM are going to have to hold their ground.
Alliance eliminated in the meantime. Fnatic land, but only 2 of them have their feet touch the floor. TSM under duress, House taking damage. The Black Hole's gonna go down. He's desperate to get down to his long-time duo in reps, and just about manages to do so.
TSM holding on, they're into the top 5. Guard eliminated. Remember, Ascend are still alive. SSG and Dreamfire are fighting, and Dreamfire have gone down. Fnatic are weak. This could be Ascend versus TSM.
What a moment this is. Reps goes in, should be able to get the shield swap as well. 3 squads remaining. 1 of them is Ascend, 1 Fnatic and 1 TSM. Fnatic eliminated. It is a shootout to become the champions here in London between TSM and Ascend. Charge rifle shots hit. Who has the utility available though? Reps, you saw the Seer. He has the exhibit available as well. He can get that down to get the wall hacks out. That's going to give TSM an advantage, but the last thing you want to do here, Dan, is be the first to be knocked.
Have they been tracking the kill feed? Do they know they are going up against another team on match point? Whoever wins here wins this tournament. Post-kill, trying to take an angle, trying to get an area where he can put down suppressing fire to allow Kashira and the rest to get out.
Ascend have got to make the play here. Do they have the EMP available? Is that what they're going to use to try and push from? It does not get more intense than this. Match point leaves us with 2 teams as Kashira makes the play. Kashira for Europe gets the shots in, but no shield break as now the fight goes down.
So important that you get the damage here, and it's done!
TSM up in the skies. House goes down from the heavens! London belongs to TSM!
The stats said it all. Storm Point was TSM's in the regular season. They had an 80% win rate from top 3s in regular season, and they've converted here today. And what a moment it is for that squad. Raven, the new addition, he brought new life into TSM. and they will be champions here in London.
TSM rise from the ashes. Questions asked. Were they done? Were they dusted? The answer is no. Champions once again in one of the most intense finishes we've seen in the Apex Legends Global Series. But TSM, once again, are on top of the pile.
And it all comes from that skyward dive, that big risky play to take the northeast of that circle and force the fight to take the lobby by the scruff of the neck and say, we want to own this game. We want to hit it here. We want to win it now. And you can see what it means to them. Just pure relief, ecstasy, joy on the faces of all three members and the coach of Raven.
Absolutely incredible game as well from TSM. Let's just take ourselves back for a second. It wasn't just that moment. It wasn't just the skyward dive. The way that they managed that game, took the fights when they needed to, Dan, put them in position to win the tournament here in London.
And then we saw Verhulst's mum as well. We saw the interview earlier, able to watch her son on stage. And what a moment it is to see your son achieve such an incredible thing. One of the best tournaments I've seen in terms of competitiveness. It took so long to get these teams on match point. And when we finally arrived, we just couldn't find a winner. But of course, it was gonna be TSM.
First place in the Pro League. First place here in London. And win is spelt once again at TSM. What an unbelievable performance. And once again, what a comeback it's been this season for TSM. I mentioned previously doubters, but I think the one thing that's kept them all together is that belief, right? They knew they had the tools. Raven coming in, just giving that extra push, maybe outside of the comfort zone at times, to rekindle that form that we know they've always had.
TSM have been through an incredible amount of changes, whether it be through roster, whether it be through strategy, through composition, but slowly and surely they built their way back up to the full amount of confidence. As again, we can see Verhulst's mum right on the screen there. And I mean, you can come across to London and you can see your boy win it across the pond, and I don't think there gets much better than that.
This is what they call a core memory, I believe, for everyone who's in the arena and a TSM fan, excuse me, but especially for the family members. But I just want to, give a shout out to TSM, but the fans here in London, you have been absolutely incredible during this entire time. It's been an absolute pleasure and a privilege to cast these games down, and when it's all said and done, TSM back on top.
And remember, we may have found our winners, but we still have to find out who comes second, who comes third. Where do we divvy out all this prize money? $1 million was going out to all of these players. And of course, NRG were up there, Ascend were up there. And even though it's going to be heartbreak for some of these players because they came so close, we have plenty more lands coming this year, don't we?
Oh boy, we do indeed. We're going to be back in London a couple of times, but it's all about that, Dan. That's the hard work. That's a sacrifice, the hours of practice, going over VODs, talking about how you want to approach this game. What do we need to do better than other teams to lift the trophy? And you just saw it on there. That's what it's for. That trophy, to be able to lift it above your heads, it means everything to these players.
And leading up to this event, the amount of times I heard, well, TSM have to win this to prove they're the best in the world, to prove they're worthy of all the kind of praise that they get online and throughout the talent recognition as well. And they have done just that. They've proved the doubters wrong, but at the same time, I think for themselves as players to be back on top, that is going to do wonders for them the rest of the season. But they now set the benchmark. This is what and how good you've got to be if you want to win a tournament. People will be doing VOD reviews for weeks to try and see what TSM did differently. How did they achieve this? What were they trying to do in their composition? What were their rotations like? This just starts a whole new wave of development when it comes to the meta in Apex Legends.
And it's certainly going to light a fire under some of the bellies of the teams who are chasing as well. An amazing tournament. Again, from Dan and myself, it's been an absolute pleasure and a privilege to call some of these games. But when it's all said and done, TSM are the champions. We're going to send it down to Rain Day because I think we've got a trophy to give out.
We asked the question, are championships given or are they taken? One team has answered that question unequivocally. Your most winningest team in the history of the ALGS London. Make some noise for your champions of the Split 1 playoffs, TSM. Fellas, it's been a long time coming. Hal, I can see the smile on your face. What does this moment mean to you after all that you have done, after all you have heard online, all the time you guys have put in, all the adjustments you've made to finally hoist that trophy again? What does it mean to you?
I still got it. You know, we still got it. We never left. And, you know, it means a lot. We appreciate all you guys' support. You know, we always come here to play our best, just for you guys. So we appreciate all of you that coming out. Thank you guys. Even the haters, you know, whoever roots for NRG, you know, I still love you guys. So, yeah, I appreciate it.
It is your moment, certainly, but I'm going to talk to someone who I think many consider maybe the rock, maybe the glue to this team. You've been beside Hal's side this entire time. You've been through the ups, you've been through the downs, Jordan. How does it feel to hoist that again and be a champion?
It just feels amazing. I mean, it's been 3 years since we did it, and it's about time, honestly. We put in so much work with Raven. He helped us out so much. We swapped up so many different things. We still kept the core, and it still worked out, so.
Thank you so much, man. Many people know this story. I want to reiterate it here and switch over, talk to Big E. I knew Evans did great things. Verhulst, you've had to grow so much and mature in your role from joining this team, from ESA, now meshing with Hal and Reps, seeing the potential, but not getting there immediately. You took the challenge on, and you had the support not only of your family in most of the events I've seen you at, but your mother specifically today in the interview, the touching interview she did. Speak to me what it means about everyone's support during this time, and it finally got you here.
I mean, honestly, there aren't enough words to say how much I love all the support that you guys give us. You guys are the best fan base we could possibly ask for. You guys are all the best, and I appreciate my family for coming out, as always. And we appreciate you guys.
This man right here, I don't know whether to call you a psychologist, a master general, or maybe just the right guy at the right time. Raven, the coach of TSM, make some noise for what this man has done. Raven, this is your moment. You have earned it. I know how much you've given up. What's going on for you right now?
I mean, definitely a super emotional win for me. I've been grinding for just 3 years straight, and I had a lot of people doubt me, but I stuck to it, and I appreciate all the people who were supporting me and who had my back, and also shout out to my boys for all the hard work and willing to give me a chance and listening to me, so thank you.
Thank you, Raven, for what you've given to this community, also what you've given to these guys right here. It takes a team to get it all done. You guys have proven that as well. What a journey these boys have had. I want to give you one last moment on the stage before we throw it back. Ladies and gentlemen, London, your champions, TSM. Back to you, Tiff.
Thank you so much, Rain Day. Congratulations, TSM Raven. You mentioned it. Thank you so much for trusting me, even through the fuse picks, right? We had a little bit of chaotic moments, and throughout the entire journey, those boys stuck true to themselves, elevated each individual player to their best strengths, and look what happens when that pays off. Since Poland, it has been, since they have hoisted a trophy for the first time, including Verhulst, man, that's gotta feel so good. But Genome, I mean, talk to me through some of these moments. There were a lot of intense action. You have Ascend, who's on match point, taking on TSM on match point. It was like the biggest war I had ever seen. And for the longest time, I thought Ascend had Godspot.
Ascend did have Godspot. They were in there for a while. They had to get reset so many times. I think they actually possibly went into the zone at one point to get a respawn and then came back. Eventually, though, it was TSM that Valk ulted in at the right time. That particular circle, extremely open. And I was saying it to Monsoon in the back room. It was like, you have to Valcor late into this circle, and TSM picked exactly the right moment and exactly the right spot in which to do that, and that's what set up that whole endgame.
And timing was to perfection, and you mentioned it best, right? But it wasn't just that clutch Valcor. They had the work cut out for them. Fnatic, Luminosity, so many good teams made that road to the end game so tough, Glitter.
Yeah, and on top of that, I mean, on the bottom half of the zone, you've got SSG potentially poking at Ascend. Ascend trying to get in on that. There was a solo left from Dreamfire. And after all of that cleared out, you think that Ascend has the perfect opportunity to capitalize on what was happening with TSM above them and continue to push. Now, we talked about this leading into it. It almost felt like there was just the tiniest bit too much distance between the 2-1 split that Ascend had pushed in with, and that could ultimately have been the reason for their downfall.
It's really tough, but this is where things started to get dicey. TSM takes the top of Thunderwatch, and typically, when you look at this position, it wouldn't be the winning position, Genome. We talk about it, Ascend's on the other side. They have so much success here.
It's not the winning position, but it's the prelude to it. As you said, they had to clear it out. Otherwise, there is no way they were going to get a Valk ult off without getting contested. Once they had that in the bag, you saw there were a lot of teams. And I mean, look, there was at some point there was about 10 or 12 teams just in Thunderwatch. So battling your way out of that is almost like a mini battle royale in itself to get to that final circle. And here we see it. This is where TSM managed to clean up.
And this is where we were talking about the potential issue. Right there. Look how much farther ahead Kashera is from the other two teammates down behind that rock. That little bit of space, what is it, 10 feet, makes difference between the victory and the loss.
I mean, Hal, going up in that grab lift, getting high ground above Ascend, and you're completely right. That initial opening that Kashera pushes forward, unleashes an entire clip. You're like, okay, the opening damage goes to Ascend, but what happens next?
Yeah, unfortunately, Ascend, they're playing that defensive composition. It helps them get into that spot. But once you're on match point, you need to win. That's where you need the composition that's going to help you win that final 3v3. And as we saw in that clip, Hal goes up in the Horizon gravity lift and just deals with Ascend.
Just utter domination TSM was. Let's go ahead and take a look at our series results. TSM, 79 points, but that doesn't matter, right? Because you needed the win. But NRG, 86 points in second place. Ascend third. Xset, Alliance, Moist. So much representation from all the different regions there, Genome. It has been an absolute chaos mess. It is the playoffs, baby. Like, what more can you say?
Incredible. And, you know, look, the money that they're grabbing from that, you've got to remember, we haven't talked about too much, but this is also going to dictate some extra slots or maybe less slots for the different regions around the world going into the next playoffs. How your region did as a whole here will be assessed, and we will see some changes happen. NA have done very well. They will definitely be getting some extra slots.
Changes may happen, but one thing that has reigned consistent was the fact throughout the duration of Pro League, we've had a Monster Energy MVP nomination, and I'm gonna send it over to Rain Day because it is time to announce our Monster Energy MVP of the ALGS Split 1 playoffs.
Thank you, Tiff. I'm standing here with none other than the CEO of Apex Legends as the chants reign throughout the arena of the Copper Box. Hal, Philip, here is your Monster Energy MVP. Soaking it up, my friend. Obviously, the reaction was incredible. How does it feel, just personally, you and your personal journey to get here? Tell us a little bit about what's going on in your mind.
Honestly, I think ever since like the meta change to, you know, Seer and Horizon, I was mechanically like lacking, in my opinion. So I decided to switch a controller. And it's the first LAN I played on controller, and I got MVP, won the LAN. So I feel like I took a big risk playing controller and swapping to something that I haven't played in for a while, and it all paid off. So,
Hal, you know, I'm going to be honest. You have gone through a journey of putting yourself a peg below her, right? Kind of saying, I'm going to go off MNK and I'm going to do it on controller. And you had to learn. And you had to kind of get laughed at a little and say, is he really going to do this? Is this, you know, going to get him where he needs to be? But you did a bigger journey, in my opinion, personally, hiring Raven, knowing, hey, we need something in our team comms. I need to take something back. I need to mature in the way I'm communicating to my teammates. Talk about your growth, both in that situation and the controller, but also personally for you in this journey to win here.
Yeah, I think like Raven Raven was my idea for the most part. I wanted to look for a coach after Rally because I felt like I was kind of bombarded with too much as a player, and I needed help outside the game. So I decided to look around, and we eventually got Raven. And I've said it on stream before. I think this is the biggest pickup ever. Like it's kind of like Mac and Jordan in the beginning. Those types of players. Like Evan is same with Evan. Evan Raven. Like this team is a dynasty, just like in the beginning of the game. This is the start of another dynasty for sure.
I think the question, that's right. You can see right down there how some of your best moments of the tournament. As you react to this, a lot of ups and downs, but you came in here winning the split. You guys felt confident from the very beginning that you could get the job done, even though you had to make some adjustments. But my big question here, though, is looking at the support, not only that Evan's gotten, we've talked about, but your fans, they travel, they're here in Europe. It's not North America, this is Europe, and you still have the most fans in the building right now. Talk to me about what TSM has meant to you as an org for your career and obviously for the support in this journey.
TSM has supported us since the beginning, like even with swapping players and stuff like that, there's never been any issues, and we've had the best fan base since the beginning of the game, and we appreciate you guys so much. This is why we play our best, for you guys. For you guys. Nobody else. There's no one else that we're playing for except the fans.
Al, one more thing. I know we had a conversation earlier. You gave props to Sweet being a better IGL than you. You both took a step back and said, no, Zero is the best IGL because he's won back-to-back. You just won right here. Are you going to tell the fans, everyone watching at home, who's the best IGL? Who is it, Hal?
It's me. It's me.
I think that'll do it. Tiff, that's your Monster MVP, TSM, Imperial Hal.
I mean, you heard it here first. You cannot call yourself the best IGL in the world until you are hoisting that trophy. And not only did he hoist one, he got the MVP as well. Some really solid words coming out of that. But I most importantly heard the dynasty, the ability to step back, know what you're lacking on and need to work on. Bring in Raven as a coach. They completely changed up everything about their play style. Drop spots, macro rotations, genome. I mean, it paid off.
He talked about being the best IGL in the game, but honestly, the thing that really gets me about Hal is I think he's just the most competitive person in Apex Legends, and I think that's what pushes him to the top time and time again, years after winning those previous lands. That's why he's still here and still at the top, because he just wants it so much.
Not only that, but he's obviously willing to work on any small, minor issue that there might be. He's not afraid to admit, need a little bit of help, bring Raven in. Huge boon for the squad. That's so important because someone thinks that they're untouchable, can never improve, and Hal's always looking to better himself in the team.
We talk about mental fortitude, the strength, the willingness to adapt, everything to be better, but there's one more opinion that I need. Rain Day, we gotta talk to you. Let's get back you on the desk. We gotta talk about this. I know you just got to break it down with all the members of TSM, a little MVP nod to Hal, the CEO himself. Let's get one more time for TSM, the CEO Hal himself. I need to hear the crowd go crazy.
It's electric. This crowd is amazing. You all are, I think, the best fans in esports. I think we have the best personalities in esports. I think we have the best team in esports. I'm biased, obviously, if you couldn't tell, but I honestly think moments like this, seeing the journey that Hal and TSM have gone, it's hard to be on top for so long and not have people start coming at you. But then to seriously get put down, for people to say it's no longer your time, and to take that on as a champion and then go to work and do the work behind the scenes, do the work in front of everyone, and then to have a championship like this, a statement, to me, that is the most impressive thing in terms of an esports journey that I have almost ever seen.
Yeah, it's just been a really great time. We talked about the ALGS Split 1 playoffs this year being that road to coming full circle, right? The road to redemption. A lot of stories started back when Apex launched back in 2019. We just celebrated the 4-year birthday, but now we have to talk about what's to come. We have the future, right? Because things aren't over yet. We have a season reveal tomorrow, February February 6th, so be on the lookout. You've all heard about the changes that are coming and maybe some rumored buffs. I know that I'm a Wraith main, and I want to see some cool changes. And once again, can we get a buff Pathfinder? That's what we really care about. His passive was the beacons, and everyone's got it.
I am excited for everything to come, for the future of this entire, not just the next season, but the entirety of this esport. This is only the halfway point for this entire competitive season. You know how much action we have in store? These teams are going to be working on their gameplay overall, and I think Split 2 is going to be even crazier.
I mean, it's amazing that we're 5 LANs into Apex and almost 4 years now, but we've still only had 2 LAN champions ever, right? Yeah, will that change with the other 2 LANs that we've got coming this year? I kind of hope so. At the same time, I kind of want to see these dynasties start to build, as Hal said.
And you talk about the fact that we haven't seen EMEA hoist a trophy. We are in London, and I think that would be a great story for Split 2. Will we end up also seeing APAC North, who had so much great representation here? APAC South, they've had their time. Now Dark Zero,
Okay.
you can wait a little bit. You can wait at least one. You won the championship and playoffs. But I think there's so many great stories that are to unfold. There's a lot in store for Apex Esports.
Great stories to unfold, but we're going to have to wait to see what is to come. Thank you so much, Rain Day, Genome, Glitter. It has been an absolute pleasure to work alongside you here on the desk as analysts. But let me just tell you, we got some more thanks going out. Onset, Gaskin, Vicky, Fallout, calling all the action throughout this match point series. It has been an absolute joy. Thank you so much to the fans who keep everyone going. You heard Hal say it. He's playing for you guys. These players are doing everything that they can to bring you guys the most action. Shout out to EA, Respawn, everyone behind the Play Apex team. But guys, this isn't over yet. We will see you in Split 2.
This is when you need to turn up.
It's all on Big E here for TSM fans to try and survive, but it's Gambare onto Sun!
Juzna is out. The guard says we're back for game 2. Making a third hockeys. The IGL Alliance, the champions.
I have the high ground now, Singularity says. Elysium punching him into the circle. Gets it again. Moist win.
It does not matter who is in the path of NRG. It is just constant pressure.
NRG will win the game! More damage being done by Imperial Hal. The CEO puts his team on match point!
Sit down, Dark Zero. I'm the king of the mountain.
ECT has the man advantage, and they win game number 7.
This could be Ascend versus TSM.
TSM up in the skies! House goes down from the heavens! London belongs to TSM!
Herman Miller Gaming is the official chair partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.